wasn't running, but I was tired from always building, always wide. Then I stepped into a life that didn't beg for speed, and I slowed down enough to finally breathe. No deadlines, no side eyes, no masks to wear, just roosters in the morning and open air. And for the first time, I wasn't fighting to be seen. I saw myself in ways I'd never been. I left the better me in the Philippines. Not in love, not in lust, but in what peace means. I walked through those streets and dropped my shield, and what I found was a man finally healed. Now I'm back in the noise and the same routines, but I left the better me in the Philippines. He was lighter, spoke less, felt more, laughed at rain, didn't lock the door, ate slow, slept deep, walked without shame, didn't need a throne or anyone to blame. He didn't scroll just to feel alive, didn't chase nothing, he just arrived. I met him sitting on a quiet balcony and realized that man was always in me. I left the better me in the Philippines, where silence spoke and the soul got clean, where the past didn't matter and the future could wait, and the moment itself felt like escape. Now I'm back in a world that steals my peace, but I left the better me in the Philippines. See, they think we're chasing women in palm trees, but we're really just trying to remember who we were before the world taught us to survive and fed us lies. I left the better me in the Philippines. No baggage, no blame, just the in-between. Between the noise I escape and the truth I found in a slower life on softer ground. He still lives there, that man I wanna be.
Good.
Yeah. I left the better me in the Philippines. He's still there, sipping slow, talking less, breathing free. And I pray to God I get back to him before this place finishes me.
How y'all doing, man? Let me figure out how to work this damn check this out. There we go. There we go. What up, man? We in the building tonight, man. It's another barbershop talk. Let me say what up to everybody I seen here so far, man. Bruce, good to see you in here. Brett, Q, what up? From the hamster wheel. How's the hamster wheel? Man, it's rough, man, but we doing it, man. We got to do it. There's no other way. TJ, what up, brother? Good to see you in here. Cal going live. I don't know, man. I'll be trying to avoid him, but he go live whenever he want, man. So it's like I can't. But this is not my original day either. I had to push it a day. Salute to Cal, man. Bruce, yeah, salute Bruce. He said, damn, bro, you putting out a whole long ass intro. I like doing that, man. I don't know. I like writing, man. It's like therapy to me. So That's my song for that. It's my song for the Philippines, man. Honestly, bro, I'm sitting here like I don't know, man, stirring up some feelings in me, man. Maybe I need to book a flight, man. I really, really, really miss the Philippines right now, man. Ryan says, good job, Blizzard. That's co-host. Thank you, man. Thank you. I really enjoyed that. Shout out to Icy, man. Shout out to Icy Fit always, man. If you guys didn't catch it, man, I co-hosted with her on her channel, like 6 hours live earlier, and it was good. I love the way I'm learning a lot from her, and I told her that. I said, if you watch me, I'm trying to be a mix between Icy and Cal. I'm not trying to be them. I'm me, but I'm not just watching. I said, I'm not just watching. Um, I'm learning. I'm learning. I'm trying to get better. Miss Wishy's in the building. How you doing, beautiful? Beautiful Wishy's in the building. Yep. She says, what up to her? Come on over. The fields is waiting for you. Yeah, I know. I can't wait, man. I'm definitely coming back 2026. Definitely. It's no doubt in my mind, man. Inshallah. I will be there. So we'll see. So it's barbershop talk, man. That means open panel. And for y'all that don't know, barbershop talk is basically a place where men can come together and talk about whatever they want. Whatever they want. You're about to do a repeat before you start a new season. A lot more Southeast Asia to go. Yeah, that's not it. I mean, it's Japan. After I'm gonna probably go back to the Philippines. I'm gonna hit up a couple spots over here. I got another trip planned soon, really soon. Another short trip, really, really soon coming up. Um, Probably go back to the Philippines the beginning of next year, and then Japan either the end of 2026 or the beginning of 2027. So that's my plan. Tacos is waving. That's what y'all think, man. I brought it up on Icy's because she does like the sausage party. Y'all hear her sausage party. So I was like, man, maybe I need to do a Taco Tuesday where I just bring the women up to the panel. You know, a panel full of women, and we talk and we kick it. If that's something y'all interested in, let me know, man. And if any women, and the crazy part is the last 2 months, Taco Tuesday, the last 2 months, my viewership is crazy because over the last 2 months, I've had more women viewers than men. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, see where she's in. That's what's up. So I don't know what's going on with the fellas. Maybe we don't like. I don't know, man. I haven't even been talking crazy, bro. I haven't even been on my, pushing back against the red pill or nothing like that. Yeah, I did a whole whole show calling out ratchet culture and women, and they watched it more than us. So I don't know what's going on. But it is what it is, man. He's kind of talking crazy. Yeah, one thing about men, bro, we don't want to hear it if we're not ready, man. If we're not ready to hear it, especially when we talk about accountability and shit. We just gonna tune you out real quick, man. There's the link, man. If anybody want to come up, like I said, today is no monologues from me. We'll come up if you got anything you want to talk about. Just bring it up, man. Anything going on in your life, anything going on social media, you want to talk about, you want to plug your channel, type MINE, and Nightbot will plug your channel for you. DR Columbia, man. Yo, bro, like that song that I wrote, that I played in the beginning, that's real, man. Like, and maybe it's because maybe it's because that was like my first international trip. It's where I felt that release, that exhale. Maybe it's not actually the Philippines. Maybe if I would have went somewhere else um, first, I would have that same feeling for that particular place. But it was in the Philippines where I got that first, you know what I mean, that first exhale after 20 something years of um, putting everybody first. So it's a special place for me, even though like I know that I could go anywhere. I feel like now I could go anywhere and I'll be straight. Bruce in the back, let me bring you up, bro.
Hey, what's up, Blizz?
What's going on, man? But yeah, hold on. I feel like I could go anywhere, but the Philippines to me is just a special place, man. It's for me. It's got a piece of my heart already. Just 2 trips, and I think it's just because what I experienced while I was there. Now I went to the DR and I had a beautiful time in the DR. I had a wonderful time there, but I had already got that exhale in the Philippines, so it's like I don't know, man. So what's going on with you, Bruce?
Oh, not much, man. Just I'm getting ready, doing things. Be leaving soon.
For good. I heard this is it, man, for good. Now are you gonna come back like once a year, visit or
I mean, I mean, I was thinking about it coming back maybe once a year. But right now I want to stay for good. I came back, helped my dad do some projects here that needed to get done. He needed some help, so I came back and did that. Um, and I had to connect with my work, because I got to have work and stuff I got to do too, so I can keep earning money, every couple weeks.
yeah, that's what's up, man. But that's what you're supposed to do, man. You're supposed to still be there for your family. Your dad needed your help. That's that's what's up.
Yeah.
TJ says you weren't talking crazy for you. Laugh my ass off. Uh, I can't see that on. I can't see that symbol on StreamYard, but he says ends. I think would rather engage in a 20v1 surrounded before accepting that. Yeah, accountability is the most powerful ability, yet remains low in availability. Ah, feel you, bro. Says Ray MC McGunner. Ray McGunner. That's your new name now, Ray McGunner. Uh, and TJ says the PH. I feel you. It's tough to get over the country that pops your proverbial cherry. That said, after hitting Thailand a lot early on, I wish I diversified with some of those spots were low key. Yeah, I feel you, man. And then Q says, I like that the Philippines isn't a trashy culture, unlike some country who promotes trash music that influence the culture. Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely, man.
I feel the same way. But, I love the Philippines too, man. It's a good place, great people, lots of beautiful places to see.
Yeah. Thomas Marshall's in the building. What's up, Thomas? How you doing, man? Yeah, and it's what you make it. Also, it's what you make it. Because we could go anywhere and have a horrible time, but what are you going there for?
Right.
What's your goals? What are you aiming to achieve? You know, and like I said, I know people say, "Oh, you want to be the exception," when we say that it wasn't just for women or whatever like that. But so that's always gonna. I think as a man, that's always gonna be a part of it, bro. I can't
Yeah.
say it's not. It's always gonna be a part of it, man. No matter, like I said, no matter if I'm going right up the street to the grocery store, if I see a woman that I want to talk to, I wasn't going for her, but I saw her. But it is what it is, man. To each his own, man. Is follow your
Mm.
dreams, follow your path, man. Don't let nobody shame you. You know, there's always going to be people out there who are going to try to shame you no matter what. You know what I mean? No matter what, man. And Q is letting his point of view be known. He said, we traveling for the women. Stop trying to disguise it. I think that's projection, though. Is that some projection? Yeah, it is, Q. And you got to be honest about that. You got to be honest about that, bro. Don't project your view onto every other man in the world, you know? And
not everybody, right? And
but it's
you can't
okay.
put
It's nothing
everybody in
wrong
the
with it.
category.
Like I was listening to Calvin earlier. He's like, "Oh, you can't approach women and no shade to him. You can't approach women in real life, but people do it every day. You know, people do it every day, man. It may not be the majority, but people do it, and that's my thing, and that's kind of how I want to be. It's like just because I don't do it, just because I don't want to do it, and I may not agree with it, doesn't mean you can't do it or you don't do it. You know what I mean? There's more people that aren't NFL superstars than there are NFL superstars. Are we out here saying nobody can run a 4.2? Because I can't. I know it's not a good analogy, but it's like that's the world we live in, especially on social media. If I don't do it and I don't want to do it, you don't do it and you can't do it.
Hmm.
You know? But that's just life. We're all on different paths, and it's okay. We're all at different points in my life. If I was traveling at 30, 35, you damn right. You damn right. I'll be knocking everything down in my path. Everything. Because I was doing it over here. You know what I'm saying? So but we live life and we grow. And things become different things become priorities, man.
Yeah.
TJ says, I wish I had gotten in a lot more Bali and before it became a shit show. Kind of wish I had gotten in more Cambodia when it was a bit less douchey. Glad I got in a lot of Colombia before it became, yeah, yeah. Like for me, it's like I have no desire to go to Colombia. No desire. You know, maybe if but all it takes for me is to see a different side, for somebody to show me a different side of it. You know what I mean? And that's what I need to see, man. I need to see the different sides, things that piques my curiosity. It's not the women, Q. It's not the women. Anywhere you go on this earth, there are beautiful women, bro. Why can't
Yeah.
y'all understand that? Anywhere in the world you go, there's going to be beautiful women. The Philippines doesn't have an advantage in that. To me, they're just women, bro. You went there, you found the love of your life. I support you and I salute you for that, man. Doesn't mean that I'm gonna go there and get the same result or I have the same motivations, man. But for some people, we can't have this conversation because they won't admit that we're different. And that's the problem. That's why there's a problem with the passport bro movement. That's where there's a problem with, men traveling because we do it ourselves too. We lump ourselves into we lump ourselves in there. So when people are looking down and talking shit on the passport bros, it's because we won't separate ourselves. We won't define it. We let them
So
define
what
it.
was the reason? What's your reason? Then what was your reason? I'm just bringing the
Me,
question up. What was your reason to go?
bro, I went through so much in my life. I was depressed. I wasn't heartbroken. I was depressed. Like losing my best friend and my kid's mother within 3 months of each other. Like I was low, but I couldn't let on to that. Like I still had kids to support. They lost their mother. That's real, bro. That's not a
No,
heartbreak.
I'm just.
That's real,
It's
man.
just. Yeah,
Like
I mean, and I
some of us,
understand that.
and but this is the thing, bro. When we talk about men's issues, we say, oh, nobody listens. Oh, we don't have outlets. Oh, we're stressed. Men are committing suicide. Men are doing this. It's so bad for men. But then the only outlet to that is pussy. Is traveling for pussy. Like I can't be depressed. I can't be on the edge. I can't be stressed out. I can't need to get away.
Well,
There's no other outlet.
okay, I didn't go. I didn't just go over there just because like I had somebody to meet and that I wanted to get to know, right? And then eventually we fell in love and I got married to. I went over there because I had friends over there I wanted to meet. I wanted to just go travel and get out. Listen, I worked like every single day, man. And even on Sundays, man, 10 to 14 hours a day. Man, all I would do was go there, go home. I'd be tired. I'd cook and sleep. That's it. So like I get the depressed stuff. I get you had a friend, I understand that. All right. My friend, a friend of my dad's and mine killed himself on 4th of July. I got so up in because of friends of mine that were just dying left and right, then family dying left and right. I finally just decided, you know what? I just want to go. And I left. And it was because of Judith, obviously. But I wanted to just go there and I wanted to meet my friends that I've been talking to for years. I wanted to just go enjoy the beach. I just wanted to go eat some good food. All right. It wasn't about going there to go get pussy, go there and bang chicks left and right. All right. Knocking chicks up, whatever. All right. That wasn't even my thought. My friend was just to go there because of friends. I got lucky, obviously, but again, I understand where you're coming from. I was just asking why you wanted to go, because since Q brought that up, I was just asking.
Yeah, no, what that wasn't my response wasn't directed at you. It's this whole argument, and then that's why I just feel like that's why we get lumped into all in together. That's why we get simplified. That's why it doesn't matter. A man traveling for business is still going to be lumped into this, and it's
Yeah,
like
no,
we do it to ourselves too. We do it to
right.
ourselves, man. And it's sad, but it is what it is, man. He says, TJ says, you're always going to do what you want to do, but consider splitting some of your PH time with one of the many beautiful destinations within the 2-4 hour flights from. Yeah, that's good advice, man. That's good advice. Break it up some. Maybe do a week in the Philippines and a week somewhere else over there. That's good advice, bro. Who here travels for the infrastructure? I don't give a damn about no infrastructure. I don't care about the infrastructure though, bro. But I do care about, enjoying myself, no matter what that is. And that's it is what it is, man. What time is in the building? What up, bro? He says, what time is it, Blizzard? Just got an email from a young lady from the Philippines entering a beauty pageant. She got a perfume I recommended. She was excited about that. She was on my live stream. Oh, word. Salute to her, man. Salute to her, man. He had a whole family in there supporting him, bro. On what time? So if y'all didn't catch his live, go watch the replay, man. Go check this brother out. What time is his travel time for sins? When your next live, bro. Thomas says you can definitely meet women on the street, but you have to be comfortable talking to random people. And a lot of us aren't. So we think that nobody can do it. You know what I mean? Q says, can everyone win the lottery? Sure, it can happen, but the chances are not in your favor. Everybody want to be exception when in reality, we are the same for the most part. Yeah, but we different. We're all the same, but we're different. We all have the same basic wants, basic needs.
It's not hard, man, to talk to people out on the street in the Philippines. It's a lot different than it is here in the U.S. You can still go up to people and talk, but people will talk to you. Women will talk to you. But you can literally go up to anybody in the Philippines and they'll talk to you.
But, TJ says you're 3.5 hours from here. If you're already in Manila, brother, I got a guest bedroom for you or some hotel discounts if you need space to do your this. Yeah, salute, man. Salute, TJ, man. I appreciate that, and I'll probably take you up on that, man. Honestly, man. I'll hit you up and I'll let you know when it's getting close, and when I finalize those plans, I'll definitely hit you up, bro. What time says facts? Blizzard at 58-year old, travel to 10 countries and states, beautiful women everywhere. Yeah, but some people think like that. I don't know. Just because they're doing something, it's the best thing for them. That it's the only thing, and it's not. You know, most of the guys here went through something bad, made them bolt from the greatest country in the world. That-
What's up,
Yo,
Thomas?
honestly, man.
Salute, Thomas.
Honestly, man. I'll hear the friends part out, but I refuse to believe anyone went for the food. Nah, I don't know. I didn't go for the food, man. That's a bold claim. Yeah. Ray says it's hard for some people to accept that pussy is not the only thing in the world that can bring men happiness. Yo, yeah, bro. Like I discovered pussy at a very young age, too fucking young. You know what I mean? Too young. You know. So for some of us traveling, like not to try to be, toot my own horn, but I'm gonna get sex here in America. It's no, I don't have a problem with that, and I'm not saying I'm some, Casanova or anything like that. But I get it
Oh,
here,
come on, Casanova.
But it's not hard to get it here. That's the problem. It's not hard. Um, it's not hard to meet people here either if you're a nice person, you know.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that that's gonna be me no matter where I go. No matter where I go, man. I went to the Philippines. I met people. I made friends that I still have. I went to the DR. I met people. It's just because it's me. You know what I mean? I'm not an asshole. So I don't want to. I don't want to stand out. And I think people could recognize that. Like I don't think I'm above anybody, but some people travel in a way where they think they're above people. You know, and
Yeah.
they want to stand out, and they want to be the tourist that gets the attention and gets catered to. And I don't think you're gonna make real friends that way, or people that you're really gonna, stay in contact with after you leave. You know, what time says facts, Blizzards, man, we go to find a hobby, losing my aunt, and two weeks after that, lost my mom, and 3 weeks after that, my brother-in-law. Tuesday got to put my dog to sleep. Man, damn, man, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. That's a lot, man. TJ says, yeah, you don't care about infrastructure until the wind blows a bit too hard and you have to end the live stream 12 minutes. Yeah, salute.
What's up, Top?
Oh, man. Unfiltered Black Q says, why not go to Mexico? Why travel so far just to escape? What does the PH offer that America doesn't? It offered me that exhale. And the truth of the matter is, like, I really, and I was going to talk about this anyway. So I really, if I didn't take a job that I really didn't want to take, because when I was working third shift, like I didn't want to take that job. I took that job so I could coach during the day, and then at night I work at night. Without taking that job, I wouldn't have been introduced to YouTube because before that, I had a YouTube channel and I uploaded like 2 videos of my kids. My daughter played basketball. She was amazing. She was all state, went to college. My son would play football. He was amazing. He was all state. He went to college. You know what I mean? On the scholarship. I uploaded 2 like highlight videos on that channel. That's it. And then I would clip workout videos to share to my position groups. Um, so YouTube, when I was working first shift and I was doing all that stuff, really I didn't watch YouTube. But when I started working third shift, like I'm alone, I'm in this building by myself. I'm working third shift all by myself. I started watching YouTube. It just happened that it coincided with, like I said, my best friend dying, my kid's mother dying, and like not being able to show a crack in the armor, like we talk about. I'm holding everybody else up, but inside I'm fucking like mush, like putty. You know what I mean? Like for real. Like I still don't think I've grieved. You know what I mean? And I
Hey,
started
Adam.
watching I started watching all this stuff. I started watching the red pill. I started watching all this bullshit. The red pill really never stuck with me. I didn't get like the anger and the bitterness. I didn't understand. I understood it, but it didn't speak to me inside. You know what I mean? I couldn't relate to all of it because it wasn't my experience. Um, I started I think the first blogger I seen in the Philippines, because it just pops up in your algorithm when you're watching that stuff. The first Philippine vlogger I seen was Old Dog, and I listened to
Mm.
him.
Yeah.
You know, I was at this point in my life where I felt like I never lived my life for myself. I've talked about this. I never lived my life for myself. My adult life has been all
Hmm.
about my family, all about my kids. So I felt that part of it. You know what I mean? And the first expats I watched was in the Philippines. So, and I kind of was like, yo, they looks like they're living a good life over there. You know what I mean? But even Old Dog, I kind of felt where he was coming from. He has an amazing channel. I love the guy. I watch his shit. Um, Mike's Philippine Retirement. I watched him
Yeah.
second,
Yeah. Me
and then
too. Yeah.
Calvin, and then Calvin
Cal.
was the
Calvin.
third
Yeah.
one I watched. Cal, the way he spoke, I got him. His story, I got him. Where he came from, you know, his accent, he sounds like my uncle. He sounds just like my uncle. The way he talks, the things he says, his humor, his passion that people sometimes think is anger. It's not anger, it's passion. I He spoke right to me, bro. Right? Then I started listening to his story. He was an alcoholic. He was a drug addict. He overcame that. He became successful. Like he was down and he got his shit together and rose up. That spoke to me. And he was in the Philippines talking about how
Yeah.
good it was, how good life was over there. Not easy, not selling a dream, not just come over here, everything's going to be perfect. That spoke to me more than the people saying selling the dreams. That's why I went to the Philippines. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe, but that's why. I wanted to see it for myself, and I did. I didn't sit here and watch videos for 4 or 5 years. I booked a flight and I got on a plane and I went to see it myself. And while I was there, yes, I met women. Because I'm gonna do that anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that
Yeah.
anywhere I go. Anywhere I go. Shit, I'm going.
Sure, you met lots of people, lots of women, lots of people.
There's a what do you call it? The Panda Fest is coming up in Connecticut. I never heard of Panda Fest before, but
Panda
it's
Fest.
yeah, I
Hell
never
yeah.
heard of it. Supposedly it's big. There's two kids I work. I can't call them kids because they're grown men. Two younger men I work with. One's from Brazil, and one's from Dominican Republic. And they were telling me about it. You know, they were like, "Oh, you going to Panda Fest?" I was like, "Y'all going?" Yeah, yeah. I said, "Yo, I'll go with y'all." You know, they want me to go with them. So I'm gonna go, but I never heard of it before. But it's a big Asian like open air food festival. It's gonna be in Hartford on the 27th. So I'm going to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they have them in Toronto, man, all the time too. About this time of
Yeah,
year,
yeah,
same time. They got all that, all everything that you want, man. Everything you get that you can get there, get right there. And I was just thinking about that. My friend Jeff up in Toronto.
yeah. That's gonna be my first IRL stream. It's gonna be
Cool.
my first IRL stream. Yeah, so that's what's up, man. Let me read. Let me get through some of these. PH Sprat Prepper. Salute, bro. It's good to see you in here, man. Good to see you in here, brother. He was in an icy stream earlier. He says, We moved to the Philippines since wife is a Filipina, mainly so I could retire early and become debt free. Salute. Salute, man. I appreciate that, man. He says I'll keep it real. Some dudes out here traveling to get away from some coochie. So, tell us why do you like about the PH if it's not the women? Because the food is trash. Weather is always hot. Healthcare non-existence, man. I don't know, bro. Maybe the things that I had in that little video, man, that I had at the beginning of this. I got a lot more videos like that. The first time I went to the Philippines, I was alone, bro. For the most part, almost the entire trip, I was by myself, bro. And the girl that I started talking to after that, I met her like 3 days before I left. You know what I mean? So I never had a problem. But I never lived in the Philippines either, and that's the difference. I went there on vacation. I've never lived there. So I can't tell you about the healthcare, you know what I mean? Hot weather on a vacation is not a bad thing. So like I never claimed to be an expert on the Philippines. I say that too. You know what I mean? Thomas says I never had a problem finding a woman. Maybe they weren't the right one, but I still got my share. Me too. And I feel like maybe it's not always the women because I know I've had problems with myself, and I'm still working on myself trying to become a better man. So it's not all on the women, bro. It's on us as humans. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna sit here and act like, oh, I was perfect my whole life, and every relationship I was in was the women's fault. Because a lot of men are saying that. A lot of men feel that way, or they say it out loud. What Time says it's not hard to find women in America. Just have your pockets right. Women not dating broke men. Some of them are, but then you get what you water seeks its own level, and that's important to remember. Water seeks its own level.
Yeah, I seen Richie Mack, man. He was in Miami.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was on a boat, man. All these women and all these dudes, man. They were all just
they be doing it big, man. They be doing it, bro.
He does, yeah.
They be doing it big.
You're right. He does do it big, yeah. It was cool.
I'm subscribed to him. I'm a member of his channel. Honestly, it's really not my cup of tea, but it is what it is. I salute him. I support him because he's generally like just a good dude.
For years.
Good dude, he's not negative. You know what I mean?
No, he's a good dude.
Yeah. Expat living overseas. The infrastructure just needs to be good enough to support a lifestyle. Nothing spectacular since I have simple needs. Yeah, salute Adam. He says, what up? Bruce, Mexico real nice. I just love Filipino women. That's why I go overseas. Salute, man. There ain't nothing wrong with that, man. And that's the problem. That's the problem. But at least you admit why you go, I guess. But if you go for any other reason, nobody's gonna believe you anyway. Nobody's gonna believe you anyway, bro. Because we're all lumped together.
Hey, Thomas.
Some men going over there. Some men going over there don't even like women. Like,
yeah, that's true. Yeah, Thomas. I've been cutting my own hair, man, for years, man. I don't go pay for the barber, man, no more. So.
He pushed his. Oh, word. That's what's up, man. We have to keep it 100, bro. Calvin push his live stream back to tomorrow. Salute Uncle Calvin, man. Uncle Calvin, brother Cal. Thomas says, my first experience with videos in the Philippines was P, but Calvin was the one I stuck with. I don't know, man. It's not that I don't love women just as much as y'all. I just don't put them on this big ass pedestal like y'all do. I don't put them on this big ass pedestal
man,
like y'all.
Put your link in the chat. Press mine. Hit the MINE. See, because I'll follow your channel, man. I'm not sure if I followed you or not.
Yeah, definitely subscribe to him, man. Yeah, what time?
Anybody I haven't subscribed to, I'll subscribe to you.
Yeah, put MINE. And if y'all just want to hit the link, come up. tell us about your channel and then hop back off. I don't care, man. Like, I don't care, but don't be shy here. Don't be shy here, man. He said his first experience was with P, but Calvin was the one I stuck with. Yeah, I never got into Filipina P.
Yeah, I didn't. I watched her for a little bit. I didn't really get into too much of it after a while. I've seen a lot of those guys. Brett actually is the one that introduced me. Brett is wanted to introduce me all the Philippine people that he knew. So that's where I ended up meeting a lot of the people. Is from him because he knows a bunch of them. So that's how I got in.
Philippines expat purposes for sure. It can be easy, but you have to really plan, save up, live simple before you go, and be careful with the ladies. Yeah, and I think maybe that's it because we know that a lot of people are out here saying how easy it is. I don't buy it. I never buy anybody that says, "Oh, this is just so easy. This is so simple." I never buy that shit. Maybe just it's because experiences I had in my life. But a lot of men buy that hook line. They buy it. Oh, it's easy over there. Women are gonna fall at your feet, and all you got to do is show up and get off the plane. Because I always remember the guy Calvin talks about, the Canadian guy who arrived, got off the plane, and thought that it was just gonna be women, and he was he was upset, because women weren't like groveling for him,
Yeah,
like
but
some people
that's
buy
the thing is, at least as far as I know, man, there's been a lot of guys that thought that, and then they get there and they're like, "Where's the women? Like, why aren't they here on my knee?" Like it don't work that way, man.
Q says, "Man, you better than me. If it's not a special event or a family death, if women not involved, I ain't going. Traveling 8,000 for sightseeing, yeah, right. LOL. I don't know, man. That's you, man. And I'm not saying, and that's the problem. Is like I'm not saying anything is wrong with it. I'm not. Man.
I mean, just be honest about it. If that's what you're traveling there for was just women, then just say that's what you're doing. But not everybody's going to the Philippines or other countries just to go, for women. There's a million other things to do besides just, you can meet a woman anytime.
Yeah. He says you're missing out on a lot of the world then, and that's kind of sad. Yeah, going to other countries broadens your mind. America is great, but learning about other cultures is especially since we don't learn a lot about other places here in America, especially through our education system. We don't learn about the world, really. We got world history. We learn about the same shit. You know what I mean? The Europe.
I mean, I enjoyed when I was over there in the Philippines, man. People telling me about it, history, different things, man. Just people's everyday life, what they do, you could see it. But just learning new things, man. Going places, asking questions, man.
Yeah. I think there's a stark difference. Because like I said, man, the first time I was primarily by myself. It was harder because obviously it was my first time. I didn't really know how to get around, how to move, and all that. But it was enjoyable because I just did what I wanted to do, and I didn't have to worry about anybody else. I wanted to go here, I went. If I wanted to go there, I went. I just moved around how I wanted to move around. My second trip was actually with somebody, and I was with her the whole time. You know what I mean? So it was different. It was easier to move around because she knew where we were going. She knew the car she knew how to move, obviously. But it was also just different in a way where, all right, now it's not just me. I can't just get up and go. I can't just get up and go on a fucking 4-hour walk like I was doing before. You know what I mean? Because that's the type of shit I like to do. You know,
I
we
mean,
hiked, we hiked to the
before,
waterfall, and we hiked up to this big ass waterfall, and you know, I'm worried about her. Like when it's me, I'm just out. I just get up and I go. So it's kind of different, but both were enjoyable. And the second one kind of went a lot smoother, but it was just different.
so okay. So the first time you went, where you went? Okay, so you went by yourself. So where did you go to, and where did you go to the second time?
The first time I went, I landed in Moncton, went to Cebu. I went up in the mountains, um, Temple of Leia, Cyril Garden, because that's the one thing I wanted to see. Honestly, was Cyril Garden, and I went and seen that like at the beginning. Then I went down to the near the water in Cebu City because I wanted to go to the museum. Wanted to go to the museum, and I also wanted to go to La Luce because Cal had recommended that. So I was like, if I'm going to be moving around, I'll move down to like Cebu Business Park. 'Cause at first I was up there near IT Park. It's not that far, but when you're moving around Cebu City, you know, it takes time to get places. So I went on
Yeah.
a big ass walk down there, and you know what I mean. Honestly, the museum I wanted to go to was closed when I got there, and I walked there. Man, it took me like an hour to walk there. Um, uh, and when I got online, it said open, but when I got there, it was closed. I was pissed, but it was what it was. But after that, like I said, I enjoyed myself. I met a woman there. I went on a date. I took her on a date. We had a good time. Like I met her there in person. Um, we had a good time. It was what it was. Then I went down to Alona Beach for like 3 days. Enjoyed my time down there. Um, it was good. I think the night before I left, I met somebody. Like I said, I told that story before. Key was trying to clown me, but it is what it was. Um,
Right.
then I went up to Manila. Then I went up to Manila for my last 3 days. And when I was in Manila, um, that's where I met the girl that I you know, ended up dealing with her for a while.
Yeah, we had to go up to shoot, what was it? Yeah, we had to go up to Manila, up to the embassy. So during the COVID lockdown, you could go to a lawyer, right? If you're getting married, you could get the affidavit, pay 500 pesos. They draw it all up. You sign it, she signs it, and they sign it, right? So uh, the first time we went and got it, and we went uh, into the in Papanga where we were at, and we went to there into their center to go do all the paperwork with the people in the town, and we got there, and the lady goes, "No, like these are no longer anymore, these affidavits." So you go you go and get the same thing at the embassy, and you have to pay. I think it was like $60, so you pay a little more, But yeah, literally the same paperwork that they do that you paid for, and we were told to go to a lawyer. Did all the research. We were told these affidavits that you sign and stuff and swear to that they were legal, and they weren't. So we ended up having to go all the way to Manila embassy, do all that, and then it got done. So yeah, it was a long process. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Q says y'all might want to go get your T level. You always talk about T levels. Because I love
T
women.
levels.
Yeah, that's what I said. You don't love women any more than I do. You don't have more experience with women than I have, Q. I could guarantee you that. But they're not the number one thing in my life. To some men, they are. Women are not number one in my life. I am. I've done that before. I've put a woman before myself. I put my family before myself. I've done it, bro. I've done it.
Mhm.
You know, and maybe that's why some of us are the way we are. Doesn't mean we hate women or we don't love women. We just don't put them above everything else in our lives. And it might be an important lesson for you to learn if you would stop pushing back so hard. You know what I mean? Just because somebody doesn't put a woman as the number one priority in their life does not mean that they don't like women or they don't like women just as much as you. You know,
I mean, but yeah, I understand where he's coming from because, I mean, geez, that's all you would hear. Like, at least when I heard it first, being out in the community, you know, guys were just going for women and stuff. And then obviously you had your other ones too. Literally guys that just, that were retired and they were living good, they weren't living perfect, obviously, but they were living good, affordable, you know, but again, you would hear more stories about guys just wanting to go over there for that. Like, I get where he comes from, but obviously that's just not true. Like, women are not just the first things that every single one of us want to just go over there for. I wanted to meet my friends, see people in real life, not sitting here on the telephone or on the laptop or something, computer, just day in and day out all the time.
but it's also like, you think that could change the way Filipinas look at us, like we're easy or we're simple, because all we want is women and pussy. Like, that's what that's what they think about us, man. That's why there's so many channels popping up where they just sit there, not any substance, not any nothing. They don't offer anything, and guys are sending them, making them rich through super chats for nothing, bro. They don't offer any advice. They don't offer any guidance on the Philippines. They just sit there and look sexy, and guys are. But it's like, that's why you guys are talking about scammers and all this shit, because you're fall for it. You put a woman above anything. You put a woman above your own safety. You'll put a woman above your interests. You'll do it, and then when it goes wrong, you'll be up here crying about scammers and about how the Filipinas are this and that. But you did it yourself because you put that above everything else. And that's why I'm so harsh when I talk about men, because we don't want to accept that part. We put them up there. We put them as our number one priority. And then when things go wrong, we're the ones crying.
But that's the mentality. It's only about women and getting laid. That's it. It's not literally. It's more than just about a woman. Like, people can travel. Men can travel without just going. It don't matter where you go. Like Blizzard said, don't matter where you go. There's women. There's beautiful women here in America. There's beautiful women in Philippines and Thailand. Any country in the world that has got beautiful women. Just because you chose to do that, like, that's your choice. All right. That is part of the reason why I went. Mine was obviously to go. I wanted to get out and get from all the work that I've done. All right. I wanted to meet my friends. I wanted to just relax, man. It wasn't about thinking about just going and meeting women. That was not the first thing when I got off the plane was on my mind, was go meet women. Obviously, I ended up meeting my wife, but
That's the question.
That's part of it.
It's part of it. It absolutely is, man.
People got to start being honest, man. It's like, it's just like what the news says. The news can tell you that we have the greatest economy in the world. Do you believe that?
But I think
No.
Q kind of like leaves some cracks open to see his real thoughts, because he doesn't only talk about women. Even here, he said, "Oh, the culture." He talked about the culture. He said he loves the Philippine culture, but maybe that's number 2 for him. But it's on the list. You didn't go for the culture, but it's on the list, man. Thomas asked, "Did you stick with the same female when you were here?" Because when my first trip, I didn't have a female. I didn't get off the plane already like in touch with somebody or anything like that. I didn't have a female on my first trip. So I moved around. I did whatever I wanted to do. I met a woman in Cebu, like I said, Cebu City, face to face. I met her in the coffee shop. Hollered at her, got a number, took her out on a date. Like, that's not. Some guys will say, "Oh, you can't do that," or "You think you're this." People will talk down on that too, because they don't want to do it. You know what I mean? So it is what it is.
There's a lot of people out there, man, that are just traveling, man. It's not just, again, like some of these people that Blizzard, mentioned. I know all these people that he's mentioned. Like, like you guys, I'm sure you all know them too. But a lot of these people, years back when I started coming out here, all you would hear from people is that talking point. And it's just like, now it's just like, it's pointless, because that was going to be like me saying every single person that's here, of one race is only going over, white old men are only going over here, right? That's just fucking nonsense, man. You can't just say all these people are going just to go get pussy. All right. People travel because they want to learn culture. They want new food. They want to be able to see things in their life before they die. I mean, I would hope that people, any one of us, men or women here, would want to go travel out and do more. It's just like the Filipino, like Thomas said. Okay. Why do you think they want a foreigner? Because they know that we have a little bit of money. They want a better life. Who wouldn't want a better life? It's simple. You can't judge everybody to want, because men, right, Blizzard? We can't judge. I can't judge and say Blizzard went over there. I would be wrong. Blizzard went over there just to go fuck girls. You know what? Then that just sounds stupid out of me.
You don't know Blizz. A lot of people don't.
But I've been hearing this for years.
They don't want to know. They don't want to
irritate.
They don't want to know the real person. They don't want to know the real person. They want to see it through their lens, through their experience. And let me say what up to Russ. Russ, what up, bro? I want to say shout out to Russ and thank you, man. I've been using the Duolingo that you sent me, bro. I actually been using that, so I appreciate you, man. But it's like, we're so blinded, bro. Q should start another channel. You know what I mean? And it should be all about how American men are suckers and they only travel the world for women and pussy. And he should. That's it. He should market that to Filipinas, because that's what they're starting to think of us. So I don't want to be judged by Q's standards. I don't want to be judged by Q.
I don't either.
Just like I don't think, but it's just like I don't think every man that travels is a sex pat. I don't think every man that's ever been to the Philippines only goes to Angeles City. Like, come on, bro. We dumb ourselves down so much. We dumb ourselves down. We can't get mad when other people dumb ourselves down. We dumb ourselves down as men. We say we're so simple. And that this is all we want. And then when people treat us the way that we say we want to be treated and the things that we want, we get upset. Oh, nobody listens to me. Nobody takes me serious. Oh, they think that I'm so simple. I can't have a conversation with her. Well, you told her all you wanted was women sex. What do you expect people to think? You can't expect, but you can't, Blizzard, you can't expect, and I apologize for interrupting. You can't expect when you got people, it doesn't, I'm not even saying about Q, anybody that spats out stupid shit like that, like men are only going over for just to get laid. I'm sorry, man. You know what? If a dude that's ugly can't get laid, I guarantee you some money can get him laid. All right. We live here in America. We can live here. I could live right here. This is my house. All right. I could go get laid if I couldn't go out, but I'm nice to people. But that isn't the reason I want to go. I want to go because it's affordable over there. Because I have a good wife. I have a good family. I've got some good friends that are over there. All right. I didn't go to Angeles City. I didn't go pick up girls over there. I went and enjoyed myself. You know what? Even before I even met my wife and stuff. Literally, she had to go back to work. She just took me to the place so I could get there to my hotel. Literally, she had to go back to work until we went and got married. I knew, because I'd been there a few times. I knew the few places that I could go to from my hotel.
That's it. But I didn't go up there to go and buy bar girls and go fuck them or go look for chicks, because that wasn't what I was there for. I met friends, you know. But when you are saying stupid shit like dudes are only going there, American dudes are only going there just to go fuck women 8,000 miles away, is stupid.
What time says, just like Cal video was about, I met them online. I was tired from jet lag. She literally was asking, can we?
Oh, you can't afford it. What do you mean you can't afford it?
Happened.
You? What do you mean I can't afford it? I can afford to live here. I can afford to go there.
That's the reason why he watched.
I mean, it's just stupid. It's just the stupid shit that comes out of your mouth, and you wonder why people say what they say about you, man. You really act like a fucking retard. I'm sorry, but you know, you really do. You say the dumbest, stupidest shit, but when you're on your live, you're totally fucking different. Literally. Go make a channel like Blizzard man, talking about women that dudes from America are just going over to just to fuck, man. Just like, see how maybe you can make a few bucks. I don't know. You just sound fucking ridiculous, man. Really.
Thomas said, you say you sure don't, Q. You still wet behind the ears when you talk about women. Wet.
Talking about people can't afford shit.
I have created a life I'm happy with in Thailand. Now it's about maintenance. TJ says, I feel it. Can't take advice on priorities from someone doing worse than you. So don't make me pull the receipts. Any of my old chicks outweighs all your 3s and 4s that you put.
Just talking shit though. Like,
yeah, it's like, it's not. I'm not saying, and that's the that's where you're stuck at, Q. That's
Thomas,
where
man, because
he's at, bro. No, wait, let me say this. That's where you're stuck at. You're talking about ratings. I'm talking about experience, bro. Experience, man. Like I said, I have relationships that lasted longer than your whole adulthood, brother. You're 30 years old, bro. I had a 13-year relationship. You know what I mean? Like, it's experience.
Yeah, that's what I mean. 30 years old and you're in your 30s, man. You no wonder you're acting this way.
I'm not trying to take away from your experience. I'm not trying to take away from your experience, bro. It's your experience, though.
Listen. I apologize to you too. Listen, I shouldn't have said what I said, but you're sounding ridiculous, man. All right, I'm sorry what I called you, but dude, you really need to start thinking about what the fuck you say, really, man. Seriously, it just sounds so dumb, man. You should be lucky, man. Like, you're over there, right? This guy's over there in the Philippines acting like this. You know, behind his phone, this is how he acts. But you know, I mean, it's what it is. I don't mind Q. I think he's all right, but he just be saying some real stupid shit. Like,
he is all right, man. If you don't laugh it off, if you take it personally, it'll get to you. If you take it personally,
it's not personally. It's not personally. I'm just the guy should be happy that he can afford to go over there, because there's a lot of guys that, like I've said, there's people that want to be in the same place, man. What you're doing every day, Q, literally, you know. But I don't understand why you just come up with this. You know, men don't need to go fucking 8,000 miles to get pussy. Believe that.
He says, Expat says, I believe a man truly matures when he stops allowing the banana to control their actions. Yeah. He hasn't gotten to that point yet, but he will.
He will.
Thomas says, you don't know what I had or have, Q. You talk crazy sometimes, bro. Facts, bro. Somebody in here that pays for it. That's what's up, Blizz. I was talking about Blizz, Thomas. He said he banged more chicks than me. No, I didn't. I didn't say I banged more chicks. See? I didn't say I banged more chicks than you, bro. So I have more.
Hey, Q, how many times you said you're going to come on the channel? Why don't you come up here?
No, he came up last time.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Interesting in that I didn't see any Philippine laws until the firm 3-4 years after my first visit there. So I learned a lot of these tropes in reverse. Yeah. Preacher, bro. Hey, Blizz. Cool. Exactly. My first trip to the Philippines was to see a Filipino friend that I worked with until he retired. Thank you, brother Frank. Thank you. Maybe this is why men aren't progressing as a community. Maybe.
Yeah.
We're never gonna progress as a community if we keep chasing
Yeah.
behind women like a fucking puppy and then complaining when shit doesn't go our way.
Hi, Lily.
We've seen it happen so many times, bro. We've seen it happen so many times, bro. Men drop everything, travel to the other side of the world for a woman, and it doesn't work out. Now all of a sudden the woman's the scammer. Not that he's just stupid for doing that. You know, the woman's the scam. Oh, she scammed me. Oh, she scammed me for $100,000. No, you sent her $100,000.
Yeah, that's right. You chose to. Okay. Listen, anybody that gives, I don't care if you give that amount, if you give 1,000, I don't care if you give $5. Okay. If you get upset over that, forgiving somebody, you're the one that gave it to them. You made the choice to give it to them. All right. So the blame should be falling back on the person that sent it. Again, I help people. I regret some of the things, but it's my fault. I chose to send it. It's not their fault. I chose to give it to that person. So, you got to listen, be honest, man. Just quit judging other people, man.
Exactly. And like I said, just because I don't agree, I don't talk down on people just because I have different. I'm not even talking down on Q. I'm just disagreeing with him. Q knows he's welcome to come up here anytime. And I'm not going to bash him. I'm not going to call him names. I'm not going to do none of that. I just disagree with his point of view, and that's it. And that's okay. Expat Adam says, I mainly moved to Thailand because the lower cost of medical. Everything else I consider a blessing. Yeah, man.
That's right. Yeah.
And even be talking about ratings to be honest, but never mind. That's not a subject for now. I don't talk about rate. I don't usually just rate women off of their looks. That's a trap anyway. That's a trap. A lot of men fall for that trap too. Facts, I'm more attracted to affordability, stretch my dollar. However, there's another country that has my eyes, happens to be predominantly Muslim. Yes, salute, Hassan. Had enough time. Salute. Don't sprint over all at once. Yeah. Lilith Tate is in the building. Hey, Lilith, how you doing? Lilith is Frank's wife, guys. She has a channel, so go check her channel out, man. Go support her channel, man.
Yeah, follow the Tate channel.
Q reminds me of the chosen one guy that joined the panel. Nah, he ain't that bad. It's not a competition, Q. Get yours, don't judge. Yeah, we all got to get ours, man. What is Delulu? Net speak for delusional. Yeah, delusional. Salute. What time says facts? I just finished trying to get this chick out of my crib. I'm getting it in America. Like, yo, we all are, bro. We all are, man. Even dudes that ain't doing good could still get some. You know what I mean? There's some bums out here. Still, like I be seeing I be seeing this dude, and no, I ain't trying to be funny, but there's a dude that he pushes a cart around, picks up cans, digs in the garbage, picks out cans and stuff. Man, he doing bad, but he have his wife right with him. He is married, and they be looking happy as hell. So I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah,
you getting something, man.
No matter, man. See, even guy picking up trash out of the garbage, him and his wife, he's still doing good.
No lie, he be pushing that cart. He got so many cans in that thing, bro. They be bags hanging off the sides, the front.
Yeah, they know how to hustle and collect money. Believe it, cans or not, man, it all adds up.
And they just raised the price. Yo, he doubled his income because they went from 5 cents to 10 cents, just returning
Right.
5 or
So
10
you
cans.
double the
So
profit now.
hey, Oliver says every person has experienced every time they travel according to their personality. Yes. Yes, man.
Right.
You travel according to your personality and the person you are. If you're an asshole
Yeah.
and you don't work on yourself, you're an asshole, you're gonna be an asshole no matter where you go.
Right. It don't matter, right? That's right. If you can't fix yourself, man, you can't be fixing anybody else's problems. That's for sure. You know, you got to fix yourself. You
Yeah,
know,
he said he said kind of
that's how I
reminds
used to be.
me of that
That's
show.
how I used to be, man. I literally changed, man, so much and think and thought about like the stuff I did, man. When I started losing my friends, man, off YouTube and stuff, started losing friends in real life. That's when the change came. Is like, you know what? What the hell am I doing here? Literally, I had to think about what I was doing and what I was affecting. I was affecting other people. I wasn't just affecting myself. I was affecting other people. So I changed that, you know. And my wife that I have literally has helped me so much. And then there's people out here, Blizzard, Icy, you know, everybody that I've known in the communities helped me in one way. I don't care what it is, your advice, anything, whatever it may be. It's your advice that helped me, you know, move on to say, okay, I'm going here now, you know, not listening to the negative people saying you're never going to go. Cause I heard all that for years. And then when I showed up, all those people were like, they didn't know what to say. You know, they didn't say anything. They ended up leaving away. But yeah, I mean, Blizzard's right. We gotta start doing better for us as men.
Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. It's ironic that the guys who ask no women gives the most advice on about women. Who don't have a woman? Who's giving
That's
advice?
right.
Who have I given any advice on women here?
No,
Not at all.
I don't even know
He
where
be
that came
wrong
up
as
from.
fuck, bro. He be wrong, loud and wrong, loud and
Yeah,
wrong.
I didn't. No, you didn't say anything tonight since I've been up here. I haven't heard you once, and you didn't stay, and you didn't do it when you started the stream. I
Sometimes
don't
you
know,
just gotta
man.
let people talk. Sometimes
I'm not even
that's why
gonna
it's important. Sometimes just let people go. Just let them go.
let
Let
him
them
say.
keep piping.
Let him talk,
Go.
man. That's it. There's certain things, man. You just let it go. Whatever. You know, being judgmental isn't good. I mean, I don't know what that's going to do. Like, literally, it's not going to do anybody no good. Listen, it ain't going to do me any good for what I said to, you know, what I just said to Q. It ain't making my life better. But you know what? I'll literally just, man, I was wrong for saying that. But literally, judging Thomas or anybody in this chat right here is not going to make your life better because you think that all of us men here, we're just going to the Philippines just to bang chicks because
Why does it
that's
trigger
definitely not why
people
I'm
though?
over there.
Like why does that trigger somebody? I didn't do what you did. Just saying that could trigger somebody, bro. And they go off on these. It's
You know
not
how
him,
I
dog.
knew
Put it in the
my wife
chat.
was a good Lily here.
She
Lily,
was
this woman Lily here, Frank's wife. Lily is the one that introduced me to my wife. You know how I know that she's that I have the best woman is because Lily is a great woman. That's how I know. She can cook. Lily can cook. You know, that's why Frank's happy. But literally, I knew in my heart that Lily, when I asked her for help, she literally helped me. That's what she does. She didn't have to, obviously, but that's what a good, kind person this lady is. This lady helped me with the most honest woman I've ever met in my life. And that's why I'm happy. That's one of my reasons of going over there. It isn't just about getting married and being with Judith. It was about being to meet my friends. That was my number one thing is to meet my friends. And then Judith was number one because we ended up getting married first before I met my friends. But that's fine.
Another says actually it is different to visit than to live in the country you stay in. Yeah, I said that earlier. Yeah, I agree. Like me, I travel for vacation. I haven't lived there. So like I said, that's why I
Yes,
don't.
right.
That's why if people ask me where I went, I'll say where I went. But as far as like
So I
giving
feel like
advice, I'm not qualified. I'm not qualified. XPH Philippines expat
expats
prepper
and
says 20 years married. I have zero advice about dating or women except maybe how to keep a good one. Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, Blizz, but yeah, it talks. Yeah, I keep my stuff like that. I keep that personal. That's personal. You know, like the girl I was dating, you're never gonna see her on the stream or anything like that. So that's just me.
I'll tell you, man.
If I get married, I'll then it'll be different. Like I'll stream the whole wedding. I don't give a fuck. But until then, my personal that part of my life, I share a lot of my life and a lot of my experiences, but my personal relationships, like they'll stay personal. I'm too busy enjoying my life to judge others. Good looking out, Lil. Yes. Yep.
Q's content. What does it say? TJ says Q's content is Chance the Rapper before the divorce, but in the Philippines. What the fuck? Oh my god. Damn.
Q is cool, bro. Q is cool, man. He's doing like the reaction videos and stuff. Like I'm not that type of person. Like just because I'm not agreeing with Q right now, I'm not gonna trash him. I'm not. That's not me, man.
No.
That's not me.
Nah, he's doing what he does, man. And that's the thing is, but I still going after people in the chat that just disagree with you, man. I mean, it's just we can agree to disagree, man, but it's not doing you any better because of what you believe. Obviously, none of us are, can't tell you how to think. That's what you believe in. They also believed in that.
We're not at war with each other. We're not at war with each other. We just disagree.
That's what it is. That's your beliefs.
I
think it's wrong.
I'm not gonna say we brothers, but like us as men who are here together, like we can disagree without hating each other, without it getting so out of hand.
That's fine if he believes that, and maybe that's if that's what he thinks, be honest about it. Anybody that just says, hey, you know what, I just want to go over to the Philippines just to be a sex pad or just go have sex with women, just meet women and whatever. Okay, be honest about it. But not every guy is like literally thinking that I'm going all the way over there just to, because they can do it right where they're at.
But that's why I could laugh. That's why I could laugh about it, because I've lived a real life. I got brothers. You know what I mean? Like I got big brothers. Right. So it's like I'm used to it, bro. I'm used to like the banter, the back. So
I'm gonna jump off, man. I'll be listening to your show, man. I'm gonna be going lay down, man. So
all right, no doubt, man. Thank you for coming up.
And Q again, man. Sorry, dude. I didn't mean to say what I said, man. But please think about what you
apologize once. That's it. You get it.
Think about what you say is all I can think, man.
DJ says, I love my wife. The Philippines is such a great place. I love everyone and everything here as Blocker. but then coming here and be like, oh, fuck, the food sucks, the infrastructure sucks. He's like, that's silly, bro. TJ. Elizabeth says, some men just want to enjoy the places that he wanted to visit. Some men are called sex pad. Their intention is just to bombarding the girl as much as he can. Yeah. Yeah, DC, what up? Oh, shit, Saturday night sesh. My Thai wife has been a blessing in my life. It must be his first time. I don't take it personal. Yeah, we all good, man. That shit, Bruce. Billy Times. Yeah, this is what times right here. Hey, Blizzard, this is what time. My phone left my other phone in the chip car. She talking about come over and get it. Go get it, bro. Oh man. I gotta get your email, man, because I couldn't, like, you said it, I heard it, I forgot it. Like, so I got to get your email again, man. Definitely. I was asking Cisco for it, but Cisco was like the same thing. Like he heard it, but he didn't hear it. Like the numbers, whatever the numbers were at the end. Yeah, I know you did. I agree with you. Yeah. TJ, TJ says, I feel like this is Q's version of a rage room. Laugh my ass out. He comes in here to scream and bring shit so he could go help grannies in need of a basketball course in the hood. Shit. Yeah, man. Q out there doing the community service in the Philippines, man. Like I did like that video where he killed the duck. But he looks like just a sweet guy, and like on Q's adventures, man. I think that's the real Q, man. I don't know who the real Q is. The Q, or maybe it's all in one. Q on Q's adventures, the unfiltered black abroad, and then the one in the chat. All together, it's all encompassed. It's all one. You know, I put in my link this week. All right, salute, salute. Thank you, man. Yo, go check out what time is it? Go check out his channel, man. For real. Frank says, I cannot lie. I do like that Asian Spanish flavor of the woman over here, man. And I think that's the draw for a lot of people, man. Um, hmm, like I dated an Asian woman. Well, I dated an Asian girl in my teens. I dated a white girl. I dated black. I dated Spanish. They're not. It's not exotic for me, man. I don't know if that makes sense. A lot of people will say, "Oh, the Filipinas this, the Filipina is this, and that," and like I'll say, like I said, I asked in Manny's um, live stream the other day, "What makes a Filipina any different than any other woman in the world? What makes a Filipina any different than any woman in the world?" Because to me, women are individuals just like we are. We have the same basic needs and wants, human needs and wants. You know what I mean? Human needs and wants. But shouldn't we treat people on an individual basis? You know what I mean? Like Bruce's wife is different from Bruce's wife is different from Q's wife. They're individuals. They're both Filipinas. They're individuals. If we can't see them like that, if we can't see them as individuals, then we're doing something wrong because we're prejudging, right? We're lumping them all into one category, which in my opinion is wrong. Deal with people on an individual basis. I'm actually happy for you, Q. Enjoy your life here, but give back also. Yeah. I'm happy for Q, bro. He doing his thing over there, man. Some of his takes I absolutely disagree with some of his takes. But the life he's living over there, it looks like he's doing the right thing, man, to be honest. You know what I mean? Some people are just like that. They talk crazy, but if you when you really look at their life, man, they're doing good things, man. 'Cause I know some people, man, they be like, "Oh man, I'll do this, I'll do that," but then be volunteering at the damn, you know what I mean? Down at the rec center and shit. Be handing out lunches and shit. That's Bruce. Come on, Bruce. You need a different flavor. I'm happy with Q too. He wants whoever he wants to be. tell you something. This upcoming young Filipinos are in no way the same as they were 20 years ago. Yeah. I, I if you say that, yeah, I kind of I don't know. I don't know them from 20 years ago, but I've heard that. That's what I meant to say. I've heard people saying that. And as they should be. The world's changing. Why can't they change too? Why can't they change too? Or do they have to be stuck in the old times and not evolve and advance with uh the modern world? I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I hear that a lot. It's almost like some men want to hold them back. It's, you know, they want to hold them back from advancing so they can gain an advantage. I'm just saying, like not everybody, of course, but I hear men to talk. They don't come out and say it, but if you listen, if you actually listen, to what they're saying at the level. TJ says, "Not gonna lie, I miss seeing white women with no concept of modesty back home. Wow, man, you have situational immodest women on vacation here. You get near the beaches, yeah. Just my time says facts, but I like Filipino women attitudes that have a shy way about them. Very feminine, brother. But not gonna run into sports bras and tags at the grocery store type beast. My wife, as an individual, she's a great woman. Yeah, we got a pretty healthy drip of sisters from throughout the diaspora here, but most Fs are the Western European. Q winning, Q winning. Respect to you, bro. He said they hate me because they hate me. uh, there isn't a perfect solution for your problems. Fix you first, and the rest will follow. Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. Hate you, Q. You think differently than I do, but I still respect you. Me too. Admin in the building. The beautiful, the wonderful, the lovely admin is in tacos. Is in the building. Got taco one, taco two in the building. Miss Wishy and admin is in the building, man. Good to see y'all here, man. To you, miss. I don't know what this means. Anybody want to translate? Admin, Wishy Burger, get on the stream so we can get a taco sampler. Yeah. Taco. I think I am gonna do that taco Tuesday, man. Taco Tuesday, man. Since they always talking about we having sausage parties and stuff, man. Adam says find different types of people all over the world. The key is finding the ones you vibe with. Yeah, man. Who says you like TJ was saying, I do need to broaden my horizons, man. I do need to go other places. There's so many other places. And I want to see all of it. I don't want to just get stuck. So I think that's why I want to travel, man. Like do little trips here, pick up the monotony. Mexico, I do want to go to Mexico. I do want to go to El Salvador. I do want to see all these little places. Um, but let me not say little places. I mean, it's like easier trips. Like it takes 4 hours, 8 hours instead of 20 hour fucking flight. But then when I take the longer vacations to go to Asia, that's where I want to, like Japan, Vietnam, Philippines, of course. You know, eventually Russia, Iraq, Afghanistan, North Korea. So, yeah. Q says, "No, yeah, it's all good. The mutual respect, I don't take anything personal. Yeah, we don't, man. I bless my to 100. Robert, man. Ryan Avery's in the building. He seen Adam come in. Jumped out the bushes real quick. I already tried to fix my glasses. Thomas, hope it will be fine. What's wrong? What happened to your glasses? Was she make a little shout out to TJ from Admin? I'll have a couple beers with you, Q, chop it up. Yeah, and you know what? And I hope the conversation be exactly the same as it is right here. You know what I'm saying? Like a real conversation, man. Not no animosity or fighting, just a good conversation that makes us think, stirs up a little bit of emotion. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with that, man. That's why it's called barbershop talk, man. We all can't be in here all agreeing all the time. Excuse my language. You know, everyone loves tacos. Yeah, man. I like your glasses. I was just joking. Yeah, I'm good. How are you? So many. See, here they go. So many sausages. Here, wishy. He says, "I'll like you might you see one day, Tommy." Russ says, "Blizzard, where would you like to go in Mexico?" I don't know. Yeah, I really haven't researched it, but um, I don't want to go to recent places. I know that maybe Mexico City. My favorite, my YouTube crush, man, Jasmine Giselle. That's where I started. I started watching her channel. That's my YouTube crush. If anybody, and they asked me before, I think they thought I was gonna say like a Filipina, like, but a channel, but then Jasmine Giselle. They said, "Who's just YouTube crush?" Jasmine Giselle. Straight up. Right, I'm good. I'm done doing my laundry. So it's 1:17 PM in the Salute to y'all, man. Laundry day app. Trust me, we're gonna switch up. I think more people should adapt my mentality. I know they shouldn't. People should just be who they are. I'll accept you for who you are, man, and you accept me for who I am. We have some things, we have some things in common, and some we won't, and that's just it. Cleaning my room. Anybody been to European countries? I don't know. Yeah, stream to clean it, but in the maid outfit, instant road to 10K subs. You don't got to do nothing. You don't have to talk. You don't have to offer any advice or nothing. That's but that's the easy way. And I like the way Icy does it, man. Icy should have way more subscribers. But she talks about serious things. Talks about mental health. She talks about other things working out. It's just not popular. It's just not popular. Icy should be way bigger than she is. And then, like, I was like, somebody was, I think, Les had came into her live stream and was like, "We gotta get you back." And I'm like, "Yo, you need Tuna to come to Icy to blow her up, man. Real, she deserves it, man. The amount of support that that woman has given to me, and I want to be clear. There's nothing. Me and Icy are just friends. Like, we could still be, um, a man and a woman could just be. Friends. I don't know why people always gotta try to look deeper into something, man. But the amount of support that she has given me is I never expected that. The scenes, the phone calls, the texts, the messages. I know she does it to other people. I don't feel special in that aspect. But it's just like, you know what I mean? I'll be like, where did she get the time? You know what I mean? 'Cause I know she's a busy. Where does she get the time to support like she does, man? It's crazy, but it's amazing. And I do appreciate it. I really do. It means a lot. Expat Prepper. Oh, Thomas says he was in Germany. Expat Prepper says he spent months in Germany. He loved it. Jay Charles in the building. What up? Just talking about Richie Mack now. Uh, Bruce was saying he seen him in Miami on the yacht or something. So salute to Richie Mack. Salute to that brother, man. positive channel, positive energy off that shit all the time, man. So what's that juicy skip? What's your name, darling? Doesn't matter. Sign here. You already won. You already won. Yeah. Make a little shout out to Jay Shaw. Germany is crazy with drugs and Frankfurt. That used to be my playground when I was there. Have you been to Hong Kong? Nah, only on the layover. Only on the layover. Man, when you gonna upload that vlog about the DR West if you really travel for sightseeing? Alright, I'm still working on it, and what I'm doing with the DR vlog is I was gonna do it day 1, day 2, day I'm not gonna do that no more. Put it all together and do the highlights of the places I seen, the places I went. That's it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'll just do it like that because it's taking too long, man. And I'll be honest, I'm not giving it as much time as I normally would because I'm enjoying doing the music so much. Like, so I'm just gonna not gonna cut a lot out. You'll still see what I did, see where I went. I said it wasn't that trip was a vacation. It wasn't really made to vlog. I did record the places I it's probably be boring to somebody like you. You want to see it so much, it'll be boring because it's not filled with women. Mhm. Been to Iceland, Amsterdam, Scotland, Madrid, rode to Spain, Bermuda, Marshall. Yeah, even 20 years ago, it was a problem. Talking about Frankfurt. Past 2 stayovers in London, Frankfurt, short stay. I spent 3, 4 months in Istanbul. Yeah, not a me either. I'll probably get to Europe sometime in my life. This traveling journey at the bottom of the list, I could be honest. And I just feel it's because um, we not that we know everything about Europe, just heard so much about it, bro, over my lifetime. I want to go to the places where you don't hear about. So I do want to travel. I do want to travel the world. I do want to see more than just the Philippines. I am going to see more than just like I said, for me, the Philippines has that draw. It has a personal meaning to me. And I think it's just because it's where I first was when I got that exhale feeling that I talk about. Africans used to sell hash all over Frankfurt. I'll be watching Locked Up Abroad. When you say hash, that just made me think of that. Um, he said, Russell, I agree. I wouldn't want to live there. What time since I've been to England, some beautiful countries. Probably got to do hella edits because the women be in the clip. Nah. All right. I stayed in shape. I never said I don't deal with women when I travel. That's the crazy part, bro. You beating that dead horse. Stay in shape, running up and down the steps of the whole house. Miss Marshall, very good. Hatch and Jim. Ryan says, hello, Jay Shaw. Salute to Jay Shaw, man. Madrid, Gibraltar, and a bit more of Italy is still on the list for me. Not to be deeply, but why you don't have an old lady? It would be nice to explore. I was in a relationship, man. I just broke up with her recently. I don't really talk about it. First, I don't give relationship advice. I don't give relationship advice. So yeah, I just broke up with somebody recently, man. Talk about it in live stream. Um, but I've been in relationships my whole adult life, bro. I've been in a relationship, and the last relationship I was in with an American woman ended in, um, 2022, so or 2023, 2023. So, yeah, man, just is what it is, man. It's just not something I focus on, bro. It's not something I really put out there. Like, a lot of people, they put the relationship because it means so much to them, and I guess, I don't know, it's all they wanna talk about. Me, I like to talk about other stuff. Doesn't mean that's not important to me. It just means that, we know all that stuff. What can I tell you about a woman that you don't know? It's just recycled capital, you know? That's why I don't give relationship advice because I'm not you. I'm not in your shoes. I don't have the history you have the experiences that you have. Oh, yeah, bubble gum, black. He says, "I probably avoid Rome, Venice, and Naples for the time being. It's a shame. There's just too many people in the enemy." And I think they pushing back. I think they like pushing back on the tourists in some of these places. Like I've seen like the Canary Islands, um, other places in Spain. I think in Rome, maybe no, in Venice or something, where they're like really being rude to tourists now because they're mad driving like the prices of rent. Prices of commodities. Feel like you be Thailand, you gotta get your groove back. I'm good. I'm good, bro. I'm good, man. Not perfect. I got some improvements I need to do with my life and all that stuff, personal. But that other aspect, I'm good. Absolutely good. My company went to Spain, but I came back. A lot of pickpockets over in Europe. Yeah, I'll be seeing them little skits where I don't know where it's at. It's crazy though. They be like pickpocket on the on the train. They be catching the pickpockets on the train and stuff. They start blowing the whistle, but they so smooth with it, man. Like they'll just lean, brush up against you, dig up in your pocket. I'd be like, yo, I don't need you to fund me, bro. I'll fund me a trip. I don't need you to fund me. Bro. I'll take a trip. It's not money that's stopping me from traveling. Obviously, I lost my job. That's not the problem. I have a good job. It's time and responsibilities. You know, I don't know. Like, if you had kids in America, like I got kids here, I got grandkids here. Like, I seen the guy. Oh man, I seen the guy on. What you think, Q? What you think about that guy? Maybe you should do a reaction to that Calvin. Um, I was looking at that, and he was like, "Oh, the 5 kids and his wife voted him off the island." You know what I'm talking about? That interview. But for me, um, I was like, "Damn, how could you just?" Even if my kids didn't want nothing to do with me, I don't know if I could just up and just move half the world, man. Really, really, uh, crazy, bro. Like all 5 of your kids, your wife want nothing to do with you, bro. And then he like, Cisco not in here. Cisco crazy because Cisco put in the comments like, "Oh, I see why they voted this dude off the island." Oh man, but it's kind of sad at the same time, bro. Um, because instead of saying Like maybe it's something wrong with me. Maybe I need to change something. Doesn't. And I don't think he sees it at all. Oh, it was all their fault. All six of them is all their fault. And I don't need to change anything. I'm gonna go outside the world and start all over again. Probably do the same things. With that mirror I talk about. So maybe he's gonna do better. Maybe mentally he knows he needs to change. I don't know. I usually say I wish you the best and all that stuff, but I'm not saying it because it's something off about that dude. You know, I wish the best for whatever woman he's dealing with, to be honest. You know, because obviously some people can't take it. Got six people that supposedly are the most important people in your life, your wife and your five kids, all telling you that you're doing something wrong. Something's wrong. Something's off. Instead of listening to them, you're on the other side of the world having more babies. Yeah, somebody pointed out, I don't know if you caught it, Q. Somebody pointed out the pinky finger he had on, the ring he had. Go back and check that shit out, man. It's weird, bro. Weird, bro. So what's wrong with this dude? Yeah, they don't even let you on the chain before they're in your pocket. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Expat purposes. If you had a good job in today's economy, times are hard for a lot of us. Yeah. I think I'm blessed. I've been blessed just to be able to like lose your job and then the next day somebody's calling you because they heard that you lost your job and they want to put you on. That's not happening to everybody. It's not happening every day. Um, I'm grateful for that. And I'm also grateful that I was in a position where I could be like, you know what, let me take 2 months, figure out everything. And then, you know, took a little vacation in that. So I'm grateful, man. But like I'm not and that's the thing, bro. Like, cause I know some people that like, yeah, see how important I am, see how much they need me. I'm just grateful. I know there's a lot of people that are in that position. You know, you have to I'm behind on everyone's stuff. I don't keep up with stuff. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard for me. It's like I was saying like earlier, like if I wanted to start working that third shift job, and like I said, I probably never would have watched probably never would have started my channel. There wouldn't be no Blizzard Abroad if it wasn't for me having to work third shift. Now that I'm back on first shift, it's hard to keep up with a lot of this stuff. It's the reason why I never was into YouTube because it's just hard. There's a lot going on. Majority of the stuff I watched and the live streams I was out. You know what I mean? Like I was in that big ass building all by myself. I was working. A lot of times I'd be listening to my earbud in, phone would be on the other side of the shop, but I was able to keep up with a lot of stuff, man. He said, "Nah, I would have done the same thing. Peace, goodbye, and get rid of it. Life is too short to be stressing." That's damn, I didn't think you would say it, but I agree, bro. My kids mean something to me. Kids mean something to me. I don't give a fuck what's going on. My kids mean something to me, man. In the world. Then he did like reach because I left a comment. I left that comment like, damn, all five kids vote like all five. Maybe he's the problem. And he like responded and he said Blizzard Abroad. Um, not all five kids. two wanted me to stay. So it's like, all right, you couldn't stay for the two. You couldn't stay for the two. It's just Howie Mandel. He said Howie Mandel. He did kind of look like a heavy set Howie Mandel, but and I'm not hating on that too, like trying to explain the reason why I can't move the way some of you guys can move, and I don't envy you. I love the responsibility that I have here. Now that I see it in a different way. Now that I don't let it rule my life. Now that I don't put myself under all the time. I could put myself first sometimes. I had to learn that. I love being a father. I love being a grandfather. Nothing wrong with it. I can't see myself just picking up, going all the way across the road, not fixing those relationships first. Just me, man. And I'm not saying that he's wrong for what he did. I'm pretty sure he has his reasons. I'm pretty sure Q, if you did that, you have your reason. And I don't have to agree with him. I'm not gonna bash him. I'm just gonna say that I don't agree. There's nothing wrong with that. People could not agree with us. Says I have reverse armchair watching patterns. I only watch Southeast Asia content when I'm here or about to come back. Had me going out, yeah, had me going out. Good to go shop for maid outfits. Yeah, still here. She just in the background. She just in the background. Salute. Thank you, Admin. You said you was gonna come. You came. So I'm happy. He says, I hope she goes to the French maid over the skimpy ones that look like they're from a porn shoot or Halloween party. Don't really do it for me. Yeah, the French maid one. Yeah, if something is wrong, then yeah, you should try to fix it. Not cut your losses. All right. I definitely would try. Maybe he did try everything that he could. And he said the two wanted to stay. You know what I mean? Two wanted him to stay. But I get it, man. Life is life. We all going through different shit. You know, there's no need to stress. You're winning, bro. Yeah. Shout out to the third shift. Yeah, shout out to the third shift, man. Putting it in, man. The third shift, that's where it's at. I missed a little bit. Wait, let me get down. Let me hold on. Let me catch up on the chat. Do you remember the title so I can watch? Yeah, it was like $1,600 or something. We went there with $1,600. It's a recent. I think it went. I think he put it up yesterday. He put it up yesterday. But look at the pinky finger. Like somebody pointed it out in the comments. Like they put the timestamps and everything. And it was like, yo, look at his pinky finger. I don't think you want to be associated with this dude. And I went and looked, and I was like, "Oh shit! How don't you see that, man? How don't you see that? Get away from that dude, man!" Like, I don't know what y'all talking about right now. You gotta watch the video. It's on Cal's page. I know you'll end up catching it, but basically, this dude, Cal, I feel like I'm a reaction channel. Dude, Cal, interviewed. This why Q. You need to go over that one. Whatever. He ended up in the only $1,600 to his name and all that stuff. That's not the part. I mean, I don't even care about none of that. The part I was talking about was just that, he saying that he left because his wife and his 5 kids voted him off the island. Basically, they were done with him. They didn't want to be have anything to do with it anymore. So he just left. And I was like, I don't know, even if I was in that situation, that I would be able to walk away and just go about and be living my best life somewhere, where my kids are somewhere. I was just saying for me, but Jay Shaw, and I'm behind in the chat, so it may have got answered already. But Jay Shaw, I'm good trying to make some rest. Yeah, get some rest. Some rest. I'm sure Icy Chat has enough willing donors. Yeah, crowdfund. Yeah, it ain't e-bagging, it's crowdfunding. Okay, so yeah, get some rest. I know you work hard. That was a live stream, a long stream that we did earlier on Icy. I got my rest. I had to go run some errands. Um, I think I woke up at 3:15 a.m. just because I wanted to be. I want to get up right before her stream and like had the bags on them. I don't want to be up. You know what I mean? So I got ready. Stream with her, 6.5 hours. But after that, I had some running around to do, and I went to sleep. That was a long stream. That meant usually work and then hop right on the street. That's tough. He said, "I'm in the salon. Hair rebound. What's that? What's a rebound? Like a weave? What's a rebound? I don't know what that is. I want to look good. Tuesday taco panel. Yeah, you coming? Are you coming? Let me know. Right? Why not buy his two children a passport and have them on the plane too, right? Exactly. Watson. Good, goodly. What's a rebound? It's wish the price of beauty. Yeah, the pinky finger. He had a ring on his pinky finger with a symbol on it. It looked like a swastika. Just be real. I just say it looked like a swastika. Go look at it and let me know what you think. That was a swastika. They had the time on it and everything, man. I was like, I looked at it and it looked like it was. It looked just like it. Looked like a damn swastika. I, damn, I don't, Calvin don't, brother Cal don't see that pinky finger ring. I let it go. It's too bad. What did he do to get to that level? I don't know. They don't talk about that part, man. That's what I be saying. They don't talk about that part. Oh, they were this, they were that. They were all wrong. Did you guys watch the Eagles Cowboys game? Yeah, I watched some of it. I think I fell asleep at halftime. Then I woke up the next day. I was like, what the hell happened? Like, these- like they quit playing the second half. I had bet I had bet the over on that game. So I went to sleep. It was at like 41 points. I was like, yeah, it's good. It's only 44. It's only 44 for the over, something like that. And I was like, yeah, I'm good. I didn't win the over. It's crazy. We see. Okay, here we go. Rebonding is making the hair very straight, flat. Straighten. Okay, straighten it. It's like having your hair straightened. Okay. And he says him and Aunt have something in common. They both left their crappy marriage to start a new life. Can't be mad at a man for choosing peace. I can't. But then, but I don't know. Sometimes it's like, all right, do you leave your kids sitting in that though? I don't know. Not for me to judge. It's just for me. But I also, but it's you. You do reaction videos, so you understand. voicing your opinion on it. Icy's in the building. Uh-oh. Your ears ringing because we was talking about you. You were talking well, I was talking about you. Quickie high for a quickie break. Blizzard Abroad. Thank you. Thank you. Hope the game is going good there. Calling it a night. Peace, everyone. Peace out, Russ. Thanks again, Russ. Salute to you, brother. That Duolingo, I like it, man. I actually like it better because I feel like maybe it's dumbed down enough right now to where I don't feel like I'm forgetting what I learned. I feel like I'm kind of remembering. Salute to Russ for shooting me that Duolingo link. I'm on it. I think I'm on like a 15 days. I'm gonna keep it going. Lightning happened. They had an hour delay. Yeah, I heard. So they had an hour delay. They came back and it sucked. I think I'm actually gonna enjoy the football season this year, man. For the first time in a while. I was actually like really looking forward to football because I'm not busy. I'm not busy like doing breaking film down. I'm not like I'm not coaching. It's like wow, I'm not coaching. It's crazy. I thought I was coaching until I was 80 years old. I still may get back into. I want to get back into. Right now, I'm just gonna enjoy it 'cause I used to be a huge NFL. I never stopped liking football, liking watching it, but I think about all the other stuff. But like, man, you spend 4 hours breaking down high school film, like, and then go watch an NFL game. It's different, man. Type mind for fellow content creators. Yeah, salute. Nice, you made it. Yeah, thank you, man. Billy made it over here, man. I appreciate it. Blizzard, you there testing out. The boss is in the building. Just the day, Marshall. Hopefully soon, so I can catch up. Yeah, special ice YouTube. Go Broncos. Nah, we're. I mean, hey, whatever. Man. I feel so good this season. Broncos. Man, who cares about sports? Let's get back to the women. When where are you traveling? I don't know yet, man. Honestly, I don't know. I haven't started to plan it out. I do want to see Baguio because everybody's talking about Baguio. Uh, just really haven't started to even map it out yet. The next trip, which I don't mind sharing once I get the itinerary all together. I don't mind sharing. Give me suggestions, man. I think suggestions. The Baguio was a suggestion. I just wasn't able to. I didn't want to make it the end of my last trip. I had the 3 days free, and I didn't want to like rush that. Like I want to enjoy it, getting there and all that stuff. And, so next time, that's Baguio is definitely on the agenda for next time, and I think I'll do it just like I usually do it. 3 4 days here, go see somewhere else. 3 4 days. Like that's, I kind of like that. It'd be a hassle getting around, moving around the Philippines. For me, it's honestly worth it. Don't forget to follow that like button, share it. But yo, any suggestions? I take it. I take it. If y'all be like, yo, Blizz, you should see this place, you should see that. I'm gonna research it. I'm gonna see if I want to go there. Did you get drunk? Jason? It was early, man. How much longer you gonna be waiting on some hydration before I talk lockers? I don't know, man. It's up to y'all. It's up to y'all. I don't know. I don't know if I could do a 60, a 6 hour. We've been on 2 hours already. don't feel like it. Like, to be honest, it feels like it's been like a half an hour. That's that's why I like streaming so much. Uh, It just feels like we just kicking it, man. I don't know, but it's up to y'all. If y'all gonna stay here, y'all gonna stay around. Um, I'm here, man. I can do 4 hours. I'm feeling good right now. It's 1:50 a.m. But it's third shift. I see saying hi to Super Triz. Super Triz, what up, bro? Is that a bro? I don't know. You a bro or a sis? Because last time I think you was talking about soft, so I don't know if you a bro or sis. It's fine either way. But I don't want to be calling you bro. Hard, my dearest. Did a collar spit on Dak Prescott got kicked out of the game before we even started. But yo, did you see the new news that came out about that? Dak spit at him first. Dak spit at him first, man. But that wasn't seen. They caught that on the camera later. But we used to always tell the kids, man, when that reacts, to always get caught. When it reacts, always get caught. You gotta keep your composure about it. I don't know. That's hard. Somebody spit at you, somebody spit on you. I think that's probably why Dak didn't react when he got spit on because he knew he started. He's like, "Yeah, got you, got you, got the best defensive player out the game." Fell for it. Like, y'all so beautiful. This- I definitely want to see that. TJ, you stood us up last night. I thought TJ was there in the chat. He didn't go up on panel, though. He definitely was in the chat. What's up, IC? Yeah, I'm not Saka and Baggy. Cold as hell, though. Shit, I'm from Connecticut, man. And when I'll be going, it'll be winter, so I don't know if that even matters, man. TJ is home. TJ is home in Vietnam. He's at home in Vietnam. And I caught that, but I just thought it was that's kind of funny. There you go. My bad. I'm laughing in my head like, oh shit. He said it. She didn't catch it. Uh Personally do not like bad gal too much walking around. Me, I probably like it then. Yeah, I'll probably enjoy it then, especially if there's stuff to see. Honestly, I haven't even watched that many videos about Baguio. This is 'cause, hangover, bro. She drunk like basically drunk like one tall boy beer because that's all that wine, 5%. It's basically Heineken. So she basically drunk a Heineken. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, bring a small extra pepper. You're not going to like Japan. Yeah, bring a little jacket. Yeah, definitely. I've been to I had 22-ish hour layover in Osaka. I'm on my way home. I see all you too. Taco Tuesday. I think I can make it. All right, all right. So I got Wishy. I got Icy. I don't know if I got admin or not. Try to get a couple more people. More tacos. Yeah, I recommend going to Cebu Lapu Lapu. I've been there. I've been there. Or going through there, landing there, and go, nah, Baguio. Yeah. Oh, that was Leah. Are you faithful to your women, Q? White Beach, Portugal. Last night. Yeah, I've been there. Been there. Nice. I've been there. What are your objectives when you go to the Philippines? To do me, just to do me, do whatever I like. I want to see more of the country. I've been there twice already. Doesn't matter. The question should be, is she faithful to me, Thomas? Yeah, whatever what goes on in a personal relationship is not my business at all. They should actually, I thought I would. I feel spot. Check Blizz playlist to help the channel. Yeah, that's one of the I have a video in the playlist of time I spent in um White Beach. Well, I wasn't on White Beach. I was at Ananuan Beach more, but we went to White Beach. So I do have a vlog. It's more music. It's a music vlog. It's a no talk vlog. Um, uh, what the good, so salute. Thank you, Icy. It does matter. Do you live together? I don't know. It don't matter to me. Any updates? Watch. Yeah, it's still the same. I guess I gained some and I lost some. I got a big video that's about to drop off, man, this September. So I don't know if I don't hit it soon. I'm not rushing it. I'm not going out of my way, just trying to throw up any content just to get the monetized. We'll just do it. Like I said, one video at a time, one live stream at a time. Um, I got a big video, my biggest video. It's got like almost 11,000 views. Is about to fall off of my watch hour. So it is. It's not like I'm gonna be up here streaming every night now because I know that video is gonna fall. It just is what it is, man. Oh wow, bro. Nah, I've been there before, man. I got vlogs up, I got videos up from the Philippines. My time, I like it. I love the Philippines. I love the people there. I love the way I feel when I'm there. I love that feeling I got the first time, you know. Good to clarify what's inside. What? The playlist? I got a couple different playlists. I got a playlist where I call it's called Grown Man Talk. It's these talks here. I got one just a live stream. I got one with place lunch break conversations where I talk about all type of different subjects. I got one that's strictly about the Philippines, and then not much in there to be honest. The videos I uploaded while I was in the Philippines. I got one where a couple places I stayed in the Philippines. I need to update that. It's not current because I got more that I just didn't upload. I have a way to make people sleep peacefully as also. I don't mind it's the pleasure mind. He provoked him, but it was still stupid. Yeah, he did. He hangover. I don't know, man. She didn't drink nothing in my eyes. I don't know. All right. Expat prepper. Okay, later, Blizz and Chad. Need to do some things before the day is over. Salute. Thank you for showing up, bro. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you, man. This is his channel. If y'all not familiar with him, go subscribe. If you still here, bro, before you leave, type MINE in the chat. They got a link to your channel. If they're interested, have a link to your channel. They could go over there and subscribe right from here. So Thank you so much. Yeah. I do. I appreciate it, man. I set it across like 3 streets now. I wonder if she's trolling sometimes, but she got like 8 million scrolls, so I give her grace. That's why I ain't say nothing, bro. I was just like, oh shit. I know he gonna get tired. When you get here, do whatever you feel like doing. It don't matter what you. It don't matter though. It's like if I wanted to go there, go fishing with paddles, man. It wouldn't matter what I said. People think what they think. People gonna pass judgment on you no matter what. So who cares? Really. I like places with relatively limited numbers of people. I recommend Nakbum Beach. Hold on. Nakbum Beach in El Nido, the far side of Samal, and I don't know if I can say that. Taluket Island in Metro Davao, Camigan Island near Cagayan de Oro. All right. And if you haven't been to the Philippines or if you have been, I would take TJ's advice. It's obviously been there, been going there a lot longer than a lot of people that you some people that you see giving advice. You know what I mean? So I definitely would take TJ's advice, man. You know, screenshot that. But yeah, whenever you deal with women abroad, Brett is in the building. Brett is in the bushes, but he wants to say hi. So salute to Brett. Um, Q says whenever you deal with women abroad, you have to understand the power dynamics. Us Western guys hold all the cards, so act accordingly. I recommend bringing your own internet, food, driver, significant other, and or open-minded house. So they are not. That's okay. Why? What's the difference? Palawan, El Nido. Hold on. No, I did not get drunk. I stopped drinking when admin stopped shaking. Admin doesn't like me. Okay, I think admin likes you, Jason. I think admin likes you. Since you love traveling for culture and sightseeing, check out Palawan, El Nido. Definitely on the list. Definitely on the list. Now, would that be good to go from Baguio to El Nido with the logistics? Come over here and get your head chopped off. Absolutely don't want that to happen. Absolutely. How ICB respond in real time to you if you're tuning out. Am I that far behind? I'm like 30 behind. Yeah. They shot me ice. Feel you don't like her because you pushing her away. Oh, listen to that. Give your likes and dislikes about the Philippines. Yeah, man. I'm not a I'm not a fan of the I'm not a big fan of the food either, guys, to be honest, man. I'm not hating. There's some things I eat that I like. I went to a party and they had the whole spread out. Some of the food was good, some of it wasn't. I don't eat pork, so that's kinda I I think that would play into it. Um, but the basic thing food is food though. You know what I mean? Um, food is food though. Chicken and beef and fish. Dress it up. Cook it how you wanna cook it. But I don't know, man. I'm more of a like soul food. I ain't gonna lie. I like soul food, but then again, it's like anybody saying they went to the Philippines, I don't know. I'm not the one that's gonna say so really. find my chats that he won't even know what I'm by the time he gets here. Yep. How far am I behind? 202. Yeah, I'm like 3 minutes behind. It's 205 now. I'm reading 202 chats. I get there. I'm happy that y'all, chatting like this, man. This what's up, man. I actually like the interaction. Chat. Yes, thank you, man. A decade this year. 2015 was my first visit longer than a day stop over to visit BPO office on the tail end of a vacation. Being to the beach. Now I went by myself. I went by myself the first time, and the second time I was with um, my girlfriend. Stream. Hey, bro, if you want to check culture, go to. I'm not going to Bosnia, bro. I ain't crazy. I'm not going down there, bro. I ain't stupid. Yeah, man. I'm caught up, TJ, man. I'm caught up, bro. Yeah, I'm not going down there. I wouldn't tell nobody to go down there either, man. Although I did see an African a lady um, that went down there, and she was fine, bro. So maybe it's propaganda. I don't know. I know things happen everywhere in the world, man. I know you. I know you. Bro. Ain't no way I'm going down there. Eating food is a major adjustment. Filipinos eat their food cold, but so not me, but I know that I can find something that I like to eat, and that's just it. I find something that I like. Yeah, definitely. And so I thought that was Miss You Miss You Koi. Ooh, there's a link, guy. Yeah, I need some motivation to catch up to that chat. I think I did good, man. I really didn't skip. Sometimes I start talking, I have somebody up here. I have to skip. I didn't have to do that, man. So yeah, man. The link is there, man. If you guys want to come up, this is barbershop talk, man. It's an open panel. Open panel, man. No script. Um, no script, no monologue from me. Whatever y'all want to talk about, man. Y'all want to come on the panel, talk. That's what tonight's about. It's not about me just being up here talking at y'all or to y'all. I want to hear from y'all. Um, it's open panel. But there's no subject. I'm all caught up. It's no subject tonight. So when I do the barbershop talks, the open panel, it's y'all show. It's y'all show. So if you want to come up, especially if you have a channel, you want to, whatever y'all want to talk about. But it's better if y'all come up on the panel. Usually I have the same people that always come up. Bruce always comes up. Adam usually always comes up. DC comes up when he's around. Um, but primarily it's Cisco and Joseph that always come up. I understand some people just don't wanna, they don't feel comfortable coming up. You don't have to show your face. You don't have to get you don't have to show your face. Um, it's a goal of mine. It's a goal of mine to get monetized. I think I'm coming. Um, getting close, man. I see where you at. Always talking about the ratio, but ain't contributing to the to the T. Yeah, you busy though. It's Sunday Sunday afternoon. So what is it? 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Yeah, salute. You're welcome, bro. You're welcome all the time. Man. Come chop it up. That's what it's all about. We just nothing serious. If y'all wanted to be serious, we can go there. If y'all want to joke, laugh, like a lot of stuff earlier. laughing, bro. It's funny to me. It's serious, but it don't mean that we gotta be ready to cut each other throat over, man. You know, jeez. That's a James Brown. What the I don't know what that mean, bro. I don't know what that mean, man. I don't know if y'all caught the song earlier. Um, the song, I really, like, meant the words in that song, man. And I said that early on, and that's why I made that song off of it, 'cause, somebody w I think it was Miss Manny's channel. If y'all don't know who Miss Manny is, it's Miss Manny's Vlogs, and um she had asked me something, and I said, "Yo, I left the better me in the Philippines." And she didn't understand what I was talking about. She thought I meant that I left woman there. You know what I mean? I'm like, "No, a woman isn't the better me. I mean, the man that I wanted to be, that man that could exhale, you know what I mean? The man that wasn't just going through life like a hamster will, you know?" And when I said that, that's what I meant. I left the better me in the Philippines, the man that I wanna become, the man that I wanna be, the man that's not stressed out all the time, feel like he like a ping pong ball, just, bouncing back and forth, you know? And to me, that's what that song means. So if y'all didn't catch it, man, go back and catch it, man. You know, after go watch it back, man. The hardest working man. Nah, nah. I give that to Cal, bro, to be honest, man. The amount of videos, the amount of content he puts out is to me, is I mean, he's got the time, like, he's retired, you know, but shit, it's still a lot, man. I heard Admin say something like that when we see her last week. "You girls are a trip." I said, "Yeah, they are." The hardest working man in showbiz. I don't know anybody that stays on their last sheet as long as you do. I kinda knew that, it just didn't I don't know. I'm off. Yeah. Um, working like he dead broke. He be putting out live stream, live stream. Now he on a Patreon. I joined his Patreon. So if y'all not members of the Patreon, join Bro Cal's Patreon. Get the exclusive videos. First ever Patreon I joined. It's the only one. I probably won't join anybody else's Patreon. Um, yeah, he be on point a lot of time, man. He be on point with a lot of what he's saying. Do we agree with every single thing he says? No, but he never says anything that I'm like vehemently disagreeing with. You know what I mean? So I'll just be like, whatever. I'll take it. That's how I am, man. You can say something I don't agree with, and I don't have to jump through hoops to disagree with you. This is what it is. You know, yeah, yeah. Cal reminds me more of another Cal Ripken Jr. You know, the Iron Man of baseball. Wow, you went to school with Cal Ripken? That's what's up. Yeah, when it comes to unspoken agreement, he's right on. Yeah, he's right on with a bunch of stuff. Some stuff he be off, man. He be off, but it is what it is. I still got love for him. Still salute him. I still like am grateful for him for the support he's given me. Uh, he was supporting me. Uh, like I said, him, Feature Life, they were supporting me when I had 13 subscribers. Not a huge channel, but that's a nothing burger right there. You know what I mean? 13 subscribers. Cal shouting me out in this live stream. So yeah, uh, I think we doing. I was one of his first Patreon subs. We were ahead of stepchildren, so I'm so yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, and like immigration, yeah, I don't agree with him about that either because I don't really want to get deep into politics or really. I don't want to get deep into it. We could talk about it, but I feel like my last couple of live streams have been like one subject. But I disagree with most of what he says about immigration. You know what I mean? Just personally. Um, they had a big bust, I think yesterday in America at a Hyundai plant where just people illegal immigrants. And I stress the illegal part because that's the part that you see in the mainstream media. They don't ever say that part. Illegal immigrant. They just say immigrant. Immigrants' rights, immigrants this, they're fighting for immigrants. No, I don't have a problem with no immigrants. I don't have a problem with them. Grew up around them. Like there's nothing wrong with immigration. They leave out the word illegal, illegal immigration, illegal immigrants. So they had like 400 and something people arrested by ICE um, in Georgia at the Hyundai plant. They're building this big ass Hyundai plant, and 300 something of them were South Koreans. Like, I guess that's where Hyundai's from. I don't know where Hyundai's from. I guess they got their people. They and Hyundai came out and made a statement like, "Look, these are subcontractors. Don't control who who the subcontractors hire." I mean, but I think you kind of probably can put that in your agreement. Like, yo, if you get this contract, you can't hire illegal immigrants. You know? They don't say it in mine, bro. They don't say it in the mainstream. Like, well, I hear it from one side and then from the other side, the people pushing back against um, the it's ICE. They don't say it, but yeah, it's just crazy because I have. That's the first time I heard of that amount of um getting caught up in it, getting arrested like that. You know, I'm not a person that says, "Oh, just round them up and kick them out." But I'm also not a person that's you have to do something. There has to be some solution. Doing nothing is not gonna help anything. And the heavy-handedness, I think, is because of the years of doing nothing, where they couldn't come to agreement. Congress has done nothing about this for shit as long as I could remember. But to have 400 and something illegal immigrants building a plant in Georgia for Hyundai, you can't tell me that those are filled picking grapes. It's not. Those are construction jobs. Those are important jobs, man. Everybody says, "Oh, y'all don't wanna do what they're doing. Y'all don't wanna do the jobs that these illegal immigrants are doing." That's a fucking construction job. It's not picking grapes and tomatoes like y'all think. And I said that before. I said that y'all think that every like illegal immigrant is over here, you know, picking grapes and working in the fields. It's not true. A lot of construction jobs that they're taking. Doesn't mean they're better at it. It just means that they, you know, they could hire them cheaper. They don't have to pay their medical insurance. They don't have to pay the benefit. You know. All right, let me catch up with this brother. It's cool too. Yeah, no problem with legal immigrants, but illegal is a crime. How do you motherfuckers have more rights than me? I was the only black dude on the team. Oh, you played with them too. He said they do. They say illegal all the time. The opposite where they throw the illegal out there. Like, I think, and that's the part. If I'm honest, I would say if you watch right news, you hear illegal a lot, and if you watch left, they're not gonna say illegal. They come over here, have our baby, self-deport. Yeah, like I said, man, wrong is wrong. If you guys that travel know that you can't travel like that. You can't travel to the Philippines. You can't travel to the Philippines without doing it the right way. You can't overstay. And if you do, there's punishments for it. You can't work under illegally. You can, but if you get caught, you're gonna get proper punishment. You know, there's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong. But I think what happened was we let it go for so long that now that we want to enforce immigration law should have been the whole time that it seems like it's wrong. Seems like it's wrong. It's not, you know. Did I hear about the lady that had those 28 electric cars that works with the flooding here? Nah, you ain't gonna wake up unless you're gonna dishearten me, feel me? And they understand. I think the fact that it started out as getting rid of the most dangerous criminals and it's currently at defend ICE pulling up at your job. Yeah, I mean, it did warp into something. They said, "Oh, we're gonna arrest the ones with the criminal records. That's who we're going after." And they said, "If anybody else, if you're in the way, we're gonna get you too. Or if you're hiding them, we're gonna get you too." So, construction jobs, trucking jobs. You know, this lady had a Rolls Royce, Mercedes Benz, everything. I don't know what Thomas. You hear about the lady that had those 20 luxury cars that worked flooded here, and then he says this lady had a Rolls Royce. What was she? Illegal immigrant in the Philippines or something? What she do with as an ex-fed? I don't like law enforcement going around in hooded masks. Me, I don't like that either, man. They should show their face. You should be able to find them. Um, and go sideways. You shouldn't be hiding your face if you're in law enforcement. If you're a public official or a person who works for the public, the military has no business enforcing the law. No, I agree. I agree. I wish people would protest about overstay visas like these immigrants do, right? Some in the Philippines will have. I think so. And that's where I would are these killers and gangsters we're sending to random ass countries? No, no. But it's like it's a tough conversation to have because on one hand I be feeling bad, but then on the other hand, like, yo, it we weren't supposed to be here. You know what I'm saying? Like as much bad as I want to go to the Philippines, I'm not gonna sneak into the country, bro. I mean, I'm gonna do it. And I know I'm not going there for the same reason that people are coming here. I know why a lot of these people are not coming here to commit crimes. They're coming here to be able to support their families and to leave dire situations. I understand that. But a lot of people coming for the same reason as them have to wait in line. And just like I wouldn't go to another country and take a job from a local, I think it's wrong when they do it here too. I, I think it's wrong. Yeah, I didn't hear about the cars. I kind of don't get what he's talking about. He said because we're starting to hear about testing the feasibility of doing this. It's a political dissonance, and historically speaking, that's not a good fight. No, it's not. It's not. There's a line. There's a line there. You want to start rounding up your political antagonists, people that you don't agree with. That's wrong. Start somewhere. Where do you draw the line at before it gets out of hands? I get you. I get you, man. But it's just like sometimes when I hear people overseas defending illegal immigration, it kind of rubs me the wrong way because you're doing everything you are supposed to do. Pretty sure you check in with if you're supposed to leave, you leave, you come back, no matter how uncomfortable it is. You don't work illegally. If you're working, you went through all the right things um, to be able to do it. You took these steps, even if it took years, you know, but because it's America, we're supposed to just not do it. I don't know, man. It's wrong for us to enforce the same laws that damn near every other country does. I think it's because, like I said, we haven't been doing it. We haven't been doing it. Even though every president promised every time, oh, we're going to get comprehensive immigration reform done. You know, and it's both sides, not just one side, both sides are full of shit in my point of view. All right. Oh, okay. DPWH lady was in flood control projects, was stealing the money. They finally got her though. Wow. So she was stealing the money for flood control projects. With all the flooding that's fucking going on over there. Wow. That's crazy, bro. I don't have no sympathy for no illegal immigrants. Many sided with Trump and thought because their skin was whiter that they were lasting for all the I hope they're taking those time as their kids was living money. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Uh, that's a lot easier. Oh, salute, brother. All right, hold on. I'm gonna bring you up, man. Who this? What's going on, man?
What's up with you?
What's your name, bro?
It's Triz, the Super Triz in the chat.
Oh, okay. What up, man?
What's up with you?
Chilling.
Yeah,
I was like, who this? It don't say no name. Let me keep my finger on the button just in case. You never know.
Oh yeah, I'm not with the shenanigans. I know what you're talking about though. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's going on? This barbershop talk, man. You can talk about anything you want to, bro.
Man, I was just gonna chime in what you was talking about, man. With the whole, with the illegal immigrant stuff because, I'm on the West Coast. I'm in Seattle, so this is like the hub for, the support of illegal immigrancy, or I guess the permissiveness of illegal immigrancy. But there's a lot of things that people don't really consider because the crime element surrounding illegal immigrancy, like you have people who are their entire livelihood is based on human trafficking, and there's a lot of violations that go on. I'm trying to be mindful of my words on YouTube, but if you catch my drift, there's a lot of violations that occur with regards to some of the younger women, that's trying to make their way over the border, and there's a lot, the people that are actually doing the trafficking have a lot of leverage over the people that are trying to get here. And then beyond that, I mean, we see the direction that Europe is going in particular. And I saw the writing on the wall you know, over the years, because, you know, a lot of my traveling has been to Europe, to Germany and stuff like that, back and forth. And, you know, the people there, you know, they were, you know, real open, more real permissive about, you know, immigration policy. Now they're kind of like at the point of no return where, you know, they're complaining about stuff, but it's like it's too late at this point. And you just got to deal with the fallout from it. So it's like, you know, we've seen proof of concept. So why do we have to go through that here? And then from an economic standpoint, a lot of the complaints that people have about, you know, the stagnating wages, the increasing cost of housing, and that, you know, the chasm between median income and median home price is just it continues to increase. How do you think that'd be affected by a group of people that come over here who don't have the mentality of Americans? You know, we're more individualistic versus a group of people who have they practice group dynamics. And so even though from our perspective, home prices for a lot of people may be discouraging, for them, they look at the situation that they come from and then like, you know what, I could make it. And they get group dynamics, and they'll buy the home collectively at the list price, where as an individual, a lot of people can't afford it, and so it scares them off. They're willing to work for the wages that we won't work for. So that's going to contribute to stagnation of wages, depending on where you live at. If you have high concentrations of people who are not legal, so to speak. So
yeah.
I think it's just short-sightedness.
Yeah, I agree. And I think like a lot of people, like TJ saying, it's a lot easier to talk about waiting in line if you're doing it from here versus Sudan, Myanmar, Congo. Meanwhile, we have a president that fast-tracked refugees from South Africa and Ukraine. Yeah, I disagreed with the fast-tracking of those two groups, especially South Africa. I absolutely disagreed with that because it was bullshit. But when you're talking about they're having to wait in line from Sudan, Myanmar, Congo, that has nothing to do with me. Their situation and where they're coming from has nothing to do with me. I can't control that. You know what I mean? So if you have to wait to follow another country's laws in order to go there, then you just have to wait. You don't get to break another country's laws and have nothing happen to you. That's the part I don't really these are law-abiding citizens that are trying to protect other people that are breaking a law as a first act in another country. You know, and then further, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Further down here, Frank says, who's gonna work the fields in the USA? And I think that's a misconception. And I think that's kind of short-sighted to say that every illegal immigrant is working the fields, man. You know what I mean? Like, I just talked about this huge ass plant that was being built in Georgia. It's in the news right now, man. And they found 400 illegal immigrants on site working at that construction site. That's 400 fucking jobs for local residents, local men. Add that up all over the country, bro. It's not just field working jobs, man. It's easy to think of illegal immigrants in that way, but no, they're meat packing plants. They're on construction sites. They're driving trucks. You know what I mean? Like they're driving unregistered cars all around my damn city. I could tell you that. I don't take it personally, though. It's not like I hate illegal immigrants or I hate a certain group. It should be across the board. So, yeah, TJ said about Canadians, if they didn't follow the law to get in here, they should go too. Now, is our president going to go after them? Absolutely not. I know the president's not going to go after a certain group of people or a group of people that look Europeans, Canadians, white. They're not going to go after them. But maybe once these laws are in place, maybe the next president's job would be to equalize it and to go after everybody. But we know that if a Democrat wins, what the first thing they gonna do? Undo everything Trump did. Open the border back up. Start allowing illegal immigrants back in. That's what happens. That's why we're at the place we're at right now, man. What you think, man?
Well, I think that you made some good points, particularly about the construction site, because when I first got here, I had trouble. Obviously, being in Seattle, the demographic makeup is going to be a little bit different from a lot of cities. It's going to be heavier with specific groups or a specific group, if you catch my drift. And so if you're looking for, say, for instance, you're trying to get some contracting work done, like I had some renovations done on this property when I first moved here. And initially I'd hired some Russians who did a decent job. It wasn't really an issue there. I had to really search for a black contractor. And then once I hired the black contractor, me and him chopped it up. And he was telling me, that how he started his own business was that when he was initially doing contracting with a bigger group, there was a lot of politics, because there's a overwhelming majority of a specific demographic that's in construction, the group that you're talking about, and
white people,
they kind of box you out if you're not one of them. You understand what I'm saying? So they made it hard for him, and then they would kind of try to relegate him to the lower echelon jobs. So he had to do his own thing. And that's what a lot of people don't think about, is like, when people come to this country, that's the thing about America. That's the one thing unique about America, is that this is the country that people come to. People will live here for generation after generation after generation, but they still identify with the country of origin of their great grandfather. You understand what I'm saying? And so people don't come here to become American. They come here to extract what they want out of this country. They don't really consider putting something in to the pot. They only want to withdraw. And so another thing that we think about
is fine, though. That's fine. No, I don't mean to cut you off. Yeah. I think that's fine, because I work with a younger gentleman from the Dominican Republic. And he'll tell you straight up, like, yo, I came here to make money, take care of my family, and once I get what I need, I'm leaving. I don't see nothing wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with that, because he did it the right way. He's here legally. You know what I mean? So you think I got a problem with him? And that's the difference. I don't have a problem when he's an immigrant. I have no problem with him working a job right next to me. Nothing at all. He did it the right way. Now, if he snuck over here, did it the wrong way, and had a job next to me, he might have boxed the guy out that did everything the right way. So it's like, I get what you're saying about how they come here, they earn what they can earn, they take what they could take, and they bounce, or they dip, or they hold on to whatever other culture. I don't see nothing wrong with that if they did it the right way. Now you over here illegally, you in the shadows, you know what I mean? Like, you just want to take, you working a job that you don't even legally qualify to work. Like, y'all want to defend it, not you, bro, but y'all want to defend that, then you'll defend other people doing it, but you won't do it where you're at. You won't do what you're defending where you're at.
But see, that's part of the issue, is that because their loyalties don't lie with America, particularly those that are illegal, there's a burden on the existing infrastructure that we pay into through our taxes, through the sacrifices made by our predecessors. And so when somebody comes here illegally, they're not paying taxes like we're paying taxes. Some may, but if you're undocumented, what's going to compel you to pay taxes? Right? Everybody else is paying taxes. So when you have more people pulling from the pot than contributing, then the actual debt has to be amortized amongst the people that are paying. You understand what I'm saying? And so I think, again, I'm looking at it from an economic standpoint, not necessarily like I feel a certain way about somebody, coming into the country and not really having, a loyalty to America. But the issue also is that when somebody comes here and they're not from here and they're only looking to extract, certain areas like the area that I'm in are adamantly or vehemently against IDing voters. So if you have somebody who doesn't necessarily have loyalty to America, doesn't have a quote unquote American identity, and you give them the ability to vote and influence politics, I think that's a problem. So I think everybody, in my opinion, I think everybody should be required. I don't care if you're an American citizen, not across the board, should be required to have some type of ID with them, especially if you're an adult. Like if you're like a child, kids are forgetful. But as an adult, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't have an ID. Now that I think the issue then becomes is obviously there's going to be profiling. You feel as though a certain specific group is being targeted more to show identification. I can see where that can kind of get into a sticky situation, but yeah, I think people should be documented. But I am against just kicking people out of the country. This is where it gets kind of tricky. I think that the people that are here, give them an option. Say, hey, look, you've been here for X amount of time. This is what's calculated to be your burden on the infrastructure. We'll give you a payment schedule. You pay X amount of money per month until your debt is satisfied. That's how I feel it should be. I think America is missing an opportunity to capture revenue because you're losing a group of people who are part of the workforce, obviously. But then you're deporting them at the American taxpayer expense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So it'd be like overstay. All right, you're here illegally. You've been here 3 years, just like they would do in some of these other countries. We're gonna deport you, but you gotta pay this overstay fee or whatever that is.
If they haven't committed any crimes outside of coming to the country illegally, which obviously in itself is a crime, I would say charge them a fee for illegal entry, charge them an overstay fee, and then I think that there should be a process because we can
have to citizenship. That's what you're saying.
No, not a path to citizenship. I don't believe in birthright citizenship. I don't believe in citizenship through naturalization in one generation. I'm totally against that. I think that you should be 3 generations deep before you can start even talk about being a citizen. I think there should be a visa process. I think the visa process should be efficient, and I think it should be expedient, but thorough. But I think that's the direction that the American, because that can create jobs too. You have to have somebody processing these applications and having in-person interviews, so that can create jobs too. And the jobs themselves are not going to be at the taxpayers' expense; it's going to be at the expense of people trying to enter the country. So you basically, adjust the fees according to what it costs to process. Create jobs that way, and you have a path for people to enter the country, not illegally, and you can actually track them. I say, the first, I would say like the first 6 months, they have to check in person every 30 days. and then after that, you can extend it, go to every quarter, and then maybe every 6 months. But they still have a fee that they have to pay, based on what the length of their visa.
Yeah, Frank says they pay taxes under other people's social security numbers. They get nothing for those taxes. Yeah, and that's also a crime, though. But that's also a crime, bro. That's identity theft. It's okay. You know what I mean? It's okay that they're committing identity theft too. The hoops will jump through to try to justify some things.
Well,
I think if they do it the right way, it should be. I believe there should be some path to citizenship for people that are living the right way, especially the ones that came here as kids. They didn't have anything to what do you call that? The dreamers. I do believe in that. They were brought here as children. They had nothing to do with it. There should be a pathway to citizenship for them. I do believe in a pathway to citizenship. But I don't think that there should be just the way they were doing it, where it was like, all right, you came here illegally. We'll sit here. We'll get back to you in 3 years. You know what I mean? Like when this court case comes around, or we're not going to track you and we're going to let you to just dissolve into society. I don't agree with that. We have to have a solution. The problem is that the left and the right are never going to agree. But they're so passionate about it that they're not going to listen to the people in the middle who are usually the more level-headed people. The people who are willing to listen to people on the left and the right. Like, I feel like I'm in the middle, even though with this one, I may lean a little to the right. But somebody has to be able to listen to, be like, all right, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. All right, can we come to a solution? No, they're just always going to keep bumping heads, man. They're always like Cisco was saying, yeah, there's always the loudest ones in the room. And it's on every topic. Every topic, man. Q is in the building, man. He's in the back. I'm going to let Q up. Little Q about to say some club. What you about to say, bro? What up, man?
Yeah. What's going on, fam? How y'all doing?
What up, man? Doing good.
Now, I just want to say my piece on this topic really quick. I have many issues with this immigration thing that's going on right now. Like you were saying, Blizz, I don't have a problem when it comes to legal immigrants. They came over here lawfully, just like we do when we go to these goddamn countries. Show them our goddamn visas, waiting these long ass lines, gotta smell this stanky ass airport, but we do it legally. Now the problem is, it's not just they come over illegally, they taking our jobs. Hell, some of these people, they taking y'all girls. And most importantly, this is what people are not talking about the most. This is what's killing me, that a lot of people are not seeing. They have these babies. You got to understand, Hispanics, I'm not even gonna keep it on Hispanics. Immigrants in general, they practice group economics. That's basically, they circulate the money within their community. They hire people within their community. So you have to take everything into consideration. They come over here, they have all these babies. Now these babies have citizenship. These babies have the same rights as your child. Now your child have to outcompete with them as well. So it's not just you, but it's your children as well. So I just want to bring that angle in and want to hear what you guys have to say.
I never had a problem with birthright citizenship, to be honest. It's been around as long as I've ever known. So it's just recently where I hear people pushing back against it and saying that it's wrong. I don't have a problem with it. If a child is born here, they're an American.
But I mean, they're coming over illegally, right, though. Yeah. That's the problem. And once they're here illegally, now they can that's the whole it was a whole birth tourism thing it's been going on for years, and this shit is still going on. And it's like, dude, I don't know how you feel, but me personally, I don't like the fact that somebody can come over here illegally, have children, and now their children are going to be competing with my children. I look at that as a threat, me personally, because blacks already we're under attack. That's number one. These Hispanics, they bring their ass over here, and they think just because their skin is a little bit whiter, a little bit more, a little bit more tan, a little bit, softer, they think they better than the blacks. Now they want to side with Trump. Now they get to see what the fuck Trump is really about.
Well, I want to say that is not just Hispanics. Let's be clear, because there's a lot of Asians that do it, and it's a lot of Europeans that do it as well. The European immigrancy is something that's not talked about, because when you see somebody that has a European appearance, it's an automatic assumption that they might be American. You understand what I'm saying? Versus somebody that's Hispanic, there's a little bit of profiling going on. But as far as this is where we kind of disagree. I don't believe in birthright citizenship at all. Even if it's done by somebody who entered the country legally, somebody is on a visa, they got a legitimate visa, and they happen to give birth in the United States. I don't believe in birthright citizenship.
Right.
In my opinion, I think that you should be 3 generations deep.
Right.
Like if you're not already a citizen,
even the Philippines, do it.
Huh?
The Philippines don't do birthright citizenship. You have to be a Filipino. Either your mom or your dad or somebody in your bloodline has to be Filipino. Otherwise, you're not going. It doesn't matter where the hell if you're born in Manila, Cebu. You can be. It don't matter where the hell you was born. If one of your parents is not Filipino, you're not getting citizenship. And people just don't understand.
But when did this big pushback against birthright citizenship start?
I've been talking about it for years myself, personally. Like I've been talking about it for years. Some of the people in the space, they've heard me talk about, my apprehension against birthright. This is back when Obama was president. I just always
overall, when did we you probably were talking about it by yourself, because I really didn't hear it. You might have been the only one talking about it.
Yeah.
Because I haven't really heard this big pushback until within the last year when Trump.
Well, see, but the reason why I felt the way I felt, I was in the military, and so I was stationed in Germany. I saw the writing on the wall back then when I was in Germany. But this we're talking 2005, right? And I was seeing the time that I was there, I could see the change happening before my eyes, and I'm like, people come to a country, and it's crazy that you flee your country of origin, but then you try to transform the country you flee to into the country you just left. That's what kind of confuses me, and that's why I think that people need to be about 3 generations deep before you even think about becoming a citizen.
I agree 100%. And the reason why is because
I agree with birthright citizenship, man. You were born here, you were born on this soil, you're an American citizen, man. I don't see how you get away from that.
Well, the slap in the face for me is because how the fuck we built no, you have to understand, because it's our people died for this shit, bro. You have to understand that our great grandparents died for this shit. We came over here as slaves, but how that make you feel? You don't feel some type of way? And then for a motherfucker to come over here and think that they can have more than a black, they can be better than us, bro. I feel some type of way, bro. I can't let it slide, bro.
But we just gotta be us, bro.
Illegal immigrant right now,
man. We gotta do great things.
I'm calling goddamn Tom Holman. You goddamn right.
That's your right, but I'm saying we gotta be us, bro. We can't hold people back to elevate ourselves, man. That's what was done to us.
Back, bro. They have their own country, bro. What do you mean? They have their own country.
But see, now both of you have a point. From a I think it's more of a feeling. I feel, and I hate saying that, I feel like it's wrong to hold a group back, but I don't know what the guy's name is that I'm talking to. Not you, Blizz, but what's the other guy?
Q.
I'm Q.
sorry, Q. To your point, man, these other groups, they playing dirty.
Deport all their ass.
Like they
and the
playing
reason why I
dirty. So
mentioned
you
Hispanics
trying to do
because
things right
they're
and
the
not
biggest
harm them
group.
back?
They're the biggest minority group. That's the reason why I mentioned them, because they're the biggest minority group. I know all these goddamn Asians, Indians. I know they feel the same way.
They might feel the same way about us. I just don't like same thing that we complain about. We turn around and try to do it to somebody else. You
They
know
have
what I
their
mean?
own country.
How
That's
does
what
that
I'm
make
saying,
sense,
though. Like we was brought over here. That's the biggest difference people don't understand. And you know what's crazy? Hispanics actually thought that we just came over here willingly. There's like a whole trend on like social media, like where I guess they were just uneducated. They didn't know that we were brought here as slaves, and America got free labor. They didn't know that.
No,
stupid people.
They're not
Stupid ass. It's
uneducated.
stupid people. It's just the stupid ones talking, just like a lot of other areas.
But see, this is the problem. It's not that they're uneducated, they're miseducated. And that's why it's important, I think that's why I'm a big proponent of men traveling, especially black men in particular traveling, is because we have to curate our own propaganda, because if we don't go there, somebody else is going to speak for us. Whoever get there first, they're going to lay the foundation and they're going to spread propaganda. So these other countries, you go to these other countries, they already have an assumption about black people, black men in particular. And it's not our narrative, it's somebody else's narrative that was given to them.
It's all propaganda, man. That's why I don't believe in religion. That's why I don't believe in Jesus, Santa Claus. It's all propaganda. It's all bullshit. It's all propaganda for white supremacy.
What about the large amount of immigrants that are net positive in the budget? Do they get a check? Does it roll over to another immigrant? Is there a family pooler plan? There's nothing wrong with immigrants, TJ.
So I'm nothing wrong with immigrants. Are you talking about Indians? Like when he says net positive? If you're not a citizen, you don't get any benefit. Period. You pay your visa fee. Just like if I go to Ethiopia, I don't get any benefit. I pay my visa fee, and when my visa is expired, I got to get out of their country. Like there is no entitlement as the visitor. Like when we go to another country, like when I go to another country, I have to be on my best behavior because I'm a guest there. I don't feel like I'm owed anything, just besides common decency, but I'm not owed anything as a guest.
I understand what you're saying, man. Like, and that's the thing. Like, most of us, some of us go, they don't give a fuck. We do stupid shit, but most of us, we travel with that. We know we're guests. We don't act out. We're on our best behavior because if we fuck up, we know what's gonna happen, man. It might not be nice. We check in where we're supposed to check in. We pay fees and dues when we're supposed to pay them. We don't work if we're not supposed to work. That's how most of us travel. That's how most of these guys in the chat travel. They do everything that they're supposed to do. You know what I mean? But for some reason, when it comes to America, they look at America differently. And maybe they should. It's because a lot of these guys believe in American exceptionalism, even though they don't say it and they don't agree. They do believe in American exceptionalism, and they hold America. Cisco, TJ, Thomas, maybe even Q, maybe you, maybe me. I don't know, but they won't say it. That America, they don't see these other countries the same way they see America. America is supposed to be this big. It's supposed to be this, but we know it's not. We know it's not. Us that live here, America is great. There's a lot of great opportunities, but it's not this apple pie society, this unicorns and fucking golden streets that they sell. We know it's not that. I never believed in a fucking American dream. Some people did. But that's why they're so like messed up Now, see, Thomas just said it. We're supposed to be world leaders. Not me. Not me. I'm just a man. Maybe America, maybe y'all think America is supposed to be a world leader. I know the truth that American is just the same as any other person in the world. You're not special. You're not above nobody. You know, America has a lot of these same flaws that all these other countries. We just got money. We're fucked up too. We can't take care of our own people either. We just got money. If we didn't have money, America would look just like these other countries, man. If it wasn't for slavery and how this economy got propped up, America would look the same. We're not special. We're not world leaders. We just got money, man. And a big ass army. We're not smarter. Machine. We're not smarter. We're not doing anything that anybody else wouldn't do if they had the amount of money that we had. We're not special.
It's the propaganda machine, because if you project a superiority, then you're able to pilfer the greatest, the brightest from other countries. And so that will contribute. That's what's contribute to your greatness. Because think about this, you have elites from other countries. We're talking about like political leaders, wealthy businessmen. They send their children to westernized country to go to school. They send their children to westernized countries to live. Not their country of origin, but they send their kids abroad. That's because America has projected this image through propaganda, and people buy into it.
Yeah, like I don't know. You talking about Yale and all that shit, and these elites sitting there. I don't know what fuck it. It's just a name, to be honest. It's just a name. Pretty sure there are schools abroad that rival Yale, Harvard, but it's a name. And it's in America. It's supposed to be special. And to me, I never looked at America that way. I wasn't raised to view America that way. I wasn't raised to think that I had to work 10 times harder to get half. I wasn't raised with that inferiority complex. I wasn't raised thinking that there's some picket fence magically waiting for me, like the American dream. I wasn't raised that way, man. I was raised in reality. I was raised, honestly, I grew up, my mentality was kind of militant, you know what I mean? So I think different. I think different, man. I don't think America is this shining city on the hill. It's great in some aspects. I was just saying earlier on Icy Streams, I love the diversity here. It makes for something special when you grow up around and you understand people's cultures already before you even travel the world. You have a semblance of what their culture's like. Like me, when I traveled to the DR, I grew up around Dominican people. So I understand some of their culture already. Now, Philippines, I grew up around Filipino Americans, a few of them. You know what I mean? So their culture, really, I didn't understand what it was about until I got there and started really learning in person. So there are good things about America. There absolutely are. But does that set us apart from any other people in the world? I don't think so. I think what sets us apart is the amount of money and how big and strong our economy is and our military. That's it. And you kind of mentioned it, like pilfering the knowledge from other. I don't know if you said that exact word, but pilfering,
like pilfering personnel, like the greatest, yes, the brightest minds.
Yeah, I'm gonna take your scientists, your doctors, your nuclear physicists, or your nurses, like the Philippines. We take, you know what I mean? India, we take their doctors and their scientists and their computer science experts. Like, yeah, they all
Nigeria.
come here. Yep, Nigeria. They all come here and they help make America greater. They do. They help make America a better place, man. But does that mean that we're naturally just better people because we're born in America? Hell no. Hell no, man.
I
don't.
got a
I
question,
don't agree with
Blizz.
that. Go ahead, bro.
Why do you think they call it race?
Race?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't
Tell
think
me.
we'll
Because we're in a competition. Is that what you're trying to insinuate?
It's a competition.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's the reason why I mentioned birthright citizenship. Like, you may not look at it as a competition, but the world, like if you travel abroad, you will see clearly it's a competition.
Yeah.
You see it's colorism, it's a whole bunch of tribalism, it's competition. So when I mentioned birthright citizenship ending it, I'm looking at it from, a race-based, I know it's fucked up to say, but that's the world we live in.
No, I get what you're saying. I get where you're coming from, but I'm like, yo, we're gonna have to compete anyway, bro. We have to teach our children to compete regardless, bro. Regardless, because there's gonna be immigration in America, regardless. There is. We were just talking about it. Scientists, doctors, those are the people who they really want to immigrate into America. They don't want that's who Trump wants. He wants doctors, scientists, these people that could contribute and could really push innovation forward. There's another group that want domestic workers and farm workers and people that pick fruit. You know what I mean?
But
I don't
You're
push
gonna
back
have to
on that.
compete with immigrants regardless,
I don't
whether
push
it's
back on
legal
that.
or illegal.
It's just, we have to mention, things like racism, colorism, discrimination. And when you have a black child, then you look at things from a different lens. You're like, okay, they're discriminated. They're going to try to discriminate you because of your color, but we know how great you are. But in the real world, that doesn't matter. We know that colorism exists. Sexism exists. Discrimination, all that exists. So we just can't ignore it and act like, we're all big, one happy family, when that's not the truth. We have to acknowledge reality.
Yeah, I agree. You have to
Hey,
acknowledge.
can you go back to Brett's comment? Yeah, Brett, where you at in Seattle? I mean, I get you say you're near Seattle. I'm in Seattle myself. I'm on the west side. I don't know where you at. You said you live close to Seattle, so I don't know if you're like in one of the, surrounding cities. But tap in. Let me know where you at. But
Kent, he says Kent.
Oh, Kent. Oh, I was in Renton earlier. I went to a little function in Renton. So I was near there.
Yeah. Money talks and BS walks all over the world.
But you know what?
Yeah,
That's
Q,
what
I see what you were saying, Q. I understand that. I have black kids. My kids are 100% black. So and it's a tightrope for me between victimhood and then empowerment. So I kind of I didn't want to raise them to where they're thinking that, oh, I gotta work, like I just said, 10 times harder to get half as much just because white people are against us. No, that's just how you gotta work, regardless. That's just how you have to work. That's the drive you need to survive in this world. You know what I mean? Outside of any other thing. Yes, this does exist. My kids know that. They know racism exists, colorism exists, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect how hard you need to work.
No,
that's
not true.
Need to have.
That's not true. Because why the hell do they have your race on a job application? Why can't you just submit your job application and submit your license and say, "Hey, I'm qualified"?
What I'm
That's
saying
not
is,
true.
Does that change how hard that my child needs to work to get ahead in the world?
Absolutely.
Just telling them that. Just telling them that they need to work hard because
you need to prepare your child for the real world.
To work hard? It is. I have. My children know about racism. Believe me, and the effects that it has. But what I'm not going to teach them is that. What do they get to let up? Do they get to let up just because they know racism is out there? Or do they need to be going 100% no matter what, no matter if they feel it or not? Because the thing about that is that a lot of racism that we experience today is hidden. It's not out in the open like it was before. So a lot of these kids, especially 18, 19, 20 years old, they're not feeling outright racism. They're not seeing it. They're not seeing how, well, you're younger than me, but how my parents experienced racism in Birmingham, Alabama, 1940s and 50s, growing up with the Ku Klux Klan marching through the streets. That's what my mother went through.
My parents from Mississippi and Arkansas, so I know what you're talking about.
Exactly. It's hidden now. It's hidden now. So you could say, yeah, you got to work 10 times harder, this and that. They don't see it the way we see it, man. So it's easier to say, yeah, these things exist, but regardless of anything, you need to be out there doing what you have to do, what you need to be doing. You need to be going hard, whether you see the competitor or not. It's almost like track. You know what I mean? Like in track, 100-meter dash, like, yeah, you're running against, these people are running alongside of you, but you're really racing yourself. You're racing the clock because you don't get, you know how the heats go. I don't know if you guys been to a track meet, right? They run heats. They run heats. You're racing the clock. You're racing your own time. You're not even really racing that guy next to you because the guy in the next heat might have a better time than you. If you get what I'm trying to say there, man.
Yeah, but then at the end of the day, whoever has the best time wins.
Exactly. So no matter what, you need to be running fast, no matter if the person next to you is, whether you're going to beat that person next to you by 10 feet or not.
But, but see, here's the thing. You may not even have a clock. You just running a race. And you look to your left and to your right, and you see people beside you. But what you don't realize is that they're a lap ahead of you. And that's where that's kind of where it brings back to the conversation that I think it was last week you were talking about, being good. And I mentioned, if the outcome is desired, but the means were unrighteous, is it still good? And I think that's how other groups play. They're looking at the desired outcome. They don't care about what it took to get there. They don't care about who they had to step on or step over to get to where they want to get. And so when you raising a family in a westernized context, and you're trying to instill morals, ethics, and principles in a land that's unprincipled by nature, you're at a distinct disadvantage. Not to mention the fact that you're starting to race a lap behind. So I understand that you don't want to, promote victimhood. And there's like a fine line between letting them know, where they're at on the starting grid versus, pushing them to the brink of just giving up and saying, you know what, the game is rigged. Why even compete? You know what I'm saying? And I got people in my family who I guess felt that way and just say, I'm gonna just have a life of crime instead of, doing it the legit way. So yeah. I don't know. It's tough.
It's a thin line, man. It is a thin line. But I think, like, I don't know. I'm just not the type of person like you said. Some people play the game fucked up, man. They don't go by the rules. But I can't afford to teach my kids that, to not play by the rules, because their consequences are a lot steeper, man. That's also a thin line, bro. Their consequences, our consequences are a lot steeper, if we're not playing by the rules, man. TJ's in the building. What up, bro? I'm gonna bring you up, man.
Oh, that was fast. What's good?
I got you, man.
Sometimes
I don't see it real, and I you'll be sitting there for a little while. I see you as soon as you popped up. because you got that yellow shirt on, man. It kind of caught my eye when you popped
Sl-
up. But what's
Slightly
going on, bro?
eye-catching. Not too much. Provide a little bit of contrast, even if this turns into an unintentional surrounded. Just because we are definitely leaning a certain way on the immigration debate. Even if I wasn't here to play devil's advocate, I'd probably push back on some of these anyway. But yeah, no, just a lot of interesting takes. But ultimately, I still hear that some sort of consideration should be given for the sacrifices that our ancestors made to get here, but everybody else should play by the rules. And I think that's that exceptionalism at work, one way or the other, however you want to feel about it. Like, I think a lot of it comes down to people saying, why am I not getting my take? And I don't think that that's so much the direct result of the immigrants or the immigration policies, so much as the people making them. And the fact that instead of pointing fingers at that, you're sitting here talking about the Hispanics or the Asians or the whoever's, I mean, means that it's working pretty well. I mean, shit, late stage capitalism goes to work is batting 1,000 this season. So it's just interesting to kind of see the mindset at work, because obviously I'm from a very blue state and a very blue part of that blue state. So I also have a lot of friends that work actively in both the social work and immigration community. So side note, this was irking me. I'm not even coming at you like anything like that. Immigrancy is not an actual word. Immigration is the word you were looking for. That was a minor hair for me. But outside of that, yeah, it's an interesting quagmire, because obviously there are a lot of takes to it, and a lot of presidents and administrations have taken swings at it to various degrees of success. And then they blame the administration before them for whatever problems they have to deal with. So it's interesting to see that we're not looking at the people making these policies so much as the results of them.
I think they are looking at the people that make the policies. That you can tell by the dramatic.
Have we talked about them once in the last 30 minutes?
Excuse me?
We talk about the actual administrators once, or we just talk about the immigrants, though?
I brought them up. I brought up the politicians.
I'm saying that when you see the dramatic change in voter sentiment, I think that's a reflection of people being disgruntled with the previous administration's policies. I don't know if it's specifically regarding illegal immigration, but I think that there is some dissatisfaction. And there's going to be, as far as I'm concerned, I don't feel as though if, I guess you're talking about the entitlement because of specific sacrifices made by ancestors. I think that was more Q's point.
Speaking broadly, but yes, correct.
Yeah, I just feel like, well, I'm particularly against illegal immigrancy because obviously there's a security risk with just allowing people to come into a country undocumented. I think that's an issue, because if I were in a country that had an axe to grind with America, I would look at an unsecured border as the perfect opportunity to put operatives in place, or sow the seeds of dissent by compelling my undesirables to enter the country. Like, hey, listen.
I agree, bro. Get them white Canadians out of here. That's your major immigration issue in the Pacific Northwest. The highest concentration of illegal immigrants in the Pacific Northwest are Canadians, either overstaying passports or in the decade previous to this, before I guess like this last COVID started to tighten the border really more so in Trump or Biden.
And the law, it should be equally doled out. You know what I mean?
It's not. You're not seeing no ice trucks pull up at Tim Hortons, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we can talk all day about the right and wrong, but at the end of the day, it's who's administrating these laws, and the people administrating these laws right now aren't fairly going after.
That's what I said. I said, Trump ain't gonna go after them. He should.
Like, but we know if that were the case, we wouldn't be stripping immigration preventions, right? We wouldn't be pulling up at people's immigration hearings and snatching them, right? You would be pulling up on Paco in the hood, or these cats in Civic Center in San Francisco selling like fentanyl in the open air markets. But those are hard targets. Those guys have guns. They'll shoot at ICE agents. You know who won't? Fucking Jose, who's at his job at Mitsubishi, dog, he don't have a piece on him. So that's an easier target to pull. And right now with the monetization, that's like we're low key back to the slave catching days. There are bounties for the amount of immigrants that you bring in, both as a unit and as an individual with ICE right now. And we're not talking about that. We're talking about whether or not the Koreans at the Hyundai plant deserve to be pulled or no. I just feel like, again, it's amazing from the outside looking in as somebody sitting in a communist country that's obviously throwing some anti-U.S. psyops in the mix themselves. It's just really interesting to watch like how the media landscape has changed, especially with like ousting of a lot of the dissident voices in this last administration. A lot of people that were those voices that spoke out against not even Trump, just right-wing corruption. They're finding out, you can get arrested for that now. So, Jake Tapper, he doesn't have any hard questions anymore. A lot of these CNN, MSNBC cats that were liberal voices, like, they're like, a lot of these cats know to stay quiet. It's, you ever seen State Property, Get Down or Lay Down? A lot of people got down. So it's like, the media landscape does reflect that right now. And I think it's interesting.
I don't know. I don't watch MSNBC that much no more, but I didn't know they fell back from criticizing Trump. I know.
I mean, everybody did.
O'Donnell, what's his name? O'Donnell, he used to go in on Trump. Like that's all he used to talk about was Trump. This dude's an idiot, a bubbler. He used to kill Trump. But I don't know, TJ. I'm gonna ask you, like, so you have no problem with 400 and something illegal immigrants building a plant in Georgia?
I have no problem with going after those immigrants after we've gone after all the actual criminals, all the people that are actually out here shooting up and dealing drugs. I think, sure, there are crimes in the country. Some of y'all are hey, did you know that paying for ass is a crime? And most of these countries where ass paying is essentially looked the other way at, like driving that scooter without a license or a proper IDL and endorsement from the government is a crime. Having old girls, kids with you, if you guys go on a trip together in the Philippines, is technically a crime if it's not properly registered. You can't be nobody's grown-ass man with nobody's kids and she goes and walks away and takes a pee break. You can go to jail, buddy. So I just mean, like, a lot of people, like, yes, we should be going after certain levels of illegal immigration and then maybe going down the ladder. I don't think Hyundai, I don't think, Park Soo Kim and, Hun Min Chul were threats to American productivity or society. I think that we should worry about, the North Koreans that white people are out here leasing our jobs to. Like, that's slightly bigger worry for me. Or, a lot of these cats that are coming in from white-ass South American countries like Argentina, who's just signed a brand new 90-day come in, come out whenever you want treaty, in Peru and Chile that have visa-free access, that are part of these break-in gangs that literally wait for athletes and rappers and check out the schedules, wait until they're away from LA or New York, bust in the house, take all that stuff. But we're not going after the kingpins of that because they can pay bribe money.
Now,
it doesn't seem a lot different from here.
Good points.
Now, I did mention earlier that and Blizz also touched on it as well, that there's European immigrants that often go unchecked, and there's an automatic assumption that if they're European, either they're here legally or they're a citizen themselves. But I think that you do have some good points, but I'm not opposed to going after those that are committing the most heinous crimes. But in any given municipality, there's ongoing operations concurrently. You may have a drug sting operation going on. You may have some type of corruption infiltration operation going on, but they're still writing tickets for speeding. They're still giving tickets for jaywalking simultaneously. So I think you can do both. I think there's a way that you can do both. Obviously, the emphasis should be on those that are committing the crimes. But again, like you mentioned, people are getting paid off. You know,
A lot of
so
people getting paid
what
off.
what can you do about that? What's the solution for that? That happens everywhere. Every country I've ever been to,
I
there's been some
agree.
element of corruption.
Hey, let me. Is my VPN on? Yeah. Hey, here too. But you know, at the end of the day, it is something where it's like we got to direct more of our brain power to this. Think about this. And this big beautiful bill that we just put out, they put what 8 billion to hire 10,000 more ICE troops. Instead of all this little silly sweeping shit going to Home Depots and KFC, imagine what you could do with 10,000 strapped up rednecks. Like, bro, we could take out like all the MS-13 violence in the southern United States in a month. Just send them in 5,000 at a time. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like, but we're not doing that. And that's really like, that's where my issue is, because we talk about the immigration, we talk about these problems, but we're still at the end of the day, we're hiring politicians that talk about the immigration and talk about getting rid of it, but don't really tell us how to do it or how they're going to do it. And then when we end up sending, the homie down the street that sold elotes without a permit to fucking Rwanda, everybody's making shocked Pikachu faces. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, you should, if you can get a permit for selling elotes, you should, but we shouldn't send you to a formerly war-torn country that's taking money for private prisons if you do it. Like, we should do that if you're selling fentanyl. I'm from the Bay Area, so I have a bit of a bias. Like, there are real problems with immigration in the country. There always have been. It's been, pretty much a bipartisan issue since I've been an adult, likely since before then. But like, obviously, with social media and algorithm targeting getting a lot more advanced in the last 5-10 years, if you're trying to hear about that, you're going to hear a lot more about it. And because of the availability of streaming and micro influencers, micro creators, etc., there's a lot more topics on this. So it's like, it's tough for me to say that there's not people that don't agree with that sentiment, but at the end of the day, I just don't think that their frustrations are targeted in the right place. And I think that that's a deliberate effect of, without getting too tinfoil hat, the powers that be. It's, with all the goofy shit happening right now in the Trump administration, we got United. Yo, I used to be a United Premier 1K member. I fell down to silver this year, dog. I'm terrified of United planes right now. They're falling out. They just had another one this morning. I had to take an emergency stop in Ireland on the way to like England or something. It's like, bro, we have other things to worry about right now. We need to hire 10,000
I mean,
air
we
traffic
do.
controllers,
We do, but it doesn't mean we can't kind of pay attention
but
to
we're
all this
not.
other stuff. You know
But
what I
we're
mean?
not, and
But
that's the
your
problem.
see?
I think it would be dope if we could walk, talk, and chew bubble gum at the same time, but historically speaking, we choke and pass out on the sidewalk when we give it an attempt.
So we're focusing on the byproduct, but not the.
But that's the key. We are not doing anything. It's they. We're not even in the war room. You understand what I'm saying? So we're just casual observers to other demographics making decisions that ultimately affect us all. And I think that's where art as a collective, we should be tunnel vision focused on how do we get in the war room? How do we begin to be part of the decision making process? And it's hard because, I think obviously from a numbers perspective, we represent a small minority in the country. And then you just have so many other groups that, as Q said, it's a race. They work feverishly against us because it's just a competition. So I think that's the real problem because, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have the conversations, but as many conversations that as you may have, we're really essentially powerless in the grand scheme of things. On a small local level, we can influence things, but in the grand scheme of things, you really don't have a say.
Hey, can I ask
You
TJ?
really
Can I
feel
ask
that
TJ?
like immigrants are against
TJ,
us?
what's your perspective on birthright citizenship, ending birthright citizenship?
I think, again, there are other things to worry about. The money that you're worrying about spending on ending birthright citizenship, you could again be spending on contract or combating illegal drug trafficking, and actually tracking where payments are going to politicians, some of these Gulf and border countries, and actively letting in, the real shitty coyotes, not the ones that are just, bringing over random families, but the ones that are actively like doing scouting routes and digging tunnels for the cartels and the Colombians and the traffickers and all these other cats bringing drugs into the country. Like, sure, should birthright citizenship need some tightening up? Yeah. Are anchor babies nearly as big of a statistical hurdle as the news would like you to believe? Not especially. We have way bigger issues with just things like vehicle insurance processing, where we could save a couple $2 billion as a country. But again, birthright citizenship, that's already something that's in the Constitution. Now we're talking about removing things from a document.
But it wasn't for these illegal immigrants. It was for the babies of black slaves. That's my only rebuttal.
I mean, if that's the case, then why should black people have any more advantages at this point? Right?
Because we built this country. It's our country, technically.
I mean, did you build the country? We're playing devil's advocate. Did you personally build the country?
You goddamn right.
You did.
Yeah.
All right. Explain to me how you built the country.
Me personally, of course, I didn't build the country, but
so you personally didn't build the country. So you can't have nothing.
I am a loin of my ancestors.
You're basically saying that based off of the contributions of what your family did in order to get here and make their place here, you deserve to be a member of the United States of America. You know what I'm calling that, right?
Okay. I'm trying to see where you're going, though.
Citizenship, my man. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's
okay, I don't have no problem
with
that.
To be in America
the problem is these illegal immigrants. They come over and how the fuck can an illegal immigrant have more rights than us? That's number one.
So your real problem is that white people haven't given you enough of us free.
Everybody's mentality is so fucked up.
Who is they? There are a lot of immigrant communities
to think that they're better than black people just because of their skin color, or they want to side with white America and get as far away from black America to advance their economic opportunities. And I have a huge problem with that, especially
if you siding with white America right now with regards to the immigration argument in order to advance your economic opportunities, Q?
You say what?
Right now, the argument you're making, it's generally a white-held conservative argument, illegal immigration. You're arguing to the pro of it in the hopes that it'll better protect your rights or your children's ability to advance. That's the same thing. That's exactly what's on the tin. You're upset so you're saying that it's upset. It's not fair that they get to do it because of their skin color. Correct?
No, I'm saying not only are they illegal, but how the fuck are they gonna? Okay, they're illegal. Number one, they're coming over here with this goddamn entitlement attitude, trying to side with white America, thinking that's going to give them an economic advantage. And I have a problem with that because, first of all, they don't have no fucking rights. So all these sanctuary cities, that shit need to be burned down to the ground. Yeah.
Okay. So basically your argument here is that
my argument is
they
need
don't
to go
deserve
to
the same opportunities as you.
That's my
based on the color. Okay, I agree. You should get the blacks out of here. Send them back to Africa. What have they done?
Send all the ass back.
Yeah,
if you're here illegally, send them.
No. All of them. They're all kind of here illegally. If you think about it, slavery, the ones that weren't registered, there are a lot of illegal slaves. A lot of slaves came in under the radar, and a lot of slaves were held here illegally after the fact. Back to Africa movement came and went. Why are they still here? I agree.
You have
Get
to
them
understand
out of here.
The difference between willingly coming to this country willingly and unwillingly. We didn't come to this motherfucking country willingly. These motherfuckers are coming willingly. They're literally risking their lives coming over here, and then coming over here with their fucking entitlement attitude and all the other bullshit that it comes with.
So
I got a big problem with it. I have a big problem with it.
From to the north in the Civil War, you understand those were all illegal immigrants, right?
Hold on, say it again.
All the blacks that escaped the South to the north during the Civil War were illegal immigrants.
Okay.
So they should have been sent back, right?
No, they're not illegal
Good
immigrants.
point. Damn, TJ.
I mean, why were they not illegal in the Confederacy?
Because we were brought here illegally.
In the Confederacy, slavery is legal.
Yeah.
They moved to the United States of America illegally against the rules of the Confederacy in order to pursue what? A better life. But under your argument, those niggas aren't the original niggas that came here on the boat.
Right.
Get them out of here. Back to the South you go.
You know,
my family's from Louisiana. Them niggas gotta go back to Monroe.
I wouldn't have a problem with them being here, but
they gotta leave.
I wouldn't have a problem with them being here. But it's the mentality that you think you're gonna
exactly these uppity coons just think that they can up and have part of America.
I'm calling Tom home
and have their just because they help plow a couple cotton fields. Get them out of here.
Yeah.
Kick rocks. Back to the South we go.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, like in all honesty, I mean, you know, as far as immigration policy goes, or immigration policy, obviously, I'm not advocating for altering the citizenship of anybody who's a citizen now. You know, people who have went through that path of citizenship, people who have already been granted citizenship through birthright, even though I don't agree with birthright citizenship, for people who are non-immigrants and people who are not brought here in this country by slavery and people who are not, you know, Native Americans, quote, so to speak. But the people that are here as immigrants and don't have a citizenship, I don't think they should be granted citizenship, nor should their children be granted citizenship. I think that anybody that's like, for instance, if you're an American, like one parent is American, and they have a child anywhere in the world, obviously they should be considered a citizen, in my opinion. But
one drop rule.
Yeah, one drop rule. If one of your parents is an American citizenship, you know, automatically the offspring should be an American citizen. But
it's low-key eugenics, but let's keep going.
Well, we're talking about national identity. We're not talking about necessarily ethnicity. I'm talking about an identity, citizen status in a particular country.
You can have nationalist eugenics.
Huh?
You can have nationalist eugenics. You usually need an ethnic state for it, but it's not an absolute.
Well, I have no problem with that. But my issue is that people who they're not citizens, their parents are not citizens, they're birthed here. But again, like I said earlier, you have kids, or not, they're not kids now, but they're adults who have been here since they were children. I don't think the solution is to just kick them out of the country. I've been totally against that from day one. I think that there should be a path for them to have some sort of permanent residency. An immediate visa, give them immediate visa, have them register, submit documentation, and have a path to permanent residency for those people. Even the people that are here, not even children, adults that are here. I don't think anybody should just be kicked out of the country if they haven't committed any other crime besides entering the country illegally. But I think they should have to pay. There's an opportunity to capture revenue, and I think that America should take full advantage of people's desire to be here. I fully support the golden visa, provided everything checks out as far as, if they have a criminal history. Obviously, I don't care how much money they pay, they shouldn't be here. But a golden visa, I'm all for that. There should be a process for people who have the means to pay and can create opportunities for people that are, as far as job opportunities. So I'm not totally against people. Like when I say immigrancy, I'm talking specifically about illegal immigrancy. I still believe some people don't believe this, but I think America is a country of immigrants.
True.
That's what I believe.
But not anymore. But that shit gotta stop. America, a country of immigrants until now. Obviously,
legal immigration.
No. Actually, I think they should open back up Ellis Island. Have a process.
Okay.
Have a process. because people are going to continue to try to come into this country illegally. So why not implement a process to have people naturalized? You have the border, you have the apparatus already. So you have a process, you put them in a queue. That way you can document everybody.
If you came up with the perfect solution, somebody would be absolutely against it. And that's the world we live in. It could be the perfect solution. It could make the most amount of sense. Like you said, it could be a perfectly laid out path to citizenship, Ellis Island, all over the place. One in New York, one in Miami, one in Texas. It could, and somebody would be adamantly against it. You know, it's just politics and the way we see things.
All right, peep game now. Check me on this. So let's speak numbers, because I feel like we're talking a lot of anecdotals right now. As of mid 2025, the line for people doing it the right way that you're talking about, the backlog. So not the documents in process actively being processed at any point in time in the American immigration system. The backlog is 11.3 million applications. 11.3 million. And let's just theoretically clear out 10% of that, because of those 11.3 million, a lot of them are elderly and are going to frankly die before their case is ever looked at. So let's take them out of the line. Oh, well, you died in Sudan. Sucks to be you. You didn't do it the right way fast enough or whatever. Those cats are done. It's 10 million folks. What if I told you right now, or let's just say before January 1st, we had the funds and resources and manpower to clear all 11.3 million of those cases if funds were properly allocated, and we were going after the top, let's say, 1% of criminals that are illegally holding funds in the United States? Well, if I told you that was possible right now, there's a button that they can flip, they can press it, and it's entirely doable. With that, if you knew
to process that,
yeah,
background checks, all that
11.3 million, all of that. Well, if we had the funds to do it, yeah. So here's the thing: we have, and we haven't. So like at the end of the day, it's a question of who you're putting in the big seat. We have the resources to do that. At the end of the day, there's a financial incentive not to do it, right? Yeah. There's a financial incentive to go about doing it the wrong way on both ends. For these big corporations, you think the people building these private prisons aren't part of conglomerates that are employing illegal laborers that then get arrested in that same system that they profit for putting prisoners in? Like that's part of the game. And honestly, once they're done with them, they're going to do it to us. And you know what's going to happen? You're going to have 3 white dudes sitting on a chat like this that are like, why didn't they do it the right way? If you look at the stats, they're committing so many of the crimes. I mean, if they're one of the right ones, I think that they'll be okay. And they'll be getting cooked the exact same way. And there'll be 2 cats nodding and maybe one going,
Man, this is bullshit. It's all bullshit. Dude, we're talking about illegal. Dude, you're all over the place. You're talking about illegal. I think that's where you misconstrue.
We're talking about illegal the whole time, buddy.
No. You're talking about just in general.
We're just not talking about the illegals you like to talk about. We're talking about legal immigration, buddy. There's nothing wrong with it.
No. I think Q, what we're talking about now is we're talking about a way to kind of significantly impact illegal immigration by clearing out the backlog.
Making a pathway to legal immigration. We're talking a lot about, doing it the right way. We're not talking about the difficulty of doing it the right way.
Now, what's your name again? Is it TJ?
TJ's fine.
TJ. Okay, so TJ. Now, I'm going to take it at face value that we already have the funds available to clear out that backlog. And I understand, obviously there's other mechanisms at work preventing those funds being allocated to this problem.
Let's say Trump does some DMT tomorrow night and he signs the big beautiful bill too, and he puts 0.00001% of defense spending authorization into services to fund that. It's instantly funded in one go. We lose a couple B-22s and some of the experimental F-40 program. Go on.
No,
So we're
but
saying
see,
that happened. So you're just assuming that happened. I'm agreeing with you. Go on and
okay,
continue your
but hold on,
conjecture.
but there's a caveat there. But see,
Okay.
listen, my thing is, if there's an overwhelming demand for anything, what happens, generally speaking, in a free market? The price of it goes up. So what I'm saying is that, okay, you're gonna say, I would say, for the backlog of the 11 point whatever million people, I would say put out a memorandum and say, okay, for those people that are in this backlog, for this specified fee, we will expedite your application process. Because that's where I think the funds should come from. It should come from the people that want to come here. So I would say just tax them even more. They're not citizens, so I really don't care. Tax them to oblivion, in my opinion. You know, now as far as the misallocation of existing funds and resources, that's an entirely different discussion. Because I'm in the opinion that taxpayer money is being mismanaged. Obviously,
I mean, that's a bipartisan fact.
yeah.
I think that if we had the power, which we probably do, to clear that backlog and the funds, that absolutely should be done. Maybe that's where some of our focus needs to be on too. But it doesn't exclude the need to remove or deal with some way, remove the criminal element of illegal immigrants, and then still figure out some way to deal with, people that are here who are following all the other laws, but are here illegally.
But I think TJ makes a good point, because clearing out that backlog obviously would diminish the demand for what they call the mules, the coyotes, because there's a lot of crime, as we were talking about. I don't know if you heard earlier, TJ, we were talking about. There's a lot of crime surrounding the trafficking of people here illegally. You got a lot of people. You got a lot of people being violated.
One thing we don't talk about when we talk about immigration into the U.S. It's just not you can't just come here and say, hey, I want to work an apple picking job. That you might get denied. You know what I mean? If you want to come here to work and the job you want to work is an apple picking job, you might say no, because you don't need that. Just like in other countries, TJ knows this. You have to be some immediate need to work. If I want to go to the Philippines, it better be a damn good reason why I need to take a Filipino job. I'm not going there to change tires, right? Could I get a work visa for changing tires in the Philippines? Probably not.
Maybe if they're rocket ship or jet tires, possibly.
You know what I mean?
Might be able
Not
to get you a
mine.
little something. You're not working at the Jiffy
Maybe
Lube, brother.
mining the mining tires, but still, I wouldn't want to do that.
But I mean, here's my thing. A lot of times they are paying for it. Here's the thing. Somebody said earlier that illegal immigrants pay taxes by using somebody else's SSN. That's false. That's demonstrably false. Especially I come from a state that prides itself in paying undocumented citizens. And let me tell you, they do pay. It's called an ITIN. It's your individual tax identification number. It makes it so you do pay taxes, but get this, you cannot collect taxes. So you can't get benefits, you can't get returns, you can't get any of that. So these guys are all essentially paying net positive into the tax system, because they can't take out Social Security, but we still charge them Social Security. They can't take out UI, but we still charge them UI. So they're already essentially undergoing taxation without representation, and they're willing to essentially forego the most base tenet of American rights, right? Taxation without representation is what those white dudes in the powdered wigs went to war over the British with, for at the surface level, without getting super deep into stuff. But they're willing to take that L just in order to be here, and we're worried about the mechanisms in which they got in. Again, if you see this dude robbing somebody on the street, or doing some wild felonious activities, for sure, lock them up, get them out of here, send them to El Salvador so he can mine Bitcoin or whatever they're doing with people enslaved over there right now. But for the most part, that's not who's getting caught up in these. And I think when we're talking about the numbers and the rights and privileges and bomb it and burn it down and all these kind of extreme Q who's not on camera type views has right now, I feel, again, I don't know if Q Adventures in the Philippines would never talk about burning down a community on video. That's wild. But at
Oh,
the
you
end of
say
the
what? Hold on.
day,
I'm a little busy right now, but hold on, I'm gonna get back to you.
I had time for you then, but now I got time.
But hey, you know what? I kind of want to segue. I don't want to get too. I know you guys, we're enjoying this conversation, but you mentioned taxation, and I think the biggest issue right now in America, one of the biggest issues, is property tax. What do
I'm
y'all
from
feel about
California,
that?
bro. You preaching to the choir.
I think property tax, I think that's so egregious because you essentially never own your property, and I'm in Seattle, right? So already, the property tax, I'm gonna be honest, the property tax isn't crazy out here.
Especially for not having sales or state tax. Y'all, I had a very brief stint in the U district working a job, and let me tell you, those Seattle mark paychecks hit different.
But sales tax, and they're raising sales tax again on Tuesday.
You gotta move to Vancouver, buddy. Vancouver, Washington. You gotta just go across the bridge and do all your shopping.
Well, I'm in Seattle, so that's like going to Oregon is like a
journey.
3.5 hour drive.
Yeah,
man,
no, I'm aware.
Yeah.
Yeah, I drove all my crap from Seattle back to Bay Area when the company I was working for started to fold into itself. So I am familiar with the journey.
Property taxes is kind of crazy because
because you're American already, and you got to pay it to be a homeowner here, or else they can take your property, which is you don't own that. Then. That's not yours.
You don't. I live in the city. I live in the city.
Just real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm not familiar, and I looked into it because there was a guy that was talking about it, and he went over the Constitution and how actually property tax technically shouldn't even be a thing. It should technically be illegal, unconstitutional. And he went specifically, read through it. There was a lawyer that was like kind of chiming in and was kind of agreeing with him and stuff like that. And but go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the community I live in, the city I live in, it's not like top notch. It's not the suburbs, it's the inner city.
Are you in Connecticut?
Yeah, I'm in Connecticut.
Okay.
Waterbury, Connecticut.
I heard of Waterbury.
I said that before, TJ.
I didn't catch that before. That's like when somebody tells you that they're in New Jersey, but they don't specify where they're in New Jersey, and then you find out that it's like Eaton or some shit.
So if you heard of it, you kind of know a little bit. It's not the worst place in the world, but it's damn sure grimy. It's grimy out here. You know what I mean?
By New England standards, I would say that's about equivalent to a Roxbury or Jamaica Plains or Gloucester.
Yeah, not nothing crazy, but so how is it possible that same house? So if I put up the same house, same lot, same everything, exact same house, and I don't know if you know where Watertown, Connecticut is. It's the little town right next to Waterbury. Nicer, better education system, better paved roads, better garbage collection. You would pay less taxes in Watertown than you would in Waterbury. And it's because of the social safety net. It's because of the social safety net. If more
a lot
people
of the school taxes too.
If more people are actually paying property taxes, then the property taxes can be lowered. If you have a majority of low income, like Waterbury, who don't pay a lot of the property taxes, the people who actually own the property will need to pay more to make up for the the underprivileged. You see what I'm
I've
saying?
always, yeah,
It's
I've
kind of
always
a
thought
give
that
and
that's a
take.
good system.
I
Colombia
too.
uses a similar system. It's called like an estratos, sistema estrato, or it's a stratification system where, like, for example, in Medellin or Bogota, right? You'll have really nice neighborhoods, like where all the gringos go to get robbed these days, but what used to be really nice spots, like, Poblado or Estadio, and they'll be like strato 6 or strato 6. So, like, they pay the most in terms of like electricity, water, like garbage dues, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because those are the nicest neighborhoods. And if you ever seen any of these like vloggers videos on Colombia, like a lot of times you'll see that, like, especially Medellin, a lot of these cities in like the Andes, they go out up into like the mountains, like, and the further up and away you get from the city, the poorer you get. And a lot of those will be like estrato like un y dos properties. So, like, they're like level 1 and 2. They're just like, they pay the lowest amount of water and whatever. And it's because those are the roughest neighborhoods. So it's like the people living the best pay the most, and that in turn subsidizes services in those poorer areas. And don't get me like twisted. I'm not saying Colombia is a utopia by any stretch of the
Yeah.
imagination, but broken clock, et cetera, et cetera.
But I kind of get it though. I kind of get it because, like I was saying, like that same house, like I said, in Waterbury, you might pay 8,000 a year in taxes, property taxes, compared to put it in the next city over, the next town over, you might pay 4,000. But the difference is you got way more property owners in Watertown and in the nicer cities, and primarily single family homes. If 20,000 of them are all own their houses and are actually paying property taxes, they're going to have a lot more in the pool at the end as compared to a city that's primarily multifamily homes. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
where, you know what I'm saying? Like, less property owners. Just
Well, I
way
mean,
less.
like a multifamily, because I own a multifamily. I'm in a multifamily right now. I own this. You still have to pay property tax.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro owns that, and the government can say, nah, B, if you don't pay them taxes, they can disagree with the fact that he owns it. I'm sorry, go on. That's just it blows my mind.
See, you're touching on something, but what makes it more egregious is the fact that I pay taxes when you buy the property. I'm going to have to pay taxes when I sell the property, right? But while I'm owning it, I'm paying taxes on an unrealized gain, because you have an assessor that says this property is worth X amount of money. And so based on that amount of money, you have to pay property tax according to the property tax rate. But you can never actually evaluate the cost of the property until you actually sell it. You never know, because you could say that based on market rates, this property is worth X amount of money. But let's just say, for instance, I have to make a distress sale. Like, for whatever reason, something changed, and I have to offload the property. I'm going to sell it for significantly under the market value.
It's a distressed property.
It's a distressed property. And so, like, right now, I gotta fix this sewer line. It's gonna be about 15,000. Like, if I had the money, people will sell a property because they can't afford to do a repair like that.
Exactly.
And they got to sell it undervalued because people smell the blood in the air. They know that you're distressed, and they'll wait it out. And then next thing you sell, take a 30% haircut. But my thing is that let's say that I don't fix the sewer line, right? Technically, the property value is diminished based on this, based on neglect. Mm-hmm. But the assessor doesn't go back and say, okay, well, I'm going to lower the property.
That same bill, Bubba.
Right?
I'm going to need that same 4X, homeboy.
Or take it to
I
another,
always
take it
thought
to
like
another
the
level.
way it looked like they just be doing the drive-by, man.
But check this out, right? That's
made
on an
fast.
individual level, and that's hard to really gauge unless I were to like maybe tap in with an assessor and say, listen, this is the reason why I feel like my property values. There's appeals process which never gets granted, but at least the mechanism is there, right? But let's take, for instance, in Las Vegas and Florida. Let's focus on Florida, right? We all know about the Surfside collapse, right? That significantly affected property values of particularly multifamily, those that own condominiums and big complexes, right? Because of the exorbitant costs associated with these condos now that are above 3 stories. They have to get that, I think it's one that says every 25 years, they have to get an engineer's inspection. We're talking about astronomical costs. And so because of that, these people are facing these big assessments. And so now you want to sell a property with an assessment looming. The person that's coming in and buying will say, okay, well, you have the property listed for $500,000. You got a $240,000 assessment. I'll give you $275 for it. So now that the value of that property is effectively lowered because of the assessment associated with that property, or the fact that there's not an assessment, but we can maybe I could forecast one in the future. But the people that are there are still paying these elevated property taxes, and so now they're having a compulsory sale because they're in distress. But then the person that comes in and buy it, it's just crazy. I'm totally against these property taxes, and I'm not saying I have a better solution, but I am against it.
Yeah, I don't see a way to get around it. It's like I was saying, man. Like the point I was trying to make was that with the comparison between Waterbury and Watertown is that, say Waterbury has 125,000 people. Watertown may have 50,000 people. Maybe 50. Yeah, let's say 50.
Hypothetical.
Waterbury would have 10,000 people that own property and pay taxes. Watertown will have 30,000 people that own property and pay taxes. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of
but that's what I'm telling you. The property tax.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I was just trying to explain the point.
But here's the thing, though. Another thing that people don't think about, and I actually, because I've been going back and forth about this property tax thing, man, since like 2007. I've been having these discussions about this crap, and so I actually looked into it. And in all fairness, a bulk of the tax revenue is from the commercial and business sector, and industrial sector, like homeowners, and even like small multifamily. I'm a small multifamily. Small multifamily, it's really a drop in the bucket compared to what the a lot of the commercial and the industrial buildings, like say for instance like an industrially zoned area. They pay a ton of tax.
They call it the grand list here. That's what they call it, the grand list.
Explain that.
It's basically the big businesses that pay the largest share of the taxes, and they have them all on the list, like
and then
industries,
also, and then like some of the dirty, what you consider the dirty industry that are in the industrial zones, they pay a higher tax because they're adversely affecting the environment. So these other areas pay a bigger portion of tax, and so that's my point. My point is that they already pay such a significant percentage of the tax. I think the tax base should be shifted off of the individual property owner. Now, let's just say that you own, like if you're an owner occupant, like me, I own the building, but I live in the building. So that's a different category than somebody who just owns as a distinct investment property, right? I think that those people who own distinct properties that they're not an owner occupant of, or what you would consider a commercial multifamily 5 units or greater, they should be paying property taxes, and then business owners should be paying property taxes. But people, individual homeowners and small multifamily owners, I don't think they should have to pay property tax because they pay a small percentage anyway. That burden could be shifted towards the other sectors. Obviously, I think that
business though, you're gonna lose businesses. You're gonna lose businesses doing that though.
No, but they're already doing it now.
They be incentivizing.
They're raising
incentivizing businesses.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You're raising the tax rate, but there's ways around. There's a ways around that, and a lot of that has to do with the permitting process. So it's not just the tax revenue that businesses pay, but a lot of the processes involved in surrounding permitting and things like that make it a caustic, what you consider a caustic business environment. It's not just the tax itself, because if that tax burden was offloaded from the homeowner, it could be effectively passed on to the business owner, and then it could be passed back on to the consumer.
You hate property taxes way more than Q hates immigrants. I gotta say that.
I hate property tax. Listen, if they abolish property tax, I don't care about immigrants. Property tax is my biggest gripe. I can't stand it. Because conceptually, like, I know, Blizz, you mentioned it. Imagine you buying a property, and then because you can't pay the taxes, the property is taken from you.
Yeah.
And
no, go one further, bro. Imagine you build the property. Like, I was thinking the other day about the whole plot of Happy Gilmore, right? Like, the whole reason that movie starts.
Immigrant bias. Q would lose his mind, wouldn't he?
Like, going out there, yeah, bro, riot. Oh, Jesus Christ Almighty. But no, like, bro's grandpa came back after the war, built that house, you know, by his hand and, you know, by hand and nail, and didn't pay them property taxes enough times in a row because she's a little old lady, so they came and took that. You know, it's a comical movie, but for most people, they don't got a son that magically can drive a golf ball 500 yards. You know, every day that happens to plenty of hardworking elderly Americans that, you know, actually built that. Like, we're there to put that up. And it's like, oh well, like I don't know. It's wild because you can build something on property that you bought, and then somebody can come along wild enough. My family made their living as appraisers prior to the first crash, so definitely part of benefiting from that system. But, you know, appraiser can come and say it's worth that much. Sussor can come and agree on that, or do a reassessment. I don't know, depends on what country or city or state you're in. But anyway, point being is now there's a tax, and somebody determined how much what you built was worth, and now you got to pay money to that. Like, congratulations, we determined you did about 250 G's of work here. Yeah, but I only built it for 75,000. Anyway, we said this property is worth about 250,000 G's. Tax bills in the mail, homie. Like, that's tough.
And then you paying taxes on it, and then when you get ready to sell it, or at some point you die, pass on to the next generation.
Estate tax.
There's tax going to be associated with that. And so I think now I understand taxing at the transaction, right? There's a transaction, you sell taxes, but if I own stocks, right, I'm not paying taxes on the stocks that I own. You understand what I'm saying? When I liquidate the stocks, then I'll pay taxes, but I'm not paying an annual tax on my stock portfolio. This is essentially what your house is. Your house is an unrealized gain. You're paying taxes on your housing portfolio. It's crazy.
Hey, I mean, technically you pay taxes 2 or 3 times depending on how you get those stocks. If somebody who the majority of their wealth is in private company stock, let me tell you, I paid on the exercise. I paid again when I when they told me that the money I made on that exercise was financial gain for the year. And then they put that against my earnings for the year a 3rd time. So I got bumped up the tax bracket for buying or for exercising those shares.
But
so
that's like a transaction.
But it's the same transaction. I'm paying twice for the shares that are already granted to me in the stock that I'm executing. So I'm paying for the cost of those shares, but then I'm paying on the speculated appreciation of value on those shares. And granted that I may never realize the speculation of that value because the shares could go tits up. Yeah, but it's the same thing. It's like I don't know if the house is going to be worth $1 million when I sell it, but right now the government says it is. So guess what? My tax bill is looking extra ridiculous for the last 2 or 3 years, and just went back down to normal human being status. My shit was looking wild disrespectful. I had to get a dude that just so I could call somebody and yell at him. Like I used to be an H&R Block Online type N-word to be entirely okay with you. Like this is a new frontier for me. So no, I agree.
Moving on up. Moving on up, bro.
Yo, more money, more problems.
Yeah.
Unless you get enough money and then you can pay for no problems. But not there yet.
Tom is crazy. So you hate taxes and immigrants, but yeah.
I don't hate immigrants. I don't hate immigrants at all. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you what. I like having immigrants here because
Me too.
really and truly.
Hey, TJ, bro, I'm back. What's cracking?
Is that you back?
Yeah, you back?
I'm back. What's up?
Don't bring no babies home from the Philippines, bro. We don't want no anchor babies. Fuck out of here.
Man, you don't get your goddamn Don King looking ass.
No anchor
fight
babies,
the power
bro.
head
You don't
ass.
even have a PFP, buddy.
Boy, your
you a
breath
great
nasty
circle
as
right
shit.
now.
Dookie breath ass, boy. Damn.
You a great
Nasty
circle
mouth
right
breath.
now. See, he's
Damn.
so pressed right now. He down to ad hominems. How go build a school
Boy,
or
your
something,
breath
little
nasty
bro.
as
We
shit,
know
boy.
you a good boy. We know you a good kid, Q. We know you look both ways before crossing the street in the province. You shake hands with the Baron guy.
That was a good couple, you know, couple back and forth. We good though. We good. Y'all know me.
Don't get your boy. I'm finna flame his ass.
You ain't got a camera, nigga. Get out of here.
We good, man. Let's back to the discussion.
Bro, you too poor.
Let's get back to the discussion.
Sir, you don't have a camera right now. You don't have a camera.
Ass motherfucker.
You don't have a camera, ass motherfucker.
You ain't got a comb head ass motherfucker.
Hey, come on.
Hey, I'm just that's your.
We don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, man. I don't want to do that here, man. I really don't, man. I don't mean to stop y'all, but we gotta have a conversation. That's it.
Ingrown tongue.
We can't hear about your face. You don't have
I mute y'all, man. We gonna have a conversation, not a roast session, man. I got y'all. Y'all back up.
Man.
TJ. Sorry, bro. You know I'm sorry.
Bruh.
We don't do that. We need to have a conversation.
Bruh, I was minding my own business.
Nah, you was sending shots. That's what you was doing.
Bruh.
But I'm back.
We good though. Y'all wanna talk?
Bro, was fucking with you.
I know
it ain't nothing serious, bro.
Nah, he's getting real rah for a second, buddy. It's okay. Everybody's allowed to express their feelings. There's nothing wrong with that.
See, I just had to be like, hold on, time out. It might, you know how it go. When somebody slap boxing, you get serious. Somebody take it serious and shit.
Yep.
I stood in the parking lot for a long time,
slapped a little too hard.
Yo.
You get slapped in that ear.
Yo.
Turn it to a real
somebody catch the corner. Somebody catch the corner of that lip. All that smiling shit. Nothing is funny anymore.
Man. Just stop.
We're not LOL.
Open chest. You ever play open chest?
Bro. Yep. You ever play doorknob?
No, what is that?
Doorknob is if you fart audibly, we could yell doorknob and we get to beat your ass until you could touch a doorknob.
Oh, I never heard of that. Listen, hey, listen. We didn't do none of them farting games. We didn't play none of that. It just didn't happen.
That was a drastic fart enforcement game. That will stop you from farting around your friends in the immediate and near immediate future.
I thought you were gonna say like some military shit. That's what it sounded like.
I was much younger. This is far before the military instilled any sort of discipline in me.
Oh, you was in the military?
Once upon a time, I was a 12 Bravo, turned 09, turned 92, turned get me the fuck out of here. What am I doing, quartermaster?
91 Charlie's turn, 91 Whiskey Mike 6.
Oh, all right. So you was out here trying to be a high speed.
Yeah, I was in this was years ago.
I I feel it.
How
Yeah.
about hide the belt? I never heard of
Hide
that
the
either.
belt,
I used
yo.
to hide
Nah,
my
come.
daddy belt. I know
What
that. I
hide?
used to hide
Yeah.
Pop's belt. I used to hide that belt.
Hide the belt is usually something we
It didn't
did
matter
after
though.
playing another game that we were about to get in trouble for. All right, let's hide the belt. That's a terrible idea in the South, by the way. They just get a switch.
Let's get
I
a
learned that the
switch.
hard
My
way.
dad wore a belt. Was no hide no belt because he had it on.
Nah, but he had that one belt. He had that one belt that he
Mm.
did the whoopings with.
Yo, my mom was like, a fucking a Roman gladiator. Whatever was on hand, whatever was in range when she found out whatever dumb shit that I was doing that was wildly deserving of corporal punishment. It's, the neighbor, by the time the neighbor come over to figure out what piece of glass I broke specifically, she's just materializing an object.
Yeah, but he was talking about taxes, man.
Yeah, I hate
Taxes is crazy, bro. Like you earn it, they tax you. Try to find ways to save it. like TJ, they tax you. You spend it, they tax you. Like it's crazy, man.
Well, I mean, but at least with sales tax and transaction tax, you can control your consumption. You
Fair
understand
enough.
what I'm saying? Like if you want to scale back, like say somebody want to live off the grid, they want to move to Joshua Tree and have a freaking trailer off grid with a well water and solar panels. I don't think they should have to pay property taxes. Now, I think the issue becomes is that there's a burden on the infrastructure from anybody because you're driving on the roads and things like that. But that can be captured through sales tax. I think people will modulate their spending, accordingly, because we already do.
Yeah. In the end, you're gonna contribute
Not
to
the craziest thing I've
society,
heard.
bro. You're gonna contribute to society, whether you like it or not. You're not gonna be a burden. Like, if you're working, if you're earning money, you're gonna contribute to the pockets of the politicians in Washington, one, and then to the less fortunate. I always say, like Johanna Hayes, my congresswoman, she was a teacher, history teacher or some shit at Kennedy High School here in Waterbury, Connecticut. She won Teacher of the Year. Obama recognized her and they convinced her to run for Congress. She did one term in Congress and came back a multimillionaire. That's where your money's going, bro. That's where your money's going. She what $60,000 as a history teacher?
Wait, what's that? Is she not? No, I think is she a senator or congresswoman from Somalia?
Oh,
you're talking about
Minnesota.
Shia Tlaib?
I don't. She's kind of outspoken.
No, the other one.
I think she's married to a white guy. Is what I heard. I haven't seen him, but I think somebody.
That's a wild aside to just throw out there without confirmation.
Oh, what's her name?
No.
I know what you're talking about. It's not Tlaib. It's the.
It's like the main.
It's the one from Minnesota.
She wears the traditional hijab or whatever the case may be. But
she kind of cute.
So yeah, but there was a news report and was talking about they went over how much money she's made since getting into office. Like she's a millionaire based on being a whatever, I don't know, senator or congresswoman or whatever it is. So that's the thing.
Ilhan Omar was the name you were looking for.
Yeah,
Ilhan Omar. I had to go hit that one with the old Google Foo one time.
Look up her husband and see if that was just a urban legend.
Okay, Ilhan Omar, white husband, cap or not? That's not what I wrote. I was joking.
I was like, what?
because I think the real
you know what's white, right? What's white? What's wild is when you put Ilhan Omar husband, the first thing that comes up is Ilhan Omar husband white. I guess her current husband, yes, is a a Caucasian. She married her side dude.
Wow.
Yo,
Wow.
yo. In 2020, married him after they were both embroiled in an affair scandal, and she was married to a
Wow.
brother. That's
In 2020?
crazy.
That
Ain't
never
it,
hit
bro?
that hit the news, yo. They buried that.
Yo,
Not that I would be searching for it, but
that's
I
crazy,
think that would
man.
be
She
out
was,
there.
and you know what's wild? That's her. They're saying, yeah, that's her. That's that's wild. That's
But
she had a.
what makes it even wilder is that she spewed rhetoric about white supremacy and oppressors. Like I've heard, I've seen video clips of her saying using that terminology, and it's like, well, and I had automatically assumed that she was married to a Somalian guy or something like that, but I just found out this was like I found this out
It's
maybe
all
a
for
couple weeks
show.
ago.
It's all for show.
What's for show? The marriage or what she's saying?
What she's saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean, I think that there's some honesty in there, but honestly, I think that Washington's a machine. I think that you can come in there, and unless you're like a 1 in a million, and even like eventually enough time in the game, there are left wing or progressive, ideologies that'll contribute to that cause too, right? Like Bernie, they're giving Bernie grief because he has like a house in some other state or some shit like that, and his wife was like a professor and makes like 6 figures, but they had mentioned that she'd been a professor for like several decades and shit like that, where it's like, okay, like we're not about to. There's a difference between hating on oligarchs and hating on people that have held a career field for a while. The only one I feel on is law, because you already know people that are in the sauce, so it's a little bit like if you were a lawyer for 20 years and then you go into Washington and suddenly everybody has glowing endorsements of you, like I'm a little more suspect than if you were, and this is probably my own implicit bias, but like, a veteran and you just came out of, you're doing your 20 or doing 40 and ending up as like, a bird or higher, like stuff like that, I think is, valid. But folks that are just in the Washington machine for how long and then get rewarded with the position in Congress, like, you could say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, a lot of these cats are taking a lot of bread under the table and over the table. So
yeah.
It's a cold game.
That's what they sold, man. But honestly, Ilhan Omar, I don't fuck who she married, bro. She could have married. She probably was a piece of shit. I'm not saying she's a piece of shit.
That's a cruel.
I'm not saying she a piece of shit, but it doesn't matter if she was married to a black dude or not.
3-step drop.
Piece of shit, man.
True that.
No, I don't really care about that because I've dated women that are not black, obviously, but I think it's just ironic when you have a certain diatribe and then we look at your dating habits and it just doesn't line up. Like I've never professed myself to be, pro-black or as they say, B1. I am an advocate for black men and black women for that matter. But I'm not one that's
no one's accusing you of going full hotep. Got you going on.
Yeah, I don't have a kufi or a freaking whatever that dice feet. I don't have none of that.
You're not a paid subscriber to Dr. Sebi.
I'm not a subscriber to Dr. Umar either.
I don't know.
Man, he makes some fantastic memes though. You're talking about a top 10 black meme creator for sure. That repeating shit. Whoo! What you talking about, bro?
My favorite one from him is
I don't never hear that he say because after you
beg your
repeat yourself
pardon
3 times, I'm out.
Right, then I beg your pardon be killing me. It's like
that's my favorite one.
Sometimes I do be feeling that way about some shit though. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
Don't you find that suspicious? Don't you find that suspicious?
Oh, yo, you know what I do like? I like how he be trying to go out his way. He almost, I won't say he do too much because I don't know if you can do too much in this avenue, but he go out his way to make sure that they can't mark him as no groomer or nothing. He'd be like, my lovely brown sisters 45 and older. My lovely brown sisters 45 and over. My melanated queens above the age of 45. Yo, y'all ain't taking him to jail. Not for that. Probably.
You know what makes it so funny? What makes it so funny is that I don't even think he's trying to be funny at all. He's dead serious when he said.
He means that with every fiber of his being. That's why it's so great.
Yeah,
You think so? Like the 3 times and everything.
I think some
think
of it
that's just-
is. I think some of it's embellishment. Obviously, part of getting to that level of social media fame is you gotta know how to work the camera a little bit.
Yeah.
But I really think that at the core, like I hadn't seen him argue like Charlemagne. You know, Charlemagne God's literal job is devil's advocate, and I ain't seen him on either sides before Charlemagne the God was wild pro Dr. Umar and after the fact. And I'll say like, bro, he doesn't switch up the opinion. If there's somebody out there that has enough money to make him flip up his game on how he feels about any of those subjects, you know, regardless of how I may feel, because I don't agree with him on all of that, but you know, he got it honest. He ain't switched up. It's the same Dr. Umar.
Wait, is she saying Dr. Umar got a white girl on the side?
I think he's joking, but who knows?
Who don't be a man.
Yo, I want to see this.
I think he's joking, but who knows, bro?
I need
You never know, bro. It's the
I
internet.
need a receipt. I want to see this.
Dr. Umar put a hit out on you talking trash like that. That's crazy work.
Probably do though. It's like it's
Yo.
2025, bro, and it's the internet.
Hey, I mean, you know, it's it just depends on if you get caught or not. It's, look how Club Shay Shay had to shut down because he got caught out here playing around with them NDAs, and it's wild because it's like, you know, all these little legal documents and whoop wops. It just takes one night of indiscretion. You just gotta hit that hen dog too hard one night before, and she gets to your belt buckle before you get to that NDA form, and it's all bad. So like, it's interesting to see a lot of these reckonings because I do think there are a lot of like dirtbags both above ground and underground out here. I do think the targeting and framing of the ones getting caught are a bit interesting, but I think I'm not so much like it's wrong that they're doing it so much as I think it's wrong that for a lot of these it was an open secret, and I feel like a lot of times political or like the prosecutors waited until it was a politically convenient moment to bring it up, right? Like what? Like Cosby was an open secret for 40 years, bro. 40. Think about that.
Yeah.
I'm 36. That means that when I was a little baby or a fetus or a twinkle in my mother's eye, like father's eye, I don't know how that one works.
He was putting chicks to sleep already.
Yeah, like so, like we knew that already, but they waited until the U2 move or the Me Too movement, and after they went after a big shiny white guy, and then they're like, we gotta put a black one away. We can't have them saying they're out there Weinsteining people. That's wild. Nah, get Cosby in there. And I feel like again they ran that same play with Diddy. Epstein was out here doing numbers, Jelaine was in here in quiet mode, and they said, I knew about Diddy, bro. I knew about the freak offs when I was a teenager. How we pretending like anyway?
We all knew, bro, but it's like all of a sudden it's some shot.
Epstein came out, and you know that Epstein shit's getting wild, and all of a sudden Diddy is the man of the hour.
We all knew about R. Kelly.
We all knew about Kells. They waited right until there was a convenient
video. That video came out when I was 18, 17, probably 19 or something.
I remember when that video came out. I remember I was in the barbershop with my dad. And me and my dad went to the barbershop. This is in Fontana, California. I never forget it. We went to the barbershop, and then like I had been there for maybe like 2 minutes. There's some guy comes in, I got the R. Kelly tape. I'm a kid, I don't know what the hell is going on over there, right? This guy put the tape in and started showing it. And my dad was watching. He's like, hey, like you got to cut that off, you know. I was mad to the motherfucker. I'm like,
he was like,
and but anyway, you know, but I would say like maybe like a couple weeks after that tape was everywhere. So like one of my friends had it. We all sat around and we watched that tape from beginning to end. And but you know, as a kid, I didn't really consider, because I was young myself, and so it didn't really dawn on me like, wait a minute, that girl was my age at the time, or maybe she's a little bit older. I don't
Right?
know.
15.
But he
15,
was,
bro.
but R. Kelly was an adult. Like, but it didn't dawn on me as a kid at the
Of
time. It
course
wasn't
not,
until later
because you're
on.
not thinking about age dynamics as a
Yeah.
14-year-old.
Oh,
Yeah.
you ain't see that happening like around you though? You didn't see the dudes picking up
Oh, I
the
saw
yeah.
it for
the girls
sure.
from school.
Obviously.
Oh,
Them
yeah.
nasty motherfuckers. I seen that. That used to
Obviously.
piss me off.
You
Bro.
know
Like,
what?
those
You know
supposed
what
to be
though?
we supposed to be
This is
dating
what I
those.
saw
And
in
y'all
California.
drug dealing ass dudes is picking up girls from our high school and 30 years old and 35 years old.
You know what I saw growing up? What I saw when I would go to the park, there would be cars parked at the park. It'd be older men, and like, I'm not saying it's only this particular group of people that does this, but this particular venue going to the park and parking in a parking lot seems to be more of a Hispanic male thing. I would see Hispanic males with young girls and young boys. And you know, when I was younger, I didn't really understand. It wasn't until I got older seeing it, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is an old ass grown man with these kids. Because that's what they would do. They would, because you know, a lot of these guys, they're married, so they would take a girl or take a young boy. They go park at the park, and that's where they do their business. So I've seen that a lot growing up.
Crazy.
I'll say maybe just in my neighborhood, because I saw it honestly switch with I feel like it was almost a generational thing, because I saw it switch with demographics. When I went to a predominantly Asian and African American high school, I saw mostly brothers and Asian cats doing that. You know, you see, when I was a junior, I would see cats that were seniors when I first came into school coming to swoop up girls the grade below me. And I'm out here doing the math like, oh, that's how y'all are getting down. And it's like, you know, I get it if it's like, you know, 18, you graduate, your girl was a junior, you're still, you know, you're still dating, nobody's walling off of that. But I would see, you know, the brothers of these niggas pull up and be like, wait, now you're 26 and she's 16. And I haven't finished Algebra 2 yet, but I got a pretty solid suspicion that that's not a good delta. So, you know, it's unfortunately it's been around. I just think that we're finally getting to a point where it's like it's a bit more patrol, because they were doing that shit in our OG's day too. Like, like up until very recently, a car has always been a big status symbol. So in the 60s, 70s, 80s, if you had a car, you had a boy with a car, or like some access to a whip, and you were 19, 20, you know, 21, especially, you know, my parents are both from, you know, the South, second generation, in both cases. One was born in Japan, the other one was born in Seattle, but our entire bloodline is Louisiana, Monroe, Lake Charles. Like, they were doing that shit there 40, 50, 60 years ago. If you were a fly dude and you were making a little bit of money, you could go pick up the 16-year-old girl from the thing. And it was wrong then, but because of the situation, parents would be like, shit, that might be our way out of the hood. You know, go with them, baby. Like, we're just getting to the point. Like, we talk about it like it's this new problem, like, oh, it's the left or it's the right that are allowing this. But it's like an issue that's been endemic in American culture for, you know.
That's what I was gonna say. I hate the things that we normalized, because it just was what it was. I didn't like it. I didn't like that these dudes coming picking up the chick that I like. I wanted to holler at. Like, that used to piss me off, bro. I ain't gonna front.
When you look at it on a global scale, this is nothing. What we see in America is nothing. Like, you go to some of these other countries, like, man, I'm telling you, like, y'all been to Mexico, right? I mean, Dominican Republic too. You know, you see, it's not uncommon for a guy, for a girl that be, you know, 15 years old, married.
I mean, but that comes back to that American exceptionalism, though, right? Like, you know, the whole thing about paying all the taxes and keeping all the people out and whoop wop wop is that we're supposed to hold this country to a higher standard. So it's like we should really be in that ass, and we're not. Like it's only if you catch somebody that's high profile that really gets caught with their pants down. Because we talk about the
Yeah.
Epstein list and the flight
We should
logs.
be
We don't talk
reporting it
about the
though.
duration.
We
Like,
should
bro,
be reporting it. We should have
we
been
should
we should have been reporting it then in high
as kids.
school.
We
just
that's
didn't
what I'm
know. There
saying.
just
The
wasn't the
culture
thing to
hand waves
do.
it.
It just
The
wasn't the
culture is a
thing to
hand
do.
wave.
Now,
Like,
definitely. But it's like I was talking, like he was saying in DR. I was talking to him, the dude I work with. He's from the DR. He's like, man, he said, I don't want to misquote him, but he was like, it's not frowned upon over there. He said, unless you have money. He said it back, like you would think it would be okay if you have money. He said, no, it's not okay if you have money. That's when they'll come after you. That because they have something to take from you. I ain't gonna arrest a poor person. I can't extort him. He got no money. But if I arrest this rich dude, I can extort him and he'll pay and he'll get off or whatever. I was like, wow.
I mean, that kind of comes back down to like, survival subsistence education, right? Because you can make, the problem, that's a big problem in the Philippines, especially when you get to the province with some of these weirdos that come out here hunting down for kids, because they'll go to these places where it's not necessarily culturally frowned upon. Like, we know morally that, you shouldn't be out here snatching up a 13-year-old. Like, that's crazy work. But these guys will go to, like there's 7,000 islands, right? You go to one where somebody's like, hey, you got $10,000 a month that you can bring into this community. You can marry whoever the fuck you want, quite frankly. We're not going to ask any questions. And that's how a lot of these cats get away with it 10, 20, 30, 40 years until, one of these kids makes it off the island and goes to Manila or Davao and talks about, that one uncle that, buys everybody school books, but invites everybody to play over in the bathtub. And and for every one of those guys that gets caught, there's another 200 of them milli rocking. So it's like, yeah, it's an issue everywhere, but it's like a lot of it's just the education. And a lot of these systems, Philippines, they preach Catholicism and not contraception. So if you're poor, you grow up in a place like Tondo or whatever, by the time this weirdo finds you at 14 or 15, you've been smashing for 2 or 3 years anyway, because no one ever told you that you shouldn't be. So it's like, I feel like these people go intentionally to places where the lines are already a little bit blurred, so nobody has like the common sense or the socioeconomic wherewithal to go say, hey, you're doing some wild shit. In America, we don't have that excuse. A lot of times it's just as kids, our parents didn't tell us, hey, you saw what with who? Oh, yeah, we should report that to the cops. That was just because they remember back in the day when the slick cats, that would come down from the university, try to snatch up little, high school girls of indeterminate age when they were rocking. And it's just like when it gets baked into culture, that's when it becomes endemic. And that's when we actually have to do like actual restorative and reparative work to get the shit fixed. And we're still worried about, swooping up people at Taco Bell. So even on an immigration level, there's a bunch of those cats running around, especially coming from Central European countries, Eastern European countries. I'm a big fan of the Strokes. Julian Casablancas' father ran an elite modeling agency and was responsible for trafficking hundreds, if not thousands, of Central European white women with no background or education into this country to model and essentially be, smash puppets for the world's wealthy and elite. And Epstein carried on the tradition. And, we're not spending our immigration dollars on that because, again, Hyundai, dog. And I know I hate to come full circle to it, but that's what bothers me. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be a country of laws, a country of enforcement, a country of rules, but they should be appropriate rules, right? Like police shit. Like when we were in the army or whatever branch of the forces you were in, you had to learn the rules of engagement, right? If a guy's coming at me, even if I think he has a gun, I can't just up pull and yat, right? There are certain rules. You have to say halt. You have to try to attempt identification. You have to give a secondary halt. I'm starting to kind of forget the rules of engagement, to be honest with you. It's been a decade.
Yeah.
But like there's a series of like commands that the Geneva Convention or whatever convention requires us to do before you engage with an opponent force, an op for. So like we're a nation of rules and laws when it's convenient. Like, we'll have that sort of law for a soldier, but we won't have that sort of law for a police officer. We'll hunt down, illegal aliens or undocumented immigrants or whatever the fuck you want to call them, like, that are getting caught at their immigration hearings trying to get into the country, but we're letting these, Casablancases and Epsteins of the world go scot-free. Like,
No,
I'm
the
not
law is
saying that there's
there.
not a right.
The law is there. It's just, is
The
it going to be
adherence isn't.
enforced? Is it going to be enforced?
Well,
And the
Are the
problem I
loopholes
have is
going to be
like, all right,
passed?
so the next administration comes in, say it's a Democratic administration. What are they going to do? Are they going to say, hey, this is already in place by Trump, let's improve on it, let's put in our priorities, or are they going to scrap the whole fucking thing?
Who
I
are
That's
you
mean,
what I
going to
why,
asked
vote
why,
in?
why, why would they enforce a rule that they themselves don't abide by? Like, think about the people that are in power. These are the ones that's going to Epstein Island. Regular people like us, like, man, like think about it. Like, most regular guys aren't into like kids. It's like elite weirdos that are like into like, they want to watch their wife get smashed by some other
Yeah,
guy.
like the
They want
0.1%
to
of perverts.
they want to put man
Weirdo.
milk on their chest, and they want to play with babies in bathtubs. Like, that's weirdo stuff, man.
Yeah, peace out, Michael. Catch you on the next one, bro. Yeah, but I think, and none of us are policy writers. You know what I mean? We got one vote, all of us. We got one vote, but we're just voicing our opinion on it, and we don't have to agree. We don't have to agree, but it's okay to have the conversation because TJ's gonna say something that's gonna spark an idea in me. He always does. You know what I mean? You've said a lot that have sparked the idea in me, and that's the point of it. Because if we don't open up our mind, that spark doesn't happen if we don't give it the opportunity to happen. You know what I mean? I know I'm not right about half the shit a lot of the shit I talk about, but I'm willing to listen when somebody says, "Hey, Blizz, you said this wrong. I don't agree with that." You know, because I always leave that possibility that I'm gonna be wrong about something, and that's okay. And that's why I love when TJ comes up. I love when Cisco comes up because I know they're gonna make me think about something.
I mean, I have strong opinions, but I think they should always be malleable. Like, there are very few, like, there are certain hardline things that obviously, like, slavery is wrong. Like, I think that, women should have equal political rights as men. Like, there's certain, like, obvious stuff in there that it's like I'm not going to budge on. But most opinions I have on things are just that, they're opinions. Most of the time when I can, I try to back them up with facts and data, either empirical or anecdotal. But at the end of the day, they're just that. They're opinions. There's nothing that I can say that can force anybody to walk away and say, you know what, I was wrong as fuck. Dude was right the entire time. I don't know I could say that. But maybe you say something that makes me consider the opposition point a little more clearly than I did last time. Maybe I say something that makes you understand where the other side of the fence is coming from. And maybe we don't come away with changed opinions like, oh, I feel different now, but at least you get a little bit of understanding of how the sausage is made on the other side in terms of getting to that conceptualization. I think as long as we're getting to that, I'm generally fine. But that said, I am entirely okay with stooping to ad hominem attacks as well. I always say, if they go low, we go straight to hell. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, I could get that. I think that would be very entertaining. It might blow the channel up, but I just I don't want to do it that way.
Controversy sells.
Yeah. Or Drip, what up, bro? Where you at, Or Drip? Still in Cebu City?
Man, humidity is so wild here, bro. Coming back from California, I was bouncing around a little. I was in LA for a bit. And I was up in Sacramento where my sister's nephew and mom live. And then I was back in the Bay Area wrapping up some business before I flew back home out of the Bay Area. And it's hot there. It was August. It was hella hot. When I got to LA, it was like 106 when we barbecued. When I left Sacramento, it was like 103. The Bay Area was normal. It was like 82 or something. But like, it's just all heat is trash, dog. I know this is off topic, but all the heats are equally shitty. Like that dry baking heat was trash because like when you go outside, you can feel your lipid barrier disintegrating. You can feel your melanin tightening. Like it's just that baking hot. I hate being in America heat. I was barbecuing in Sacramento on 103, bro, because my mom and sisters were like, "Oh no, it's too hot. We'll buy the food. You get out there now, baby."
You
And
used to it now.
it's a different heat, bro. Because when I came back through Japan, it was only like 90 something, and it's a solid. I think today's supposed to top out at 91, but when I got into Japan, it was topping out like high 80s, low 90s, but the humidity switch was so crazy that I spent half of the day just wiping myself down and switching undershirts, bro. And I got back here and realized I was doing the same thing because unfortunately Japan during a typhoon has the same level of humidity as Vietnam during whenever. And yeah, bro, I'm dying is what I'm trying to get at. I'm dying.
So you're in, are you in like Ho Chi Minh City or?
I'm in Da Nang.
Da Nang.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a Vietnamese, I think he's a lawyer. He has a channel and he talks about the Vietnam, and I think he's in Da Nang and he talks about like the real estate market and stuff out there. And
real estate's really interesting out here. You gotta realize a lot of things about it. You can't free own. People that do technically free own here are actually on an indefinite land lease from the government, so you're always subject to eminent domain, little shit like that. But condo ownership and property subletting are both interesting here in terms of like long-term contract subletting, like say this is yours for 100 years or whatever. And doing the third-party purchasing or leasing through corporations. There are a lot of little neat levers here, but right now the real hot thing that's moving, especially in a city like Da Nang, is condominiums, staying on kind of the forefront of the 3, 4, 5 most recent developments, trying to secure unit space in those, flipping as soon as you get to turnkey and moving on to the next thing seems to be like what's hot. That's not my avenue, but I talk to a lot of people that specialize in a lot of things. I have a friend who's really into moving around the real estate market here, so that's like I'm tapped in through him. So I'm giving you secondhand information, but it's from a source that I trust and know is reputable.
Q, where you at, Q?
That's part of the
I'm here, bro, but I ain't got nothing to add to the conversation. I'm just listening.
I was about to say, what you doing?
I'm just waiting to say
dinner.
I ain't got nothing to say. I'm just listening.
Making dinner?
Nah, I'm just chilling. It's late right
time
now, bro. Yeah, it's late.
Oh, it's late. It's like 4:45.
Philippines is +1, right? Yeah, it's 4:45 there, right?
Yeah,
I'm on the West Coast, so it's almost 2:00 here. It's 1:48 here.
-2 switch out AM to PM. I'm super good at that calculation right now.
Now we just bullshitting, but I probably got another half hour in me, bro. That'd be 5.5 hours with y'all, man.
I got about.
It seem like it goes quick.
That's the marathon.
I got 13% battery,
normal,
so
man.
I'll probably jump off of here in about 12 minutes. I need to go get some. I had a goofy visa mess when I got here. My visa agent forgot, or like got her phone stolen, or gave me some bullshit. Forgot to get my visa issued, essentially. Luckily, I had a multiple entry visa that expires in like 6 days, so I used that to get back into the country because I was hot, sweaty, and really wanted to go home. And after cussing her out for a long, strenuous period of time, I finally got her to agree to take my passport to the Laotian border so I don't have to physically go with her to get it renewed because ain't no way. And yeah, I got to go get passport photos is the long and short of that. So I got to go do that and forfeit my passport, which means getting some cash and heading over here. I got a couple little tasks I'm going to knock out before the day gets too far along.
Q, you ever gonna go up on Calvin's channel, man? Have you talked to him about that?
Yeah, for sure, bro. He hit me up, just like in the comments sections and shit like that, just saying, yo, we should collab and stuff like that. But I ain't really got like a topic for us to like collab on. I don't just want to like hop on a channel just to like talk about some random shit. So,
bro, you're 30 years old. You're living in the Philippines. You're
Now, when
married
I
to a Filipina. You're about to have a baby. Like you
married
have
to a
a
Filipina?
story, bro. You
yeah,
have a
bro.
story, bro. You know what I'm
Content
saying,
writes
bro?
itself.
Are you in the province or are you in the city?
Yeah, I'm in the province. I'm in Central Luzon.
You got the story right there, bro.
But that's
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
I think because we're in a process of like building some shit. I think when it's all finished, that's like the right time to like introduce it. Yeah, and then like jump on the channel type shit. Because I don't want to just talk about like the typical. Oh yeah, I came over here for a woman type shit. We got together, yada yada. That's typical shit. But to actually provide value, I think that'd be more beneficial. Yeah.
This is what I'm doing. This is what I built. This is, you know what I mean? The whole, more of the story together, you know what I mean? Not just the beginning, but also the process of what you're
Well, I
building.
mean, even just what you've done so far, because I think the biggest point of contention,
All right,
um,
Angel.
and this is not just from the black male perspective. I see this a lot from the other demographic perspective, in that marrying a Filipina woman is marrying the Filipino family, and some of the financial obligations associated with that. I think that's always a good topic. You never
Yeah.
get tired of hearing a different person's perspective on that particular topic and how they addressed it.
That's true. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, I mean, for me, I just laid it down in the beginning. Like, what's crazy? Uncle Cal, he did a live stream with a guy about a list of things that qualify for a wife, and literally, I did the same exact thing. I was kind of funny that how I watched the video and I was like, damn, I did the same exact thing. So, I had a list of things that need to be required, and then one of the things was financially, like, hey, letting her know and making sure that she understands that, hey, I'm not, rich. I'm not goddamn John Gotti around this bitch. Yeah, I can help you, but when it comes to like your family, yeah, that's your obligation. That has nothing to do with me. So I think laying down the rules in the beginning for me was like a game changer.
So do you have like a certain allotment? Because
Yeah.
think about it, right, like, so if you say she's going to be responsible for if she wants to contribute to her family, but
I'm
if
so
she's
player
your
with it though,
household,
bro.
it's your money.
I'm so player with it though, cause look, I made a video how to keep your Filipino girlfriend submissive, bro. Go check that out. I'm putting y'all on game for real.
What
So
channel?
what I do is it's really, I'm telling you, a cheat code for real. But what I do is, because I understand the competitive nature in men, it doesn't matter if they're Filipino, American, it doesn't matter. When a man sees a beautiful woman, and my girl's beautiful, at least in my eyes, she's a 10 in my eyes, and they're gonna try to get with her. Even when I was in goddamn Baraka, motherfuckers try to speak Tagalog right in my face and try to get with her. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? And she's so naive. I'm like, ugh. But the point is, you really have to like lay down your shit and really, because they're so naive, they don't know shit. They don't know how the US they don't know Riz, and when guys try to Riz them up and shit like that. So just laying down your law for real, that's gonna like cause a lot of headache. I forgot your question though, but all this
Well,
So
side
you
goddamn note.
whole ass
I guess the
married her
question,
though, right?
Huh?
Like I said, you like married her though, right?
Oh
Like
yeah,
that's,
yeah. We're legally
I
married.
mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's you don't have to riz it up if you marry it in the Philippines, correct?
Bro, but women are women, bro. Like it doesn't even matter.
No, I
Like
think he
guys
was
still.
saying what other people trying to riz his girl.
Yeah,
She
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no,
kind
no,
of
So
no.
not
So what
being
I think,
naive to it. You know
so
what I'm
look.
saying?
I think what he's saying though is not just Riz, but you have to you got to give a woman instruction.
Yeah.
You got to give a woman instruction, and so because she got to kind of adhere to your program. But I guess my question was that I was asking, is there some type of allotment, since if
Oh
you're
yeah,
putting
yeah, yeah. That was your question. I
the
got you. I got
agency
you.
on her,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got you. So this is
yeah,
what I
yeah,
do.
okay.
So my bad. I keep getting sidetracked because there's just so much shit to talk about. But what I do is I pair an allowance, like the typical people. I pair an allowance, but it's a good allowance to where um like we all live together. Like I give her a certain amount of money. I say, hey, you can do whatever you want with it. Don't come to me for shit. Basically. So if how she's right now, she's learning how to manage money, and she's really really good. So she's actually going to go to school for finance, et cetera, et cetera. But she's really good at managing money. But that's one of the things I told her. I said, if you blow this shit, don't hit me up. You know, that's up to you. So I mean, it's really that simple. And then I don't want her to work because number one, she's gonna be stressed out working all them goddamn long hours for very few pesos when I can just give her a couple bucks that it don't mean nothing to me. But and then that also we can build a stronger bond and stuff. And that also you avoid the Filipino man from trying to talk to her and then, you know, having her friends trying to corrupt her in the head. Because, you know, in the cities too, like Manila, you got city girls. And some of the girls from the province, they city girls too, but they just not, you know, they moving and making their way
That
towards
city
the
girl
city.
mentality.
Yeah. So I don't want my girl around that, basically.
Okay, so I guess my question then becomes, and this has been like a point of contention that I've always brought up, because I feel though, again, I'm a definitely proponent of traveling, but I honestly believe that we are an invasive species. Anybody coming to a different environment, because being a product of our environments here, we're inherently programmed to be feminist. Even though we fight against the programming, we're programmed in such a way that when we go to another environment, our behaviors are distinctly different from the men that are there. And part of the draw, and I'm not trying to accuse you guys of going over there specifically for women, but part of the draw obviously is going to be, you know, the women and the subsequent demeanor. But you have to ask yourself, how did the women get to that point? And
Well,
so
poverty.
you have to look at the environment that cultivated the demeanor of the women that you enjoy so much.
Yeah.
And how when you get there, is your behavior characteristics congruent with that of the male population that's there? And if it's different, are you changing the demeanor of the women? Now, I'm not trying to criticize you. No,
it's
you're the
okay.
man in your house, you do what you want to do. But I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
If the men there, I guess let me put it this way: the men that would be your counterpart. So I'm not talking about a poor province man, whatever the case may be, but a man who has a little bit of money, makes a little bit of money, whatever the case may be, like maybe like an above middle income person there, whatever the equivalent is in the Philippines, right?
That's still a pretty broke person, though.
Yeah. I was just
okay, but
you're still talking about somebody making like $1,000 a month.
How much I make in the US?
Let's say they're making $1,500 a month, right? A $1,500 a month worker in the Philippines, right?
Okay.
And he's married to a woman. Does his wife still work?
Depends.
That's on them.
Sometimes they do.
Yeah.
You can't the type of Filipino girl that's gonna go with a Western woman might be more likely to deal with the being a housewife type thing, but traditionally in the Philippines, whoever can get work works.
Yeah.
Here's the rebuttal. Here's the rebuttal to that. It's his woman. He do whatever the hell he want. And it's not like he's saying, all right, no woman in this whole village has to work. No, his woman. That's it. So is he changing the culture for his woman? That's it. And then his family that results from that.
I'm not criticizing him. I thought I made that preface that I'm not criticizing him. He's the man of his own house. But I'm just asking the question because we're just having a conversation.
Yeah.
Because inevitably the culture will shift because of just our presence there. Men there,
I agree.
that even if they don't marry women, they're just invariably changing the environment because we've seen what happened with Sasua, how it progressively changed. I don't know, like the first time I went to Sasua was like in maybe, I want to say like 08, 09, somewhere around there, right? And so Sasua back then was very different. The women dressed different. It was like a whole different vibe.
Yeah.
When I went to Germany in 05, very different than what it is, last time I've been. When Canada, got different, like a lot of these places, Ethiopia, it's still pretty much the same because I mean, there are some subtle changes, but there isn't the quote unquote passport person, and I don't mean just bro, because I want to be clear. The changes that I'm talking about is not something that we're really doing because we don't have the numbers to really change the environment as much. It's really the other group, believe it or not.
I
So
mean, we
when I
do.
see videos
We don't
criticizing,
enact it.
huh?
We certainly have the numbers. We just don't do anything with them. There's a difference between those two things.
Well, I mean, but like, I'm talking about the numbers as far as like the presence in the country. It's nothing in
Current
comparison
travel
to other
demos.
groups. It's nothing in
Well,
comparison to the other groups.
I mean, that's just the population number, though. I'm saying if you went per capita, we still fall way beyond below our potential for that.
No,
So
I'm talking about just the presence. I'm talking
Right.
about like if we had the number of people, the number of if you took the passport, non-citizens in a particular country, how many of them are quote unquote FBA, whatever the case be, versus the other demographic. The other demographics significantly outnumber us. So the changes that we see in these countries are likely due to that demographic because they represent such a large majority of the travelers that come to these countries. So I just want to make that clear. But either way, the changes are there, and in the countries that I've been to that don't really have the quote unquote passport guy presence, black, white, or otherwise, I think that you don't see those changes as much over time. You see what I'm saying? The cultures are more preserved.
Is that not relative though? Because as somebody that was around, in Sosua, 10, 11, and was in, Thailand in 07, 08, 09, like I remember when we were the interlopers back then. You might say, it's changed from then, but I remember in 10 me getting there and people saying, yeah, it's gone to shit in the last 20 years. It's absolutely nothing like it was like in the 90s. And I heard OGs even older than them like it was shit in the 90s. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I always used to tell me about how when they were back in the 70s or 80s, they would drive around in a rented car that they got, and they would just pick up 3, 4, 5 girls from whatever casita and just whoop whoop whoop. So it's like it's always, I feel like in spots like that, it's always for whoever is the closest to being a pioneer generation, right? Because I personally, I stopped going to the Sioux in about 14, 15 when what they call Jet Black started making like daily flights over. So you can make an argument that it didn't change until then, but socioeconomically, a lot of the times we don't show up in a locale until it opens to those lower echelons of socioeconomics, whether that's through low-cost carriers or more marketing to the urban demographic. And I think that's a lot of it because we do go out there and change stuff. I mean, just look at the percentage of us here in America rather versus the impact we have on American culture. And that'll tell you that we can swing above our weight when it comes to like cultural impressioning on a country.
This
and
is true.
Like as much as and as much as I like to see us, like for me it was dope seeing black people in Bali for the first time after a decade, like a year or two ago. Like in a group, not like one random African, like fuck, how did I get here? But like to the other side of that, you've got a lot of people that see us the same way, back then. And I kind of, I can't help but think 10 years from now they'll be saying the same thing about this generation, like, man, you should have been in the Philippines in 2025, bro. This 2050 garbage. This is simp. You guys are simps. You're doing nothing. We used to come there, and there'll be a little embellishment too. I mean, I'd show up, I'd have 300 swipes right on Tinder, just waiting. You boys out here, you boys out here on Filipina Cupid for days. Like, I think it's always going to be kind of a like, there's that pioneer syndrome that Westerners tend to have.
To your point, I'm not going to even embellish. This is facts. I don't even got to embellish this. When I went to Germany in 05, it was Stuttgart. I went to a club in Stuttgart. Mm-hmm. I walked in the club. I went upstairs to kind of overlook. They had like a little upstairs area. I was talking to some friends. A girl come up to me. She started talking to me. I started chopping it up with her for a little bit. I kid you not. No embellishment, not exaggerating. No cap. She went to go to the bar to get something to drink. I turned around. I looked. I saw girls. They formed a single file line to talk to me. Swear to God. That's on my life and everything I love. They formed a single file line. I've never seen that before in my life.
Germany's a different place. I mean,
crazy.
Germany has long been, at least amongst black servicemen, the promised land. I don't know about you, but when I was in the service, niggas talked about Germany like black folk talk about Atlanta when they're going through life crises.
You know what? When I was in the service, I didn't hear about Germany like that. I didn't hear about Germany. And you know what I heard about? They was always talking about Korea and Japan. That's all they talked about. And so when I got ready to go to Germany, the only person that put me up on game was my uncle. See, my uncle been in Germany since the 80s because he was in the army. He ended up, getting out the military. He married an African woman up, but he still living in Germany to this day. And he put me up on game.
You probably won't ever see that way again. Then Frank said it was that way in 71.
So, see, that's what I'm telling you.
I don't got a cap. I'm telling you, like, there's no embellishment. It was crazy.
There's always someone that had it better. I never doubt that because at some point everybody was the new DLC. Like, when them black folks first say, a lot you come into a country,
DLC.
They ain't got no strategy for that yet. Ain't nobody got a strategy guide. Like I heard crazy numbers, insane numbers talked about in like the 80s, 90s in Sosua. Because too many black people flying out, like unless you were Haitian, obviously. And they were going through their own thing as we usually force them to. And it's like, it's wild. I mean, I remember coming to Pat's in like 08, 09 or something like that. And like that was before they even had the chocolate man where you go as a common refrain, because we just weren't over there like that unless you were in the Navy. And a lot of the OGs that were there, a lot of the brothers and a lot of people that were putting me on were like longtime vets. There were folks that like came over. It wasn't like, this is, again, we're talking at a point in time where we were all getting our information from message boards, right? There wasn't me talking to you guys in real time about what should I do? Should I do this? Should I do that? It was me putting 3 or 4 paragraphs on a message board on Monday, and hopefully 2 Mondays from now, after 3 or 4 non sequiturs, 4 or 5 people are repeating the question, 3 or 4 people talking the shit, maybe I'll get an answer to that question. So
you ain't that old, bro. You ain't that damn
old. Message boards, we're not, the internet's not that old, bro. That's what you gotta say. The internet. This is all new technology still. The way we're interacting now got nothing to do with 15 years ago. I be trying to tell people.
Man, they were still using message boards they were still using message boards in 04.
Right?
04. I remember using message board in 04.
Still using BBS.
Yeah, it ain't that. Listen, I was on the internet early. Like I remember when for Yahoo profiles first came out. Like I remember them days. That's how I first started. Like I was like, man, like I didn't like. That's when I got the possibility. Like, wait a minute, I could talk to a girl on the other side of the world. That was like crazy, and that's how I started talking. That's how I started talking to girls on the other side of the world, man.
How old were you?
Yahoo personal. I think I must have been like 16.
I was 13, so that probably.
Yeah, because I'm 43.
Okay, I started very young. I'm 36, but I'm from the Bay Area, so we were very like Yahoo was growing up outside of my house. We were getting like advertisements and shit for it when the company first started existing. So like AOL, AIM, MSN, Linux, like MS DOS, like the Apple 2GS platform. Like I was really about that nerd shit. Before it was cool to be a blurred, I was out here putting in numbers. So I mean, yeah, I definitely remember all that. And I remember the same thing too. I don't even want to incriminate myself because I'm sure I was a teenager. So some of those people had to be teenagers. But I will say the early webcam era, if you were a black man, and numbers.
5 frames per second. I remember the 5 frames per second.
I don't remember none of that, bro.
Numbers.
Listen, I don't remember none of that. But at that time, I was 20, Probably
Yahoo Messenger had
if you were
Yahoo
16,
Messenger had a webcam service,
I
but
was
it would be
20.
like it'd be like 5 frames a second.
was
It was like real choppy, but
Hey,
man,
those
like
frames
listen,
changed my life, sir.
yeah, yeah,
Those-
yeah,
Those frames did me a service.
yep.
Yo, I got 3% left, and I got a bunch of tasks I need to do. It's already 4:10. I was supposed to leave an hour ago. I ended up chopping it up with y'all. Yo, always appreciate it. Always a good time.
Always, bro.
You want to put your thing up on a second? Your handle is what? Trizzy?
Super Triz.
Super Triz Beats. All right, I feel it. Q. Even though I give you shit constantly and it's extremely deserved, I still fuck with you. I'm a subscriber. I'm trying to hear that good shit whenever I can hear it too, brother. And
Much love, bro.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's the barbershop. We gotta say some goofy shit with our chests, or else where are we supposed to do it?
Right.
And yeah, Blizz, as always, bro. You already know it's love. You know how to reach me if you need me. I will catch y'all on the flip because I don't want the battery to trip. Peace out.
All right, peace, bro.
All right, Blizz. I appreciate you letting me up, man. It was nice talking to you.
Thank you. Anytime. Yo, promote your channel, bro, because I know you got a channel, bro.
No, I don't got a channel.
You don't got a channel?
No.
Ah, come on, man.
No,
you need to start one, man. That's a good
I just like chopping it up sometimes. Yeah, I don't
sound like you got a channel, bro. You got time, bro. You got time.
No, you know what though?
Think about it, bro.
Some of the people may know me from, I had a channel maybe about probably like 2015, somewhere around there, and I put out basically like a series of videos, basically the stuff that we're talking about now. Like I kind of have videos specifically breaking down specific topics and stuff like that. So I did the whole YouTube thing and did the whole, got monetized, and I just didn't feel right. I felt like at some point the monetization would change my content. You see what I'm saying? Because when I was doing YouTube, I wasn't doing it for the money. I understand the monetization is a milestone. But I think what I see is a lot of people, they get monetized, and then the monetization changes their content because they got to kind of cater to the audience, and really they don't have to change their content, but they feel like they do, because people are going to gravitate to you anyways because you putting out good content. But some people feel like, I just think that the monetization changes you. I prefer just to have casual conversation. I'll leave the YouTubing to the professionals. Like, I see your channel going somewhere. You got a good thing going. But yeah, for me, no, I can't do the YouTube full time.
Nah, I feel you. I ain't gonna push.
I
just bring it up every once in a while. I like that
my hoodie. I like that the hoodie on, the sunglasses. I like to keep a low profile. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Nah,
but anyway, yeah, it was nice talking. Shout out to Q. Nice talking, chopping up with you, man. Bro. All right, I'll holler at you.
Thank you, bro. Q, you want to say anything before we dip out? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say a little thing before I dip out. Shout out to everybody who came on the panel, man. I know motherfuckers be scared to speak, but it takes a lot of courage. I know I was scared. I was nervous my first time speaking, but yeah. But to answer his question, to like wrap it up, because I know he's talking about Philippines becoming Western. I think as long as the Philippines is in poverty, as long as they have a low GDP, it's kind of fucked up to say, but with any country, as long as they have a low GDP per capita, expats are always wanted. And I'll end it on that one. Much love, bro. Thanks for having me.
All right, no doubt, bro. I'll see you next time, man. There it is, man. Another for me, another successful stream. And I kind of agree with that last sentiment that Q said, man. It's sad that it is that way, but it's the same. And somebody said it earlier, money talks. Even here in America, if you're not upper class, you get things that you want. You get things that other people don't get, the normal everyday people. And that's just the facts of life, man. So with that being said, man, I appreciate everybody that came through. I know there was a point in the comments where, when I have guests up, it's going to be hard. to get to every comment because I want to focus on, the people that come up here. I'm sorry to the people in the chat. I don't want to ignore you. But it's hard to do both, and I don't want to be interrupting a panelist every 2-3 seconds with a comment. If I see a good one, I'll point it out. But with that being said, man, this has been, barbershop talk, man. This is what it's meant for, man. So we could come together, like TJ said, man. We could say some shit with our chests. Where else we gonna do it? You know what I mean? And even when it gets a little contentious, we could still talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about when we want to talk about it. We could talk about politics. And if you don't want to talk about politics, then just click off for a second, come back. We might be talking about something else. Or come up. If you don't want to talk about something, come up. Talk about what you want to talk about, man. That's barbershop talk, man. I appreciate y'all, Frank, Thomas Marshall, man. Take care, man. You guys, man, you guys are living the life that a lot of people want to live. So, I mean, I'm absolutely following your footsteps. One day I'll make it there, man. Thank you guys for showing up, man. I do appreciate y'all, man. We're on the road to monetization, man. We're really, really close. We're gonna celebrate when we get there, man. So, I appreciate you guys, man. Everybody out there, man. Thank you for showing up for me, man. This is your channel. You know that. I might create the topic, but you guys drop the message. So until next time, this is Blizzard Abroad.